Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. These are the good, these are the good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are the good, these are the good. Fields of the fallen and blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, hanging in the balance, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. Don't go out.
카메라가 아니면 이런
Shut off your light.
게임입니다. 영광의 모습 상당히 처음부터
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자, 이공이 파이널 시간입니다. 젠더 지원해.
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We are here on a wonderful Saturday afternoon, a bit rainy, but here indoors to cast for you guys. Home Life Esports up against Fred Brion. This is the match at the very bottom of the standings, but should be some fun League of Legends anyway.
It's Cloud Templar's match of the week. It was the one he wanted to watch the most. And it is a match that may decide which one of these teams will get last place. It will not be decided tonight, but this is a very pivotal one for either one of those teams trying to avoid 10th place. So not important for playoffs, of course, at all, but still important for both of these teams because nobody wants to be in 10th place.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the standings just on that note because, as you mentioned, this is a match between the two bottom teams here. And even for the players, you know, not sure about their current contract situation, but you want to put on a good show at least at the end of the season to show that at least you are putting on, you know, you can play well, you're doing well as a player individually. And so should be fun.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we'll get any weird picks or anything like that, but you never know.
Hanwha Life, notably, if you guys look at the standings here, will need a 2-0 tonight to pass Fred Brion. A 2-1 won't actually cut it, and a loss puts an additional extra game score ahead for Fred Brion, which is why it's so important for them. Fred Brion could, in theory, also pass Nongshim later on in the standings, depending on how Nongshim's final games go. So there's a lot more to play for them, as this is the story here. 10th versus 9th, and there's still a chance. Yeah, I guess so.
Losing is not allowed.
It's not allowed. But one of these two
It's illegal.
teams is going to lose tonight.
Yeah, actually it is illegal, but one of them will be breaking the law, unfortunately. It's just the way it has to go. Hanwha Life is on the verge of an 11-game losing streak. On Fleek and Chunny will be starting today. We've seen different combinations, you know, Hanwha Life really playing with their roster. We've seen Willer a bit. Not sure what to make of it so much. I actually feel like I'm on the SomD train, but for the jungler, I'm not so sure.
For me,
what do you think?
For me, I'm kind of on Willer Chunny right now. I think SomD has looked maybe 10% stronger than Chunny, but I think Chunny's potential is higher. But I think either way, the reason why we see this start is because we haven't seen this combination really yet. And I do think, regardless of whether they win game one or not, we'll probably see multiple tonight. I don't think they will stick with this roster throughout the best of three. Dudu versus Morgan is a very exciting matchup here, considering Morgan has been the more successful player even internationally. However, Dudu definitely the stronger individual player right now in terms of the laning phase at this moment in time. So it could be an angle here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and as it says here, they used to be on the same team, Hanwha Life Esports, last year, and they used to fight for that top spot. Never knew who you were going to get. But yeah, I'm not really sure where to rank these two players against each other. I feel like Morgan is pretty consistent. Dudu, though, has taken a big step up in terms of making a difference for his team. So should be an interesting match there.
Yeah, definitely could see some Renekton priority in the draft for these two as well. We'll get into that a little bit later. Notice that we usually when there's nothing nice to say or nothing specifically interesting about these two teams, regardless of where their standings are, we just show the round 2 objective stats. And as you can see, first Dragon, first Blood, first Turret, these are the early game objective stats here for Fred Brion. Significantly better across the board. And the deeper you go down, these stats, of course, doesn't look great for either team as they're at the bottom of the standings. But notice that Fred Brion has a very high first blood percentage, so perhaps getting an early lead here could be how this game goes.
Yeah, I mean, the best in the league. They have the first place, first blood percentage, which is very interesting. You would imagine a lot of that is through Umpty, who is just trying to get stuff early, and that's generally how they do find success as a team. So let's take a look here at Hanwha Life Esports.
Here they are, and like we've said, so many different combinations of rosters here, and Hanwha Life Esports looking towards the future. In the last few series they will be playing to round out their season. And I do appreciate that the coaching staff here of Hanwha Life Esports has really just decided they want to give as much playing time possible to these substitute players. We've seen the drafting for Hanwha Life be the biggest glaring issue, I think, for them. Drafting more towards comfort rather than the meta, oftentimes, and not really, or sometimes drafting towards the meta, but then not ending up with anything more than a tier list, not a composition. And I hope that's shored up a little bit tonight too, because that's one thing this team needs to improve on in the future, especially because Hanwha Life has shown they have no interest in changing up their coaching staff.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't been too impressed with their drafting in the past, but as you mentioned, there are reasons behind it. Let's see where they do decide to go today, as here is Fred at Breon, a team that has found a lot of success by just drafting friendship compositions. You know, all 5 members go in or all 5 members go out. Just, you know, playing as a team. And it's been pretty nice to watch this team develop over the course of this year, even though they didn't make playoffs here in summer. They did in spring, and they have stuck together for quite a long time.
They have really figured out their playstyle, though, unfortunately too late. But their playstyle over the last few weeks of play, where they have looked stronger as a team, even though they haven't taken huge wins, around early Drake control and mid-game compositions, where we're seeing the Callista, we're seeing Sivir, we're seeing Renekton, right, come back for this team. Renekton just coming back in a big way in general here in the LCK, but it's a meta that suits them now. But we'll see. Still looking for number 8 here. It's definitely possible. They can, of course, win tonight and pass Nongshim in the standings, as we mentioned earlier. But yeah, I want to see more Callista from this team if it's available. I want to see more Renekton, more Aatrox, more power around getting that soul point early. And as we mentioned, this is the key player matchup, the top side of the map. And it's because, yes, Morgan has been a more consistent player around the entirety of the game, but Dudu has been the better laning player, and the team relies on him more.
I mean, take a look at this. He has the most solo kills out of any top laner in round 2. So that's kind of insane. The Dudu stripe is real. You know, oftentimes we go down the list of, you know, the gold differences between each lane, and oftentimes Dudu is ahead, even when his team is behind. He doesn't have great KDA, but that's because his team always does eventually lose. That's
how it goes.
It's not really something you can judge Dudu for. You know, he's oftentimes got to be going in as a top laner, so.
Especially when it's a tank meta, your KDA is going to suffer the most when you're at a bottom of the standing scenario.
The new nickname for Morgan is Top Gun.
Yeah.
Because in Korean you would say Mogon, so it sounds like gun. Right?
Yeah.
So Top Gun.
And I believe his old...
And he plays top.
His old nickname, too, was Maverick, I believe, and then he changed it to Morgan. That was like a name he was thinking of picking up, so it all comes full circle here.
Yeah.
I do like the meme, and I'm looking forward to that topside matchup. We're seeing more teams be willing to play around topside, as we're seeing a lot more handshaking in the bottom lane. It used to be, what do you get? Like, is Zeri allowed? Now we're just kind of letting it through. We're seeing Zeri versus Lucian. We're seeing Zeri versus Sivir. It's kind of become the Aphelios Jinx type scenario, just with a wider champion pool, and teams are willing to say, I know where this comp is stronger. And yeah, Zeri does seem to be stronger late, but you know, teams are trying to solve that earlier, and that's exactly what Fred Brion's MO has been throughout the later part of round 2.
How Life 2's blue side makes a lot of sense, and I really want to say that our fan sign game has really just improved a lot. We are getting the multi-sign plays, we're getting the combined sign plays. It's really great to see. Everybody's really getting into cheering for all these teams, even for the teams that aren't having a lot of success here at the LCK.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the signs evolve as the night goes on. We do have a fantastic series later on too, so 2 very tense ones. Might be a long night. Is Morgan gonna lose tonight? Not today. That's what that sign says. But we will find out. We will see, Valdez, because as you mentioned, Hanwha Life have blue side advantage going into this series. A very tense one between these two, to try to defend their honor, let's say, here at the final parts of the season.
2 teams backed against the wall.
Only one emerged victorious.
A fight to the death. Not really, because they do have games next week as well, but they do have to fight to the death today in Summoner's Rift, guys.
And, you know, I mean, think about it, too. Another way is we have these bans come through. In the old LCK system, these teams would be fighting for potentially not going to relegation. And it would have been very tense, actually. This matchup would have been really huge, but we have a more stable ecosystem now with franchising, so they will be here next season.
I think tense is the right word, because there wouldn't have been a lot of smiles, right? Everybody would have been like freaking out, very nervous, trying their best to avoid relegation.
Now, Chunny will get the Kalista pick here. And I think Fred and Brion were hoping they were going to actually take Zeri so that Henna could play this. But Hanwha Life Esports say no, and we'll be Chunny picking this one up. A pick that Hanwha Life Esports have played with Samdi quite significantly, not Chunny's best pick in Challengers before he was called up. We've talked about this a few times, but Hanwha Life Esports have been willing to put him on it despite him not having a lot of experience here this year on the pick. I think you could see with the timer coming down here, Fred and Brion are like, ooh, I definitely don't want to play Zeri into that. I was hoping they were going to play Zeri. And they'll take the Draven. See what this comes with, as there's a lot of strong support picks in this role. Well, they're going to prioritize the jungle. It'll be the Vi for some more dive potential.
Prioritizing the Vi as well, which is very interesting. Vi actually, you know, up to 17 picks. It's not got a bad win rate. I feel like, personally, I haven't been too impressed by it, but time to time it comes out, it gets wins, you know.
It's a...
Does their job, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a Croco / East Side pick, let's just say. Yes, we will see the Trundle to come over here. Now, Renata is available, and that could be something that really tips the scale of how this bottom matchup goes, but you don't want to play with fire too much into a Draven lane, especially if it could be something like Draven and the Leona. So I like the Amumu more here, because the Renata isn't going to be able to push as naturally as a lot of lanes will into Draven. He could trade back a lot of damage. Leona's very strong right now. He's got an insanely high win rate. And this is just going to be a banger of a 2v2 regardless with the Leona coming through. It's all about hard engage. It's all about getting that damage done, skill checking non-stop. And both junglers have hard dive as well. It could end up being a 3v3 scenario. This one is going to be exciting. It's going to be a high kill game, I think.
That's the expectation. And now, as you mentioned, you know, 3v3s drafted. We have to go ahead and ban for the top side here. The Azir, the Rise already taken off the board. Now the Gwen will be denied. Will we see a Renekton ban?
I think it's very strong in Frederick Brion's composition here. It's actually strong in both compositions, depending on how they want to play. We don't know what the mid lane is just yet, so I don't think it warrants a ban at this stage, as we will see Gwen and Sylas now removed. Galio taken off the board. Gnar, still a strong pick, of course, available here. We could see Morgan pick that one up and pick it away from Dudu. It's a pretty safe blind pick at this stage in time, so wouldn't mind seeing that one removed. As there's not a lot of mid lane picks left over either, in terms of what we now know as our mid lane meta. So it's really thinned out, actually. It will be the Talia that's taken away. I like this because Talia can set up for Draven to get that cash in around a mid-game fight so easily. Just getting one pick is enough. But there goes the Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, with the Sylas ban, felt pretty obvious. Gnar cresting the 100 pick mark. Already 106 times before today. Now this is 107. And, I mean, you could try to go for the Renekton into this one, but you're already lacking some range. You could try to play the comp like we did see, I believe it was DRX yesterday, kind of play, the very aggressive kind of style. But they're just going to go for the Gangplank instead.
Yeah, we'll see the GP come through here. And now you have the opportunity to look for, a power pick like the Ahri for mid-game skirmishing, looking for picks, charms. Lissandra, of course, is a available counter pick here, but not a free win by any means here, especially with the composition Frederick Brion are running. But I gotta say, I do think Frederick Brion got the better draft here.
Yeah.
They have Gnar for strong engage, disengage. They have Vi for a little bit more long-range, impactful engage with Lissandra, so they can get on top of the Kalista. They can get on top of the Gangplank, honestly, more often than not. I think that's going to be the main target. Yeah. Turn these into 4v5s for Hanwha Life. Draven's going to have some power in the mid-game to get those cash-ins because his comp fights really well there. So does Hanwha Life's. But the Gangplank is really sticking out like a sore thumb here, I think, for Hanwha Life Esports because it doesn't do a lot for them in the early to mid. And by the time we get late, I'm worried they're going to be too far behind.
Yeah, I think that Frederick Brion got a massive lead in the second half of the draft. I think the first one was, like, fine. The fact that Sylas just went through the draft for nothing was very surprising. But then the fact that they banned Sylas, pick Gnar, and then they hold counter pick for Ahri with Lissandra available, and Hanwha Life just picked directly into that. I think that especially Ahri as a sole AP source, when we're seeing a lot of utility builds out of Ahri nowadays, might turn into a problem, especially when you're already getting countered in the lane.
Yeah, I think a lot of the pressure on Hanwha is going to be on Shunny, on this Kalista pick. They will need to get an early lead, but it's so difficult into Draven Leona. And then, you know, Gangplank on the other side of the map, of course, can find some power into the Gnar if it's played perfectly. And that's due to his MO, right? I'm going to win lane, I'm going to crush lane. But, you know, Trundle, Gangplank, trying to gank a Gnar, don't think you're going to be winning it that hard outside of maybe a small CS advantage. So I do worry about how the rockiness of this composition for Hanwha Life Esports is going to go. Whereas Fred Brion, pretty straightforward here, pretty black and white how this comp functions.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's get into it, guys. We got game number 1 on the way onto the Rift. All right, here we go. Sounds like Fred Brion changed their chant from Fred Brion to just Fred it. It's definitely much easier for a chant.
Yeah?
Definitely nicely shouts out the sponsor.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out what a Brion is, but no one's really been able to solve that one for me.
Yeah.
Like,
There's...
like, still, I'm like, a lot of people probably just didn't even think about that. A lot of people might just be like, oh my god, yeah, I never really, I liked the bro tag. That was my favorite.
Yeah.
So I just kind of let it go. But we're still trying to figure that one out. We'll get back to you guys when we do. It's been almost 2 years, and we're still trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have the answer for you guys. Maybe someone can reach out to us and let us know what the answer is, if there is one. Because sometimes this doesn't really happen in traditional sports, right? A lot of those team names are based on just objects or animals or stuff
verbs
like that.
randomly.
Yeah.
You know? It does get a bit weird sometimes with
Like a dodger, like what's a dodger?
Yeah, exactly. I think there was an actual good explanation for what that was that I used to know when I lived in America, but I don't remember why they're called the Dodgers anymore.
Because they dodge, obviously. It's right in the name.
Yeah, but I don't know what they're dodging. But they were dodging something.
The baseball, I think, is probably, yeah. But yeah, Brion, is that a verb? Maybe it's a verb.
I don't know. I look at the ion part and I'm thinking, ooh, we're getting a little scientific. I don't know. So we do have a bandage toss, but look at the trade back here.
Flash came in, and then Vista, I don't even think he was within range, but still just elects to flash away. That just makes the trade very even.
Yeah.
And
it's very difficult, you know. I mean, both of these 80 carries are, even in the early levels, just by base stats, very powerful. Draven more so in his base stats, Kalista in her ability to just Ren stack against melee targets especially. So if you end up hitting the Leona, you feel pretty good about your ability to then follow up on damage. However, on the opposite side of things, of course, Draven's single target damage on the engaged Umumu is very high, and if Delight just Zenith Blades you after stunning you in turret range, then you get a little bit nervous, so that's why Vista decides to flash there. Now, we were told Hex Flash is not disabled, in fact.
yeah,
but Vista didn't take it.
and neither did Delight. I mean, this is a couple of supports that would. I mean, Leona doesn't always have to, but I mean, especially if you're going Glacial Augment, which is extremely common. So we'll update you guys, but yeah, as far as we know, Hextech Flash is still available here at the LCK.
Yeah, it might just be that it's either something that they expect will be fixed on the next patch, which goes live next week, or they don't want to change the rules until next week, which I think, considering the last-minute bug that happened yesterday and teams have been scrimming and practicing, I think it's a pretty reasonable expectation because we've only seen this thing happen a few times. Fingers crossed it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Of course.
I think we got the better end of it here at the LCK, so hopefully it doesn't turn out like some of the other regions.
But hey, no Hex Flash on these two guys, so, you know.
Yeah. No Poppy in this game.
Nope.
On Fleek and Umpty could potentially have it.
Yeah, we didn't check, but I don't think so. Before Lava has it for some reason.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, maybe Karis could take it on Ari. I
Yeah.
actually think it's not that bad. It's just, I don't know, maybe there's better stuff that they do want to pick up in that tree.
Yeah, it's a pretty passive early game here because despite the aggressive engage we saw from Vista, both supports lose flash, so that just kind of makes it naturally become this way. Leona obviously stronger under a turret than the Amumu is going to be in terms of what she can do defensively, and Henna just wants to stack up his passive. So naturally, Henna and Delight will try to hold the wave here under turret so that the Amumu engages aren't possible. And what could have been a really exciting first blood leading to a snowball-y lane just ended up being a trade of flashes and a lot of passivity down there on the bottom side. So not the exciting start I was hoping for here when I saw this bottom 2v2, but we had the banger flash exchange. We'll take that.
Banger flash exchange.
Yeah.
You gotta, you know, take what you can get sometimes.
Yeah, you know, I'm just going to try to really highlight all of the exciting moments here in this early game. Just think positively, Valdez, going to this best of 3.
Yeah. Looks like Umpty is going to be going for something we were seeing all the time nowadays on Vi, which is the Kempunk Chain Sword, which is a name I always want to call something else.
Yeah, it's really hard to remember. You're like, is this right?
Chem Chain Punk Sword. Chem Sword Chain Punk.
Okay,
We're
dive.
yeah, this is pretty rough for Dudu. He's going to drop down with this one, but he already gets stunned against the wall. Does not have the oranges as Morgan takes a huge amount of damage, but will triumph afterwards. He wasn't going to die anyway, so nice first blood in the top side. Meanwhile,
Some split plate gold going down in mid. Definitely think this is still a huge win for Frederick Bree on top side because this plate gold is split, and this is, of course, going to get Dudu's teleport out. Morgan still has his first blood gold quite significantly here. But this is what this composition for Frederick Breon gives you that Hano Life Esports does not have, which is just set up hard, engage, and pick potential, you know, through these early parts. And yeah, Ari exists, but, you know, Charm plus Pillar is not the same sort of, I can do this no matter what, as a Narbar, a Vi, and a Lissandra at level 6. Because basically, Frederick Breon, this isn't even the cleanest way they could have done this. Lava barely has mana. But they're just like, no, we kill him, and there's nothing he can do, even if he has Flash and Counter Barrage, which he did expend both.
he dies. And by the way, guys, a little bit of an update. Hex Tech Flash is globally banned. So sorry for the miscommunication. We do know now that both players were not allowed to pick this up. Does make sense based off of the issues that we did have, unfortunately, yesterday. And hopefully we can get that back soon enough. Banned until further notice is the current state of affairs.
Yeah, so that means that when he means globally, he means globally.
Yes.
Abandon all the regions. We saw the LEC announce it, and we haven't really seen anything since then, of course, but I think that makes sense. So you and I were kind of raising our eyebrows on this one, and now we know why. But both these champions picked despite it, and, you know, so far, the fact that they're both down on Flash has actually been quite significant without the Hex Flash in this particular 2v2.
I actually think without Hex Flash, I would have gone for Renata. that would have been my angle. I would have been like, well, Amumu doesn't have Hex Flash, so.
I think so, except the Draven does so much damage to Renata. If there's a bad trade where she gets Zenith Blade ever on her, then she probably is going to die, is my concern. But, you know, I mean, the power that she has with the Callista and the ability to bail Callista out means that Callista might just be able to trade it back and pick up a double herself. I think it was a safer call here from Vista to look for the engage that isn't going to die no matter what. But like you said, a lot of reliance on this Hex Flash that he does not have. So a very huge cooldown. Just now coming back up for both of them. And the Rift Herald start here. Hano Life do have the faster group up, as it looks like Henna is willing to trade for plates bottom side. They don't delay this at all either. They just want to commit to this bottom Drake, and this is Frederick Breon's way. They like to get early Drake prio, take the soul point threats, force team fights with mid-game spikes, and, you know, just stylistically, this is nothing out of the ordinary for Frederick Breon.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Henna did not even go for any of the plates down there. Didn't have a very big wave. I think he just wants to get a good back timing. You see that he has not bought, I think, until this moment, because I'm pretty sure I did see a Noon Quiver plus Vampiric Scepter plus everything else, the boots and the pots. So it does make sense. You know, you would say, okay, I want to try to get the plate trade when they're getting the Rift Herald here, but seems like he just didn't go for a back just yet.
Yeah. And, you know, the back timing here is really nice for him as Dudu.
Yeah, getting in there, Dudu is just going to drop this down. He avoids the big house. He's not quite able to chase after Morgan, though, but it is going to be a pretty nice trade here for Dudu at the end of all things.
Yep. Flash is coming back up soon. So we'll feel pretty good about that. And Drake lead here means it's tough to actually find any picks. Lissandra is so difficult to gank. She has Unsealed Spellbook, she has Flash at the moment, and ult available, but they're just going to try to set up for a big Herald drop here in mid. This could backfire if Red Brion get a flank angle.
Lava getting in there, does get charmed. The bandage toss will be flashed. As that was getting a little bit spicy. You saw that Lava was really trying to stop them from taking first turret blood here. Keep in mind that this is a follow-up after 2 plates were taken from Bro going top for the top dive.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool to see Hanwha Life Esports identify that they could grab plates early, then use the early Herald to get a massive gold lead if they do take this whole thing out. They're unfortunately unable to do so, but still splitting some plate gold amongst them. That's why Fredit Brian committed so heavily there in the mid lane to actually try to shut that down. And looked like they were maybe going to look for an engage there with the Vi and the Vi ult available. But Umpty thinks better of it. This is not the trade Morgan was looking for. Maybe wants to bait some Gnar bar shenanigans here as it does come online. And we were so close to a lot of action there. You know, we were on the cusp
So
of it,
close.
but, you know, not meant to be. Not yet. Not yet, Valdez.
Yep. Umpty does finish the punk sword chain thingy, and he does get an extra long sword on top of that, so he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, like, what is a chain sword really?
It's like a chainsaw, but it's in the shape of a sword.
Yeah, and it's not meant to cut things by moving back and forth, I suppose. It's just a very saw-like object that is swung. It's very dangerous. It prevents you from healing.
Sounds pretty lethal. Yeah, like imagine if that's going at a high, how much? Must take a lot of gas though. It must be really heavy. You know, like imagine carrying that thing. It looks pretty light in the picture, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced.
Anyone who's lifted a chainsaw can tell you.
Yeah,
things are not as light as they look. If
you do a lot of chainsaw lifting in your day, Wolf.
I did some back in the day. Cut through a lot of trees.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's another backstory for another time. The wolf chainsaw backstory.
I was getting invested.
The
I'm
amount
like,
of dead trees I've cut into pieces to then be moved away because they were, or dead trees that are at risk of falling on my house that needed to be moved. I'm not a tree murderer. Just clear the ones that are already dead.
I'm glad you cleared that up for us, Wolf.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make it clear.
Yeah. Thank you for not being a tree murderer. We need the trees for life here on Earth, so definitely pretty important. Fred and Brion are moving in a big way down to the bottom lane, and they don't even necessarily have to dive. This is respected by Hanwha Life, but it does mean that Henna is going to have an opportunity here to pick up another plate, as Karis was left alone in mid, but he's okay for now. Morgan, how did this happen? He's diving the turret, and the flash away is going to kill them both because Dudu was able to get that shot off last minute.
Yeah, Morgan wanted to get the flash kill there, but needed that extra auto. As meanwhile,
cleanse used, but Karis just dead. Even flashes at the last second, but too little, too late. Umpty gonna chainsword him to death.
Yeah, both of his summoners expended here, as well as his ultimate. He's still not able to get out. So much CC between the Vi and the Leona. And that's a dead Ahri. One of the safest champions. Both these champions are so difficult to actually successfully gank because usually the first part of that chain CC, no pun intended with the itemization, is avoidable, of course, with these champions' kits. But that's going to be the Ludens picked up here for Lava. As notice that Morgan, he wants this hyper proc with Flash he has. He gets the slow with the boomerang, but needs one more extra auto. And I think when you play this out like that, you probably just go, oh, you know what, I think I can force a flash for the next wave. Probably could have played that a little bit more patiently. But then they follow up here onto Karis, who's just, I mean, he was CC'd for about 10 years. Approximately, yeah, give or take.
As Lava's really holding down the fort here. He's trying his best, but little Jimmy Minion comes in and is going to push down this turret, thankfully, because he did reduce the resistances, of course, as Fred Brion, they got the Hextech Drake, but now there is an Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
The Rift, and they're going to get both.
They are going to get both as second Rift Herald's not up for 30. Fred Brion could actually rotate over to contest, but so many resources had to be committed after they lost mid-turret to get this Drake that there's a little bit of power topside here for Dudu. A wave going to crash into this turret. Get that really nice, satisfying set of minions there with the barrel. Parlay together, but trade of turrets here bottom side, and this is Fred Brion's way. They're willing to take cross-map trades for Drake advantage, and it is Mountain Soul. You know, I was worried for them if this was going to end up being too impactful because it was a 2/3 chance it was either going to be Ocean or Cloud, but they got the good one in the Mountain here, and that's the scary part when it's Hextech and Infernal. You're like, well, we got two great individual elementals. However, the soul point equation not looking good, very low chance, but it's Mountain, so their commitment does pay off.
Scary Vi there, as in terms of people who are going to be building tanky, we do have some of them, but first, they are not going to be. You know, you look at the Trundle, Divine Sunder, even the Vi can build some tanky stats, but most likely just health, as even the Gnar can have some tanky stats, some Zhonya's here and there, but not necessarily like a full-on tank, outside of our supports, of course, so will be interesting to see how the Mountain Drakes will get value in this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, I think the person who's hurt most by this is actually Karis, unfortunately. Like, he's not going to be able to break through those shields and the extra magic resistance as well if Soul does go over to Fred Brion, especially because in this draft, he has to be more utility. He's just set up CC for the Callista that's hoping to rip shreds of the Fred Brion squad, rip them apart. And you know, as a result, the pick's a little bit more difficult to pull off here, unfortunately, for Karis, because he's a little bit lower damage. I think it's the correct build, but he'll be hurt by this. Leona also going to be one of the biggest winners, too, in terms of having that extra resistance. Lava already so survivable with his kit. We'll be able to have a Zhonya's here pretty early, too.
Yeah, and it goes back to having Ahri as your only EP threat, especially with the utility build that she goes nowadays. It's going to be more difficult if Fred Brion are picking up more and more resistances, so we'll see how that works out for them. As another bit of a trade of turrets, but this time it goes pretty heavily in Hamalife's favor because they do have the second Rift Herald pushing on in here. Should get a second charge pretty easily, too.
Yeah, and Morgan doesn't have teleport, so he's not coming down here for the assist. Lava will have to self-heal here, but, you know, at the end of the day, she ends up forcing a teleport out of Dudu, and Morgan just barely not going to get this turret, unfortunately for him. At the end of the day, like, the gold here that is picked up from Hanwha Life is spread very evenly among the roster. Even the plates they picked up early were split so heavily. Like, yeah, already got some plates, but, you know, we're split plates of 80 gold. They were able to get that mid-turret down, but it was with the whole team. None of their players are particularly massively ahead or really even slightly ahead at this point in time. And their composition doesn't scale incredibly well, you know, because they're reliant so much on this already setup for the Callista who isn't accelerated. And I feel like we're on a knife's edge of this Draven cashing in and starting to actually do a ton more consistent damage in the fights because the peel and setup for him is better. And if you're Hanwha Life Esports here, you can just go, well, Gangplank is scaling. Callista will be really strong in the late game if we can get there without a problem. You know, Callista, in terms of her scaling, she kind of has a big trough through the beginning of the late game, but can be, as we saw yesterday, very powerful in the later parts, like the Omega late game. I think as Hanwha Life, you're probably hoping for that angle here, but you're going to have to win some Drake fights first because Fred Brion can force fights right now while they're at a strong point in this game with a nice front to back. And that's just what Fred Brion does. They build comps like this, they get two Drakes in the lead, and they're like, it's soul point time. You guys can't ignore this. And that's where they find the most value.
Yeah, they're just playing it very safely. Kind of reminds me of Genji yesterday against Damwon. You know, they don't really have to push the envelope, so they don't. They're just kind of getting little leads here and there. A very small gold lead and breaks, the biggest thing, of course. And eventually, when they group up, they have 4 people that can press their buttons and engage, and then Draven's there. So it can just be a kind of insane engage comp, as Lava's going to be totally fine here, split pushing. Big group up from Hanwha Life trying to take this turret down. Yeah, and they might lose an inner for it. Of course, it's just another trade of turrets. But what the big success here for Hanwha Life is they get the faster group up for the soul point fight. Like, they have Cryo here now. Morgan does have teleport, of course, but
this could be a huge win for Hanwha Life Esports. Grabbing that turret gold first and then having this additional prio means really difficult fight here for Frederick Brion to take, especially with Narbar already used for Morgan. 10 seconds until that spawns. He does have teleport to rejoin, but this is the best fight Hanwha could hope for.
Look at Delight. I mean, are you committing to this or not? I think they have to with Delight in the position that he's in. They have no idea, although there are a bunch of pings going down onto Delight, so maybe they do have somewhat of an idea. The Charm is going to go wide, and the Callista and On Fleek should be enough to take this, but the follow-up fight is coming on in. Lava gets a big engage into that back line, ults himself, and now the front line is going down here. Vista gets low. Another stopwatch comes in from Delight, and down come the pieces of Hanwha Life Esports. 4 of them will go down to the hands of Frederick Brion, and Karis has to flash away.
Has to flash, does not want to get slowed by that Q, and if he got hit by it, he would have definitely fallen, as Summoner exchanges here massively.
Gold of Draven,
yeah.
3,300.
Yeah. I was going to mention that, and also
thick Draven right there.
Massive exchange of summoners here. All flashes outside of Vista are down here for Hanwha Life Esports. Frederick Brion taking those away, so there's no additional movement, there's no additional healing. Frederick Brion have the better engage, they have the better 5v5, and with a flank like this, they showed that even if you can't pop the Callista instantly, you can then just shift focus to the gangplank. And both of these champions are fairly vulnerable in a fight like this, as Delight's playing a long con game, there's no vision whatsoever, they should expect that he's back there. The engage from Lava is basically perfect, and he gets onto Chunny. Chunny's zoned out here, Dudu is gangplank, he's not tanky, and look at Morgan. He didn't have a Narbar for this fight, but with all the extra peel that he has, or the dive that's set up in front of him, he can just auto.
Yeah, no, it's very true. I'm just making sounds because of Draven things.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's just they have so many tools in their kit from the composition, and then they set it up perfectly. So,
look at that Draven cash in. It's
yeah.
pretty apparent where that happened on the graph. It doesn't take a scientist to figure that
kind
one
of
out.
sharp, yeah. And yeah, let's take a look at his items. He has completed basically an item because he was on an item and a half. Now he's on 2 items and a half.
His rapid fire cannon is not far away.
Yeah.
And then he's going to be hitting from far away, doing the big damage with Morgan, who has a pretty fat stack of gold himself throughout this game with all the extra side laning he's done over Dudu, has a level lead. And all of his gold was solo. Again, whereas all of Hanwha Life's was very split.
Yeah.
So they have no particular carry player in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that Chunny, not really able to get online or have any engages with his team where, you're throwing in an Amumu or the Amumu goes in. The engages were never on their terms. And it's kind of what we liked out of Frederick Brion. It was a very patient game, and now it just feels like one perfect engage and it's kind of over, right? I mean, it's almost 10,000 gold at 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's just one snap of the fingers, and Frederick Brion are in ultimate control of this game, and there's just not much you can do here as Hanwha Life Esports against the Baron, is just sit back and try to defend. You can save your inhibitors here, and you did buy some time with this Drake take because they were successful at stopping Soul Point at least. So Frederick Brion, there's a fight that Hanwha Life Esports absolutely cannot take with the item deficits they have here, and they've bought enough time to be able to avoid that before Mountain Soul. But I don't know if there ever becomes a good fight here, because now Chunny is basically going to be an item and a half behind for the rest of this game. And it's Draven scaling versus the Callista, who really needs to basically be full build before we could talk about her scaling again. And we're at least 20 minutes away from that happening. And I don't think this game goes that long.
Yeah, and take a look at the itemization here from Morgan. Goes straight Rando in second, and it's because Ari's not really a threat and everybody else is AD. So it's like, good luck trying to kill Neganar in fights now. Now, obviously, there is a pretty large gold gap at this point in time, but it just feels like the perfect way to kind of end any chance at killing an R in this fight, unless he gets severely out of position.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this dive comp that Frederick Brion set up, because they have Vi, they have Lissandra, they have Leona, is even if he doesn't have Meganar, he will get it, because there's such a front line for him to auto freely in the back, as we saw in that Drake fight, that he just does a bunch of damage with hyper procs, is difficult to kill in general, and if you focus him down, then you're losing the fight, because there's so much damage elsewhere. But if you don't focus him down, he will be an unkillable Meganar, as you said, so he's going to have such insane value this game with the front line he has. And who could stop him? I mean, look at the build here for Chunny. He's not going to break through that extra armor.
Yeah.
And the Ari we've talked about to death, like this is such a utility build for her. Going into Shadow Flame, very hopeful, unfortunately, at this point in time.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting. See the value of that. Meanwhile, his counterpart Lava did go for a very AP-based earlier Shadow Flame second after the Ludens. And it kind of makes sense because not a single person on the side of Homolife Esports has any magic resist, not even a Merc Treads through the 5 of them. So definitely going to be shredding some people down, as this will be a free Drake. Brian just going to pick this one up, get soul points.
Yeah, this is the 5 minutes of time we were talking about that was bought because they got the Drake. And that's consolation, but doesn't feel good. But at least you are not going to be forced to take this team fight and lose the game here. You can hope for a mistake later on. And with the timing of the Baron spawner, there's no trade angle here. Your side laning is not great with this, unfortunately, very far behind Gangplank, who's 1 and 3, and Karis, who doesn't have enough AP to even threaten turrets. And they got so many turrets early as well. There's just not even any turret gold to pick up. Like, you're going deep on an inhibitor turret bottom or inners in top and mid if you're trying to get any value there. And Frederick Brianna is just going to punish you. So there's, as Homolife, you basically have no chances to make any proactive plays.
No objective bounties for them to steal. Feels bad, man. That's, yeah, kind of just feels like they're just going to have to sit and wait for Frederick Brian to overstep their bounds. But again, Frederick Brian have been playing this very cleanly. I mean, there's only 1 kill from Homolife Esports, and that was the trade of kills when Morgan dived to turret. Other than that, there has been 0. So, think of that what you will, as we're going to see, a little bit of setup here onto Delight, but it's really about the Lava angle as he's going to find it. Umpty doesn't find a great engage. Curse of the Zap Mummy's pretty good, but here comes Morgan into that backline, and he can take a true beating. Will not go down, although they will trade it here onto the Lissandra, and Frederick Brian's engaged this time around. Not very clean.
Yeah.
Homolife Esports able to pick up 2-1.
And you mentioned it. They're just waiting for a mistake, waiting for an overextension. This fight is very poor from Frederick Brian, and it's at the worst possible time. It's as Baron is spawning, they give over control, and this means that Homolife Esports are going to be able to pick up significant gold on the map. Now, teleport comes through. They want to contest. Draven alive is ultless.
Oh, they don't really have any damage, even with
the Callista, yeah.
Yeah, as the flash comes in, and Henna dodges both and flashes out of both. And just gets the 1 auto, cashes out again.
Wow.
Will this Draven, and immediately shuts that down.
Well, we were pretty hopeful, or at least I was, that Homolife was going to be able to secure this Baron and come over here and just have enough damage. I mean, it's only 2 items on the Callista. It's Rage Blade and Immortal Shield Bow, and she's level 13. Guess there's just not enough scaling in that at this moment in time to really burst this one down. And with a level 16 Gnar and a Draven coming over there, let's go back to this fight as Delight is charmed and zoned away, so when the engage from the Lissandra comes through, he can't actually follow up. It's Umpty who does. The Curse of the Sad Mummy, like you mentioned, is so perfect for the peel. And Morgan is just front to back here when he goes in. And yeah, he's tanky, but he doesn't have any more CC. It was all front-loaded. The Leona was out of position. The charm was massive from Karis there to keep Leona at bay. And then, yeah, level 16 Gnar. Henna is level 15. Dodges both of these.
Oh, the fadeaway, too.
It was so sick.
Really beautiful stuff from the Draven Henna here.
If he gets hit, it's still tough for Hanwha there, but maybe they would have had a fighting chance. But he was not. So we're back to square one here where Frederick Brian are waiting for the Soul Drake to spawn. This Baron buff is going to help them just have ultimate prio on the map.
And as Frederick Brian, we said it was a mistake to engage there. It was definitely nicely handled from Homolife Esports, right? There was immediate stasis out of Karis, who had the Zhonya's, plus the perfect zoning Curse the Sad Mummy ultimate, and then follow-up Zhonya's from Vista and Fate's Call and stuff like that. What you can do is just go to the Baron and threaten it, and then your turn is like 10 out of 10 with this composition, and that probably would have been better, but
yeah.
Either way, they were able to stop the Baron attempt from Homolife Esports. And now Frederick Brian are the ones that pick up the Baron and are looking to push this one in. Will pick up a first inhibitor turret. As you see, Morgan will be solo down on the bottom side. just looking to push the bottom side himself.
Pushing this really hard, 40 seconds to go. Timing of this is perfect for Fredit Brion. Inhibitor nearly down.
Okay, trying to get on top of Henna here as he is going to be Fate's Called and Demumu'd and Charmed. So yes, that engage will work out very nicely for the side of Hololive Esports. And now a couple of them are stuck inside the base. As Morgan is trying to hop out, takes about forever for him to go down, but it does not matter. Lava just going to flash away here. And yeah, Fredit Brion, you know.
Defensive engages are working out. Okay.
Yeah, he has Zonias, so he will be fine. Never mind.
Yeah, Lava also still has Zonias, and that was Vista, a little bit of a head scratcher there, but they will stop Soul Point. This time there isn't going to be a Draven and Nar walking over to be like, all right, you guys won the fight, but we'll get the objective. But this was once again just, they're trying to get this last shot, and they secure it. Like, as you can see, the last shot does come through the cannon.
Yeah.
But that's what this is literally all about, is can we get that final shot on the inhibitor? And they stay way too long. There's no setup for heal here. Look at where Lava is, of course, just not able to do anything. Uses his claw also as if he was hoping to turn that. And since it is maxed out at this point, he's level 17, he could still use it the second time and get away. But I was very concerned because we weren't looking at the numbers there. And then he just blows up the as he fades away.
Lava has insane damage right now.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he's nearly full build.
Yeah, he's picked up a Void Staff, which I don't know about that purchase, to be honest, just because, as I mentioned before, there's basically no MR. But there are a couple of Cloud Drakes, so I guess, and also, finally, Vista is picking up some, so
Yeah.
yes. But I would have rather to see either more utility or just a death cap probably would
This
have been better.
Horizon focus for the Ahri, you know, was a pretty big spike for her, too, in terms of her damage output, actually. As Delight's got a flank, but might actually cost him.
Yeah, who's flanking who here? Not even able to proc the Glacial Augment, finally gets that off, but yeah, he's just gonna die.
This is starting to become a very real comeback possibility here for Hololive. Fredit Brion really tossing their advantages away, overextending the first time there in mid lane, a second time, and now, you know, Delight looking for a flank angle to win a team fight to just end the game. But, you know, you don't have that Mountain Soul. You don't have the rest of your team there. Your opponent has very nice setup, single target CC and burst. So even a Leona isn't going to be safe if she gets charmed like that. Right as Horizon Focus comes online, they have all that extra damage. And Delight is just chain CC to death. Even Flash isn't going to save him in this scenario.
Yeah.
He's able to hold on to that one.
And, you know, I'm glad both of our supports here are really going into the Valdez meta of let's pick up a stopwatch and then pick up a Zhonya's, and it is going to provide a lot of value, but it does mean that for now, you're not as tanky as maybe you would normally be, so try not to get randomly out of position and picked by yourself 1v5.
And now look at, you know, we were talking about 2 items ago. Okay, if this goes 40 minutes, you know, the Callista starts to become a real threat again. Well, you know, we're 7 minutes away from that. She has 2 more items. She has Runins. She has a GA. And front to backing is a real possibility now that Ahri has some additional damage with that Horizon focus. This is no longer Fredit Brion's game to control as they will. They need to have a clean team fight here. Everyone needs to be on the same page. No one can get picked. And this composition that they're playing doesn't have to rely on flanks, but the way they are playing it, they're acting as if it does. I think they can still just front to back here, play reactionarily. If you try to flank and Ahri catches you, you turn the fight into a 4v5.
Got him. Stop that back there.
Yeah, but nobody's got any side lane pressure, so it's not too significant at this moment in time.
Morgan did steal a red buff, so he's got that going for him.
Baron is going to be started here, I think, for Fredit Brion, and Hololive Esports. Oh, that's a misclick.
That is huge.
That is massive. Well, I mean, they don't know, I guess, at this point in time, so that's a good thing. But Hololive Esports coming over here. They need to contest around this choke point.
Vi spotted. And they're just going to go forward anyway. As they know they're getting flanked, they're just trying to get on top of Henna here. As that is a massive barrel into that front line. Hololive Esports are going to pick up this fight win. As Morgan now is trying to kite this one out. And again, takes him forever to go down. But He's actually buying a lot of time here. This is kind of insane now with the Sterix even procced as he is finally going to go down.
His GA.
His GA.
Yeah, and Sterix goes down. Buys a ton of time, but he's now GA-less. And 55 seconds until the third mountain for Hanwha Esports. Those are starting to stack up here. And once again, Fred Brion just forcing these fights without real control. The Fate's call value was insane from Chunny and Vista there. Let's watch this happen one more time. Like Lava set up for flank angle with Vi on the other side. They want a sandwich here. Look at the turn. Dudu instantly out. Chunny's like, Vista, get in there. And then immediate explosion of the barrel damage there. And that's just a deletion of one member of Hanwha Life who basically offered themselves up into this fight. This Gnar also, without an R-bar here, Fate's call is massive. The barrel chain from so far away as he survives. And front to backing is definitely an option for Fred Brion. They are not considering, I think, when they need to be a lot more.
Okay, well, a pretty interesting moment here where Hanwha Life kind of on backs. They might just give up Mountain Soul, but here comes On Fleek. The damage is pretty huge, though, as that is going to go the way of Fred Brion. So trying not to make this free is Hanwha Life Esports. The cannon barrage comes down, and Morgan is not here, but the kiting is pretty good. That is another massive barrel, this time into Lava, but everything seems to be missing him. As into the backline comes Karis, he gets the charm onto the Draven. There goes your scaling on the side of Fred Brion. He's got a GA, but immediately goes down. And now Chunny's just hopping around the fight. Dudu's still alive. And that's just going to be 4 kills to the side of Hanwha Life Esports. They can push and end this game.
Oh, man, what a toss away here for this one for Fred Brion. They could not have been more in the lead. 7,000 gold ahead. They had a Baron control. They were setting up to take Mountain Soul. They end up losing the soul but win the fight, and then they just take so many weird flank engages where the team is not all there, not all set up, not the friendship, not the coordination we are used to seeing from Fred Brion with a comp like this, and they just get slapped down in the late game.
Absolutely, the crit flank eventually comes online and takes lives as Dudu 10 kills by the end of this one. That is going to be Hanwha Life Esports picking up game number 1. As Dudu, you see him have a bit of a sigh. Wasn't the cleanest early game from him on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, but eventually he was able to carry them on his back.
This is why we as casters say, well, the team just has to hope for a mistake. Team has to hope for an overextension. Team has to hope for one big error, and there is a chance, because this is the 1 in a million game where actually they are given a mistake, they're given a chance, they win a team fight, it happens again. Kalista gets 4 items, Gangplank finishes his build, and suddenly you can have a crazy barrel chain that ends the game. And if you never give up, if you play passively, you hold on to that extra 5 minutes that Drake bought, you set up for defensive engages, you know your compositions, win conditions, a team like Fred Brion might just toss it all away. Too far ahead to lose was basically the MO. We're just going to flank, we're going to force these fights. We have too many items, our wallets are too heavy. Not heavy enough this time around. What a comeback. Look at the gold graph.
Yeah, 29 minutes was the turnaround, maybe 30 there, and then eventually we just went all the way up. And Dudu did 35,000 damage in a 36-minute game. Kind of insane. And yeah, I think that was a comp that you were just not really allowed to make too many mistakes against. Take a look at the damage from Henna by the end of the game. Like, it looked like he did so much in the early game, but eventually he was just not really a factor in this one.
If the enemy team has great single target blow up and an Ahri, probably don't flank, because they could kill you in 5v4 right afterwards.
And that is exactly what they did. Guys, that was game number 1. We are going to a break, and then the carpet space. We will be back after that.
노플 노정아야.
아이 끝났어. 네, 큐콜 좀만 걸어. 큐콜
천천히
좀만 걸어.
얘들아 천천히.
나 살짝 몰고.
칼리고 이거 리산 공도 끝났어. 리산 공도 썼어.
나 큐 한 번 더.
리산 공도 썼어. 위에 쫄봐.
드리블
그래,
맞아.
오케이. 대본 좋았고.
나 왔어.
대본 마무리.
대본 좋았고.
나를.
아래.
나를 도망갔어. 나를.
미드.
아리 집 끊을 수 있나?
미드.
미드 가야 돼. 나도 못 가고.
일라운드 대결을 저희가 시작을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이름하여 겹바 닥투스 이어 말하기
그렇습니다. 리그 오브 레전드와 관련된 단어를 저희 MC가 먼저 말을 하면 선수들은 3초 안에 뒤에 이어질 단어를 말하면 됩니다.
자리 그래서 편하게 지금 네. 자, 광동 프레스는 그대로 갑니까?
자, 그대로.
아, 오케이.
선택권이 먼저 할지 나중에 할지를 정할 수가 있거든요.
저기 먼저.
저
오케이.
먼저 하겠다. 자, 그러면은 지금부터 DRX부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 이거
네.
챔피언 스킬이에요. 화려한
등장.
정답. 처음으로 맞췄어요. 자, 공호
자, 광동 갑니다.
해롱
방울.
땡! 앙! 땡! 계열병? 너랑?
나랑.
땡! 쌍권총?
땡!
시공간? 땡! 사건의?
땡! 도와줘?
땡!
어렵네, 이거.
어떡하죠? 계속할까요?
리그 오브 레전드 아이템명입니다. 정확하게 공식 영어로 답변해 주셔야 돼요. 가보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
여신의
정답!
정답. 방출의 땡!
아닙니다.
네.
팡이 아닙니다.
자, 방출의 정답. 쓸데없이 정답. 사라진 정답. 거인의 허리띠 정답.
오, 이거 바로 갈 수 있겠는데요?
네, 자, 신록의 정답.
한 번에 끝났습니다. 광동 프리스. 첫 번째 카테고리 아이템 퀴즈는 광동 프리스가 승리를 가져가면서 1등으로 앞서 나가게 됐고
네, 자, 두 번째 퀴즈로는 저희가 이제 인물 관련된 걸 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
이거는 좀 이제 다소 쉬울 수 있기 때문에 저희가 왕복으로
자, DRX부터 가도록 할게요. 문제 주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
하나, 둘, 셋. 네.
아, 네.
건이 형이야?
자, 아직도 정답 모르겠어요?
바로 광동으로 가보도록 할게요.
광동 첫 번째 문제 주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
정답.
네,
정답입니다.
내용입니다.
네. 테디. 하나,
정답.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
하나, 정답.
페이트.
정답. 오, 이제 두 번밖에 안
자,
남았어요.
남았어요.
자, 엘립. 정답. 자, 표시 다 이제 마지막 긴 선수만 맞히면 또 승리하는 거예요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 정답입니다. 아, 감독이 다시 한번 인물 퀴즈까지 승리를 가져가면서 2대 0으로 승리를 가져갑니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 첫 번째 이어 말하기는 광동 프리스가 승리했습니다. 축하합니다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was Fred at Brion deciding that they'd prefer to reverse sweep GigaChad.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah. Talk about a draft first, because there actually were two drafts that I think were pretty interesting here. We don't see any of the Zeri priority that has been the case in many of the other matchups because the early Kalista priority is there. And Fred and Brian, I think, make the right call not to then just pick Zeri and accept their loss because we've seen that happen a lot.
Yep.
Draven has been a pick that is very, very successful into the Kalista in terms of lane, and most notably can skill really well off of like mid-game skirmishes, and they have a great comp for that. Fred and Brian's comp, it's exactly what we'd like to see from them. Very straightforward, play aggressive, mid-game team fights, so much power when you get onto the enemy backline. But then they get the lead that they need to, and then you look at the Hanwha comp, and the late game is subjugate and crit blank. That's it. And it doesn't sound very enticing. I don't think the mid-jungle 2v2 is great, and I think overall Fred and Brian have a really nice comp here if you can just win in mid-game, and they did, until they didn't.
Yeah, this was, look, I think Humble Life Esports, they have a baseball team, and it's been Fred at Brion studying the Humble Life Esports baseball team, because it was definitely a throw here for Fred at Brion. Let's get into our first highlight, though, and really go over what made Fred at Brion's composition tick in this early to mid game.
Because here you see how powerful this comp can be. Lava, who still had a stunning game. Just want to highlight that.
Yeah.
Even though the team wasn't able to win. And same for Delight. I think those two players were, barring the time that Delight got catched, really the highlights of Fred and Brian. And they were the reason why they got these big leads. Is because in mid-game, there is no damage yet. Kalista's behind, so she's not really a champion. And because of how incredibly strong the base damages still are and how much CC there's available, if you get onto the enemy backline immediately, like you just win the fights. And then that should be enough to win you the game. You get to 3 Drakes stacked, right? You pick up a couple of Barons, you have the base cracked open, and disaster strikes.
It does. It struck in the form of a Draven that built items that don't necessarily make his damage do more damage after getting a 3k cash in. That was unfortunate. But then also said Draven getting caught out of position, never doing any damage in a team fight, the entire front line of Fred and Brian being wiped out, and a Gangplank picking up how many kills?
I think 10 in the end.
Yeah, it was a lot. And you mentioned the fact that he is then the ranged DPS. We saw that with the gigantic barrels. And let's get into our final highlight here, which really was the nail in the coffin.
And this is where the game ends. And it was, in my opinion, a double effort, as again, a wonderful Amumu game here. And Hannah, especially without summoners, he can't die first. Like, we've reached at this point in the game where the base damages are not enough anymore, right? Like, it's nice if you get a big Gnar, which doesn't actually happen. But Fred and Brian has a very lackluster fight here where Morgan isn't mega, Hannah gets immediately deleted, and they still are forced to opt into it, even with Vista dying here, which looks a little silly. And again, Lava, really nice last second ult as he gets out. But from this point on, multiple kills picked up for the Gangplank. He finishes his IE, and from that point onward, you are actually, even though you look at the Kalista and the Ahri and they're kind of underwhelming, like just by the virtue of Crit Blank and Hannah getting caught by great engages from Vista with the Fate's Call in like any subsequent fight, as well as the pillars from Fleek. Like, he wasn't very flashy, but he pillared when he needed to, and if you kill that Draven immediately, it's really just Lysandra doesn't do enough. And you have Crit Blank on Navori Quick Blades damage, which that'll get you there.
Sometimes you just decide that you want to build a 6th item Quick Blades because honestly, he could have built almost any item.
It's actually really good.
And it's also
it really is.
Yeah. But you just may as, like, he was so huge and he had no right to be that huge either. Also picked up another solo kill in this game. It was the only kill that they had, moving towards that final idea of a push for Fred and Brian before they fell extraordinarily far behind. So I think he's up to 10 now, which is pretty insane. Let's have a look at who picks up the player of the game here. It will be Dudu. 10, 4, and 7 on the Gangplank, and went up to 962 DPM in the end, almost 50% of the team's damage.
And I'm hoping for some Vista shoutouts, because a lot of these moments you're also going to see wonderful engages. Chani also unironically playing the Kalista well in the later stages of the
Yeah.
game, being much more of a supportive pick, and it's more about enabling his support. But this is we didn't pick this as the highlight because we knew this was coming.
Yeah.
And the reason why this was possible is again because of the we only showed one of them, but it was another fight where Fred Brian just kind of threw a bunch of people into the entirety of Hanwha Life. Just didn't really come together with a comp like that. You need to close it out very cleanly. They had every opportunity to. No Vizsla shoutouts, which I get it. I sold the damage as well.
Yeah, sometimes barrels go boom boom, and that is going to get the POG votes. Dudu, an absolutely well-deserved one, though. Absolutely saved
Agreed.
the game for Hanwha Life Esports, and guess what? It's now time for game number 2. The time where Hanwha Life Esports thrive. Let's see whether they can bring it home in this next one. Here are the casters.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, we do have a game number 2, Hanwha Life Esports, known at least in the first round for taking a lot of game number 2s. A little bit less here in round 2. And like you guys did highlight, and as we did as well, Fred Brian, they were very far ahead. They were able to secure a very nice lead for themselves, and then it kind of just all slipped away.
Yeah. We have a lot of doo-doo.
It's me.
It's him. There he is. And he got POG 13 out of 13. Unanimous. I mean, it wasn't just that one barrel chain, which was also helpful, helped by the setup there from Chunny and Vista, but just how much damage in the late game, how he stabilized after what was a fairly rocky early game for him, where he was trading split gold, whereas his lane opponent was getting all the money on the top side. Fred Brian will pick blue side, surprisingly to no one. And I expect the drafts to be very different this time because I don't think Kalista will be let through, or it would be picked up by Fred Brian and things will look very different because they pick it up. But I think that we'll see Hanwha Life ban it, as it is very strong right now. The game was not about that at all, but I do think the draft will actually change in that direction. I don't think we're going to see Gangplank first ban, because as much damage as he did, it was really just some coordination problems that allowed us to get to a game state where that was happening.
This is a meme from the Hanwha Life baseball team, the Eagles, where it's just they sing a song where they say, yes, we're happy, and it's generally when they're losing. So, I mean, they're winning, so you should be happy. At least they did win in game number 1. Fred Brian is going to start here on blue, and Kalista is the first ban.
It, actually, yeah, on blue side here. Fishing perhaps for a Zeri first pick. See if they ban Draven also. Be the Azir first, and Ryze was banned away from Lava both times. Pretty good Ryze player, and does kind of make you worry about a Sylas pick if that Ryze isn't available. Yumi's gone. I wonder, if Fred Brian would be willing to first pick the Zeri here. We might have a Zeri Sivir game on our hands, which is something we talked about before this this series, is how that's kind of more of a handshake now. Didn't happen in game 1. Do like this Ahri ban quite a bit. Was very impactful in some of those mid-game fights. I was kind of shocked he didn't pick up any POG votes, to be honest, because a lot of the survival that Hanwha Life had and the wins there came from good charms and turns.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why you go for that utility build as Ahri, because you're almost impossible to kill. Because you have Everfrost to slow them down, you have Zhonya's to survive, you have a million dashes, etc., etc. Now Talia is going to be coming out here as the ban.
Yeah, so we have the trinity, right, of AD carries, the Zeri, the Lucian, and the Sivir, all available. Now, Poppy here says, I'm going to be able to add an impact to this high octane bottom lane. We just don't know which side Fred Brian is on just yet. Are they on the passive side or are they on the aggressive side? With the Lucian hover here for Hanwha Life, looks like more on the passive side, as Lucian can come through here with an early jungle pickup, and they can of course lock in the Nami later on. No pivot. It'll be really interesting to see if Fred Brian are willing to play the Aphelios actually into this with the Poppy support they have in the jungle.
Aphelios Renata?
Yeah, I actually would prefer that. I would prefer that to the Zeri lane. I don't like the potential of this game getting really off the rails early. one or the other. But guess what? We don't always get what we want here at the LCK. It will be that passive Zeri Nautilus, difficult to dive. These 3 champions, so Zeri is getting to a mid-game with 2 items with no hiccups. That is what this draft is designed to say. We'll see if it comes true in reality.
Yeah, because it will come down to the execution of the bottom lane as well. And let's see, we're looking at OnFleek's pick here.
Yeah, Vi or Trundle here, I think.
Silas.
Silas with the Rise ban, they actually prioritize that instead. So we'll lose some jungle power here in the second ban phase, but get an insanely strong pick here otherwise. Not in terms of the ultimates per se right now, but it discourages a lot of strong picks like the Gnar as well.
And where are we seeing Karus really pop off but on a pick like Akali, right? I think that's his most famous play in the LCK. Silas play is pretty good as well. He was known for his Azir in the past, but that's kind of a different chapter. But yeah, I think he can be a fantastic Silas player himself. He has the ability to knock people out. Obviously, the depth charge as well is very nice from the Nautilus. Just to handle the Zeri in team fights.
I'm curious whether Frederick will give OnFleek the Vi or the Trundle. The Vi seems a little bit more common for Hanwha Life, you know, and we talked about it last game as something that it's an east side flavor thing, as we'll see Zoe taken away interestingly here. Will be the Vi they're given. The Trundle, I think, is stronger into the Poppy in the early parts and can, just with really strong level 3 ganks, sometimes set up Lucian Nami to have success and get some picks. It's been less common these days now that Nautilus is the new support for Zeri since Yuumi is permabanned. They'll get Gnar and Silas here and can wait for a little bit of additional information before they lock in their jungle pick. Gnar is such a safe blind pick champion right now in this meta.
Gwen's available, they're going to go for that alongside of Victor, almost just instantly picked up by Frederick.
It's been a common response to the Silas, especially when the Azir is gone. Even though Azir has a terrible win rate into the Silas, people keep picking it for, you know, some first striker conqueror value in the lane and obviously some power in mid game. But Victor is better in the lane and has a really nice front line actually this game around. As Skarner will be the choice instead of the Vi we were talking about. Not going to be as impactful pre-6. And I think this means that they're kind of just handshaking away. Zeri having a free lane on the bottom side feels pretty good for Frederick when you have a Gwen and Victor on top of that. As with Poppy on the map, Umpty should be able to stop OnFleek from doing anything in the early game. So I actually like Frederick comp a lot better here once again, just like in game 1.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You have so many damage threats. It's kind of insane. You have a very nice engage core with the Poppy and the Nautilus. And just ways to kind of sit on your hands, not get too far behind. As you already mentioned, the power in the bottom lane of Hanwha Life is kind of taken away with the Skarner pick. We've seen even Peanut struggle to find angles with the Skarner, even in the match yesterday against Damwon Kia. It is a pretty common recent response to the Poppy.
Yeah.
As, you know, if she keepers verdicts you away, you just impale at the same time, and then both of you go, and then your team can turn and stuff like that.
And a lot of the time, the Poppy team is more reliant on the Poppy than the Skarner team is reliant on the Skarner to be in those fights. But I really think that it's going to be difficult to get a priority target as Skarner here. The 2 targets you really want to get are going to be the Victor or the Zeri. And if you grab either of those, it's probably because Frederick made a huge mistake in positioning. She didn't know. She was just trying to get back to her seat. It's okay. And if you grab the Gwen, it can cause a lot of problems for you, actually. It can be a disaster. We have seen sometimes getting the Gwen and picking the Gwen before a team fight ends up being pretty nice for you, but generally speaking, you grab a Gwen, she's like, cool, that's exactly where I want to be. So, you know, not a whole lot of great Skarner Impale targets here. I mean, there are 2 that you shouldn't be able to get, you would love to get. I don't know if OnFleek's going to find those opportunities.
Yeah, they do have an insane amount of burst damage, so we'll see if maybe after the Impale they can just kill whoever it is, but we'll have to wait and see, guys. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 2.
It is a full house for number 9 versus number 10.
Yep.
Just want to point out the alive nature of our game. just want to say, you know, Hanwha versus Frederick Brion, no empty seats.
Yeah. I think that it's a great culture we have where even the bottom teams have some good following and some fan support, a lot of fan support, but also I think it's partially because just being in Lal Park is a fun experience. You know, if you've never been here, doesn't really matter, you know, especially if you're not a specific fan of any team, you can just come down, enjoy any games. Even outside of the arena itself, there's a lot to do.
Yeah, you can buy jerseys from other teams even if they aren't playing, you know, and you can grab a coffee. There's kind of a meta of people who fail to get tickets but come and watch the games on their tablets, just like in the opening. You know, I think it was like a 2017 or 2018 game that was shown on the tablet there in the opening video. But they hang out in the cafe right next to the arena and then meet their friends who were lucky enough to get a ticket afterwards and hang out with them. Or they go to the cafe if they're in the second series and they just wait there for their series to happen. You know, there might be some people out there right now just waiting for that Live Sandbox KT series later on. So you get to meet new people and hang out and talk about League of Legends, grab a coffee. There's also a lot of, like, I don't know what to call them, except like exhibits here where you could see some of the LCK history. It's a really fun place to come down to. Even if you don't have a ticket, you know, good luck getting one. Like I said, this one's full.
Oh boy. Well, this is bait out of the side of Frederick Brion as Umpty is down here at level 2. Chani will be punished for his aggression. Not going to get on in there. Loses both summoners, as does Henna. But of course, the kill will go over to the side of Frederick Brion.
Yeah, as long as you see, you know, blood in the water, you feel like you're going to be able to make this all-in work. Level 2 is one of the strongest moments, of course, for Illusion Nami lane into Zeri Nautilus. And if you don't get caught by the Nautilus hook, if you don't get rooted, if you have that sweet spot of damage, you do win that all-in. But as you mentioned, it was a bait. He gets punished, will be summonerless, and will lose a significant amount of power in this lane now. Henna's going to grab a second longsword. And it's not going to be a huge CS lead or anything like that, but it is going to be, I don't know, I don't want to call it free, but you feel very good about the amount of pressure that is relieved now. It's obviously a trade of summoners across the board, so it's, you know, Henna's going to have to be careful, but the biggest danger is kind of gone now.
Yeah. So the jungle pathing here, Umpty actually going to scan out that ward that was spotting him doing the blue. Onfleek was initially doing this and trying to steal this with the early pressure on the bottom side. Umpty actually treating this with a lot of respect. He's like, no, I'm just not going to go for the blue right now. There's priority in the top side for Hama Life, so yeah, I'll just take the wolves first. Don't necessarily need this blue at this moment in time.
Yeah, when you pick up 400 gold of first blood, you know, you've got some money in your pocket. That was a very near miss on that hook for Delight. That could have been the moment where this lane actually ends. With no flash available for Chani. Does not connect, however.
Yeah. We, during the break, we asked the manager, so what does Brion mean?
Yeah, I was going to bring this up too. I'm glad you and I are on the same page here. Yeah, so go on, tell the story.
Yeah, so we asked him, and he's like, oh, well, you know, it's based on the company. They are from Italy, and apparently Brion is an Italian word. So
then Valdez looked up, he did Italian to English on Google Translate, and the English word, so in English for Brion, if you put Italian in, is Brion.
Yeah.
So then I searched what the definition of Brion was in English, and it came up with the Celtic name, which is basically the Celtic name for Brian, which means brave or virtuous. So Frederick Brion is basically real. It's Frederick Brion.
Yes. There you go.
But that was the Celtic one. We still haven't found the real Italian meaning yet. So I feel like the mystery is still somewhat unsolved. Like, I'm going to leave this case open.
Yeah.
I'm not the cop who's like, no, it's case closed, Wolf. Like,
yeah. No,
stop asking questions. The press are going to find out. No, I'm keeping the case open. I'm not calling this one over till it's really over.
Yeah, we don't know the true we don't know the true answer to this one, guys. And perhaps we never will.
Yeah. I'm going to have the Frederick Brion file on my desk
Unsolved
forever.
Mysteries.
Unsolved Mysteries of the LCK.
Yep.
Well, I thought that was going to be a lot more filler time. I thought we were going to be like going into
we solved that
Herald.
case real quick.
Yeah, I thought we were going into Herald after we filled time with that one, but nope.
Yeah. It's Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should reach out to them on Twitter. Maybe they would know.
Yeah, someone will get there. So there are a few theories on Twitter. None of them are very good, unfortunately. But I mean, not they were bad. They just weren't conclusive, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Victor going to put a lot of pressure on in this lane early. You know, range advantage and death ray, very nice. As once again, you see this hover of the jungle, but pre-6 on Fleek isn't going to be able to do too much besides a very small slow. I'm not the biggest fan of Skarner when you're looking at a Zeri versus Lucian type scenario because he's very useless there. Now, as you mentioned, with the burst damage, useful on other places.
Okay, we have this Keeper's Verdict stolen, but Karis just not going to elect to use it just yet. Waits for the Skarner to come over, and that just leads to his death instead. Lava just going to pick up the kill.
Skarner's still not level 6, by the way. He wanted to bait this into a kill when his jungler didn't have the ultimate he needed to actually secure that, so that's really unfortunate. Didn't flash either. For anyone who's doubting that he was trying to bait that.
He's saving it for the next Skarner play, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like, Skarner is strong. Like I was gonna get into until this happened. Like you mentioned right after the draft, at blowing up somebody, even the Gwen potentially, with all the burst damage that Lucian's gonna have later on.
And the
Silas and Tidal Wave is some additional CEC. Like it's very good at that point of the game. But in this early part, probably want to just flash away or Keeper's Verdict there because he's not gonna save you.
Yeah. He did end up Keeper's Verdicting and then just dying, but that's neither here nor there. Zonfleet still looking for level 6. He was going for another invade there. His counterpart Umpty also not level 6. His farm route, if you will, in quotes, as a Poppy. Just a little bit delayed because he did go for the early gank in the bottom side, but getting some XP from that, of course.
Yeah, and Onfleek has been kind of harassing him in the jungle, and we did see that tussle around the blue buff and stuff like that. It's just kind of slowed him down a little bit in general. So Herald is going to be started up here first for Hanwha Life. There's no Gwen here. Morgan doesn't have teleport, so I think this is a pretty realistic start. They will need to, of course, bring Chani over. He's already in position, can catch some mid waves. Let's see what Henna can get done down here. I think he's just going to get one plate, but it'll be solo gold going over to him. So still feels pretty good as Delight and Umpty are trying to intercept Chani to come down and defend. So he might actually be able to get two. I really love this. So not only you know, does Lucian lose some farm here, but won't be able to stop Henna from getting extra value. That's how you give a Herald.
Yeah. You put pressure on the opposite side of the map. Who could have thunk it? Instead of just randomly rotating your AD carry up to mid lane and then back down to bottom lane. So, yeah, it's very nice. And take a look at the levels here as well. Henna was up 2 levels on Chani, who is definitely behind on XP after his little expedition. And yeah, at the end of the day, he's not going to go down, but take a look at the difference in gold.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because I think Hanwha Life made the right call to send Chani towards mid lane because without him taking this fight is somewhat risky, and, you know, he could still farm mid. But when they made the hard call, as we're going to go all the way back to this is a real tragedy. As notice where Skarner is right now. Onfleek is rotating over. Keeper's Verdict used. He's just killed anyways. Onfleek can't do anything to help him. But, you know, he's trying to farm, of course, mid and then be in the vicinity. But when Zeri just instantly pushes the turret, you have to go down. Then you're like, ooh, don't know where Nautilus is. You know, don't know where Umpty is. So you're kind of in this lose-lose situation. I think it was more of a great call from Frederick Brion than a mistake from Chani. Because I think, you know, what they were trying to set up with Lucian was still a good idea in theory that's got outplayed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just great to leave your Zeri alone and get those plates. Great response here as Lava is going to go for a very early crown. Doesn't buy anything else, no boots. Just sitting on that. Maybe have the free boots, as he did go first strike, but he does have a kill, so probably soon, as Dudu is getting on in there. Some of the trades, you see that he is keeping up in farm against this Gwen.
Yeah.
Totally fine up in that top lane, where the 2 laners have not had too much action.
The, about 1.25 or so level lead that Henna has here is just over a level ahead. Is pretty significant because he's occasionally 2 levels up, and he's got a lot of power in that bottom lane. And unfortunately, the Lucian angle there is kind of missed. Now, it doesn't mean that it's unplayable here for Chunny, because in these upcoming Drake fights, he's going to be invaluable, especially once we start tussling around mid-prio and stuff like that, because Gale Force is going to be a bigger spike for him than the Immortal Shield Bow for Henna, since, he can use it as an additional gap closer. It's a lot of extra burst damage for him, and the champion works that way, whereas Zeri is more sustained damage. Once she gets her Phantom Dancer, she can look for a big team fight, and then it's the Infinity Edge that allows her to poke. We've seen this so many times. So it's still okay here, and they're going to lane swap. Dudu comes down here instantly. Of course, Henna realizes, okay, well, we're going mid. Shani's going to get some extra freedom up here, but it shouldn't lead to any plate value or anything like that. It's just Chani saying, I want to farm where it's safer.
Yeah.
And obviously trying to defend those plates bottom side.
He will. At the end of the day, though, you see that really hurting for gold here is Hama Life Esports down 2,000 already. And I believe that they do have this Rift Herald, so this will be one way to try to catch up. You see that On Fleek is hanging around the top side. This is nearly timing out, so it's probably going to be forced to drop it in the top lane regardless, but not going to be a very strong drop. As you can see, they're actually being bullied entirely out of this top lane, so he might just have to go mid and drop it immediately.
Yeah, Fred Brion just having a really good read. The second they see the Gnar, they're like, oh, we're just going to all rotate top.
Gotta drop it.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, it did not get interrupted, though.
Yep, so it's still going to drop, but not going to be very high value here. It might actually force an awkward team fight that Hana Life is not prepared to take. Dudu is not here.
Yeah, they're forcing this so hard. The tidal wave does come out, and yeah, the Zeri does get bopped away, but no charge. An extra kill to the Victor. And Dudu's, he's just hanging out. He's getting some plates, I guess, but his team, meanwhile, is not in a very good spot.
Yeah, this is going to be second Drake going over to Frederick Brion. This is a composition for Hana Life where, yes, they got first Herald, but got nothing out of it because the bottom side went so poorly for them. They can't make a top side play because Frederick Brion, as soon as they see the Gnar, they know exactly what's happening. Oh, you guys are trying to make a Herald play up here. We have the better 3v3 in this exchange. Without your Gnar, you can't fight us here. Hana Life are pushed away. Then they force a fight in the mid lane to try to get value out of Herald because they're like, we can't just keep giving stuff up here. But unfortunately, as a result, you end up losing your Skarner here. The engage is way better for Frederick Brion. You're trying to force this Herald that is just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And now you've given over Drake for free too. So this backfires big time. But like you said, it's timing out. You have very limited options here. Your mid laner's already behind because of that gank that happened early on.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a bigger throw than what we saw last game for Frederick Brion to lose control of this one.
Yeah,
at this point in time.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, man, these early games from Hama Life have been kind of abysmal. They have not been good, not in game 1, not in game 2. And it is becoming an issue. This time, they're down on the Drakes once again. Perhaps they can try to pull some back here, as it is Mountain Soul in this game as well. But it's not looking good for them at this moment in time. So Frederick Brion, I'm sure that this is kind of a comfortable place for them because they're like, well, we learned from game 1 what we shouldn't do when we're this far ahead, so let's give it a second try. And they're given, a very similar game state here in game 2.
And the biggest difference between the two is that it's Sylas versus Ahri, right, in the mid lane. And the Ahri was banned by them. The Ahri was the really big saving grace where they were trying to flank and they were trying to set up for big plays and explosive engages. And Karis just kept saying, no, the Sylas won't be able to do that the same way. They're grouped up better here for the Herald.
Yeah, some nice vision, by the way, also given by Extendo Beam outside of its ridiculous damage. As here comes the Keeper's Verdict. Goodbye to 2 of you. As now that is going to be Frederick Brion getting to work onto this Rift Herald. This is Mega Gnar about to time out as well. And Dudu's just going to back. So that is the power of Poppy sometimes, especially from ahead. It's not like the rest of the team could actually engage, especially because 2 of them were knocked away.
It just gives you so much power in these choke points, too. And Hana Life can't actually engage into there. Because Poppy will just knock them away. I think the only real course of action Hana Life could have gone for there would have been to tidal wave the choke and then try to burst down the Herald, but they don't have the damage to really do that at this point. Yeah, that's the Hanwha slogan. Not in this case, though.
They're not playing to their slogan.
No. I think that the timing of Frederick Brion's rotation is basically perfect because you're checkmated as Hanwha. You can neither focus down the Herald fast enough and try to set up a tidal wave choke point control. You can't Skarner ult the choke or you're going to end up with a disaster with the Keeper's Verdict. You can't fight into the choke because of the Keeper's Verdict. And with the lead that Frederick Brion have, they just don't care about Lucian having a Gale Force. He can't pick anybody. He can't threaten anybody. They have no vision control on the map. And, you know, Zeri is able to farm freely in the mid lane. Side lane's looking good. It's a 1-3-1 situation here for Frederick Brion. They're just waiting for these Drakes to spawn. It's the bro way. So elemental, this team.
Yes. It's looking pretty good, especially in the mid lane here. You see that Lava with a 1,200 gold lead at this point in time. And this is a moment where the crown can sometimes feel very oppressive. It's very easy to proc as a Lucian. Speaking of which, Chunny nearly dies. As the charge is going to come on in here, OnFleek looking for, okay, he is going to actually get this ultimate off, but the rest of the team not really in a place to do too much damage. They will just back away, but it's still a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Hanwha Life. However,
turret.
There is a big however here. Yes.
The turret does go down, and I think as Hanwha Life Esports, you're not happy about this because now the Zeri gets a little bit more power to push. I mean, it's a nice consolation prize because, again, realistically, Chunny's out of this fight, and they are able to get this pick essentially despite the fact that he's down at like 0 health. I mean, look at how low he goes and how little he does in this fight. It's just a really nice impale. Follow-up damage even without Lucian there is there. Like you were talking about, the Silas can do so much in these moments. Follow-up Everfrost can be so valuable in these exchanges.
Look at that! Look at the build as well from Delight. Just going straight Zhonya's. These guys have really bought into the Valdez tech, but I don't know. I mean, it does mean that when you get impaled, you just die. But Zhonya's pretty good for if you're in a position to get impaled, you just pop the Zhonya's, and then it's not really going to be an issue. You get your kind of combo engage off as the Nautilus, and then you just Zhonya's, and you're in a good spot.
It's like a Nautilus dies, but the team fight was won for Frederick Brion is what I really want to say because they get the turret, and if that fight was extended, Hanwha Life do not win it. They used everything on the Nautilus, and their carry is basically dead. He's flashless now, and they are grouped up for this Drake. They do not want to give over Soul Point, but they are not in a position to fight here.
Morgan is going to be spotted on the flank, and they are covering the top side this time as Umti is in the pit though. Keeper's Verdict comes out, and it is going to hit the Gnar, who was about to hit Mega. So that is just going to be a free Mountain Drake here to the side of Frederick Brion. Once again, the Poppy denies any chance at recourse for Hanwha Life.
That's what we call the Monka Mega Bar.
What?
Just gets sent out. Monka Mega. All right. Morgan down here by himself. Silas still has his Nautilus ult, but Morgan has his Mist, and they're collapsing. This could actually be a disastrous situation. They do retreat, leaving Karis to get the last parts of that turret. I was a little bit worried with both a Zeri and a Poppy coming over of how this could have gone. Karis had the Nautilus ult in that fight, but he was over the wall. He was waiting for the perfect engage. But that's the thing about Poppy is you just don't get to have those. She says, nah, I think you guys almost have an angle here. There's almost a way this goes wrong for us. I'll just kick somebody out, and then this is an unwinnable fight for you. And unfortunately, without having your Lucian with Flash, and he didn't have his ultimate either at the beginning of that fight to fight for neutral, it's just too risky for him to even trade and try to do some damage to this extremely tanky Poppy before the fight happens. So she just is at full health like, yeah, I'm sorry, this is, it says Frederick Brion on the Drake right there. That's our third of the game.
Definitely is. Lava's had some fun doing damage to a Silas in lane, who healed up the majority of it. Little rotation up to the top side here. There is a Baron spawning, but don't think either of these teams want to go for this just yet. There's a nice amount of damage just in general on the side of Frederick Brion, so if they do get supreme vision control, they could potentially try to go for it, but no reason to force it right now, especially without vision control. That is actually pretty heavily in Hanwha Life's favor at this point in time.
Yeah. See, the Zeri poke damage isn't really a threat just yet with the Phantom Dancer, but she does a lot of damage in team fights and is very mobile with this item.
Yeah.
So, you know, for Hanwha Life here, Rapid Fire Cannon is such a big spike for Lucian if he can hit that target, but as we've discussed many times since the drafting phase, Skarner's not going to get the Victor, and he's not going to get the Zeri. If he gets a Nautilus, You know, he's got stopwatch. Feels very good to actually just waste that ultimate on the support. And the side laning and the 1-3-1 is so good for Fredit Brion. They could just continue to get these 2 additional carries of the 3 they have this game farmed up, whereas Life really only have 2 halves of a carry with this Lucian that is not accelerated and a Sylas that's building utility. They're so reliant on their engage. And with a game state where you're this far behind and you don't have vision advantages, Fredit Brion could just 1-3-1 you and avoid those fights and get value elsewhere.
As we're just seeing a lot of, okay, another hit away this time, not nearly as valuable.
Yeah, not as
it almost felt like he was just doing it for fun. Didn't really do much. Maybe he was trying to secure the turret.
I think they were trying to secure the turret, but unfortunately there was no wave there, so
yeah,
it's not. Just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but
it looked cool. I mean, he hit another one.
Yeah,
he's got a 100% hit rate on the keeper's verdict so far.
He's going for his dead man's next. It's going to be Fast Poppy, as we call her colloquially. No, we don't. I just made that up. But she's going to be really fast, and she's going to once again be able to dictate the pace of this Drake that spawns in 90 seconds when that cooldown is back up. All flashes available here on the Rift, except for Morgan, who took Ghost, of course. But
yes,
Life are just in like a doomsday scenario because they can neither give this Drake up, which is Mountain Soul, massively important against Lucian, or like if they give it up, it's Mountain Soul. If they fight for it, they need to win a fight decisively, and they can't do that right now because the Zeri has 2 items. It's halfway to her Infinity Edge. With that BF Sword, you could see some extra damage coming through here on the poke. And Poppy is going to be there, untouchable, and can turn this into a 4v5 for Life, or even worse if she hits multiple. And I think Life might actually just want to try to somehow bait out a trade for objectives on Baron for this Drake. Maybe that's their best angle.
It's kind of what it looks like here as Delight engages onto the Skarner. OnFleek just going to flash away, gets an Impale onto Umpty of everyone, but that was just very desperate as Morgan here is just going to nuke people from very far away. That is what Gwen and Zeri can do, especially with the builds that Morgan is also going for here. Straight into more damage. So that, just right there, looks like a little skirmish, but that is going to be the Mountain Soul.
Yep, Mountain Soul. And for Life, you don't have a jungler. You don't have the damage to race for Baron. So notice how Fredit Brion take this on spawn while preemptively setting up the 2 waves they want to have pushing for the Baron. Bottom, obviously, ripe for the taking as well here. Morgan doesn't have teleport, but I mean, for Life, you just don't have any angle in here. And once again, where is your team fight as Life here? Teleport comes through from Sylas, who isn't even here. You're just way too far forward. But you have to fight for Prio somehow. You can't just give this Drake up for free. But the Baron trade angle isn't good, and that's what I think they were, as you and I were alluding to, is what they were probably trying to do with the ability for Sylas to, of course, teleport in, maybe lock down Keeper's Verdict and keep them away from the Baron. But even that's not possible here, as now Fredit Brion just grouping up. Superior Vision is the name of the game. They don't have it yet, but they're going to look for it. And then this Baron is their next objective. Look at those extra shields they got.
Yeah. And
Zhonya's is done.
Zhonya's is finished. And it's a large amount of armor, actually, with the plated steel caps on top of it. The Zhonya's itself, not really that much, but
decent additional set.
Begins to, begins to stack up a little bit. If Karis can burst him down, maybe, but he's gone that utility build, as we did mention.
With Mountain Soul, it's getting up there.
Yeah.
Probably don't want to be grabbing this guy, but who do you want to grab as a Skarner?
Victor has 103 armor with the items that he has. So even he is not going to be easy to kill, especially with the crown if that is up. And yeah, I mean, you have insane Baron positioning as well, because you can just Zeri poke, you can potentially Gwen poke, you have Keeper's Verdict to knock the junglers away. You have pretty good turn with the Nautilus mostly.
It's kind of insane how Crown scales as an item to the late game, because that damage reduction is so much more impactful in the later parts of the game than it is in the later parts of mid game, even, for example, because this is when the Lucian really wants to just pop somebody, And if he cannot do anything but take the crown away, he's like putting himself at risk, you know? He gets caught by an extendo beam while he's up there trying to take that away, then he gets slowed, he gets Nautilus ulted, and if Victor is impaled, which again, would be like, how did that happen? We have to ask. But even if he does, he's probably going to survive for a very long time, long enough for the Zeri to do the damage follow-up. And if this was an even game state, we could have a lot of more interesting conversations about the Skarner potential pick and the burst damage that we discussed in draft, but this is not that game state.
Yeah, especially when you're a Skarner from behind, you don't have any vision control, so you are seen at every turn. So there's no angle for you to randomly get an amazing impale off, as we do have this Baron started up, and again, you can see, okay, looks like they're going to try to take the fight after it, but the Nami's going to get hooked here, as Vista does not have flash, so he's just dead. As Gar is going to throw out his own depth charge. The Gnar that teleported in, instead of, you know, maybe getting the bottom turret, is not going to do anything, and yeah, it's just a free Baron to Fred Brion.
So many late teleports from Karison due to this series, where the rest of their team is like, I need you here, but when he's called to the battle, he's not set up for a fight. He's teleporting to a ward that's an island off in the middle of nowhere even, and he could have, just like you said, gotten the bounty of that turret bottom side he was pushing towards, and you'd feel better about the situation. Now he's lost his teleport and you've lost the Baron. You have to be way more decisive in these moments, Hanwha Life, but again, it's a tough game state. It's really hard to criticize this team considering where we are right now. We can criticize how we got here, but criticizing what happens at this moment in time is really just unfair. But yeah, I think that teleport was probably used better later on in the game. As you can see where he is down there bottom side, this is just a really nice turn. They already used Keeper's Verdict before this happened. They had already used Extendo Beam to zone, and they still get the Baron. There's no smite angle, and then they just turn and get a pick. Like, that's how one-sided that exchange was.
Yeah.
It's really just not fair.
Yeah, I mean, with someone's got to check, and unfortunately it was the flashless Nami in this case. So just a very easy pick there for the side of Fred Brion, and this time it doesn't look like they're going to get rid of that lead that they do have. As Atlas did put it, they decided for the reverse sweep angle Giga Chad. Just offering us more entertainment, so thank you for that, as we are going to have the hook. This is onto a Poppy, who is going to be pulled very far under the turret. Yeah, and that will put a stop to the Baron push.
That will put a stop to the Baron push, and, you know, Flash expended here. Umpty is flashless, Hex Flash not available, not important in this case, but he's flashless, right, at this moment in time, and so there's no counterplay for him really in this moment, and unfortunately Fred Brion are not grouped up enough to save him. Those Zeri is very far away. This turret is still up when this happens. Dudu has an R-bar, so there's no follow-up. You can't go, oh, okay, you used your Impale, you used your Nami ult, we're going. And I think if Dudu doesn't have an R-bar here, maybe, and your Zeri is there, maybe you actually do try to turn that, but it was a really nice spot by On Fleek saying, all right, Poppy's got no flash, I'm going to flash for this, Impale him, and they cannot actually turn on us. So small edge here right before Elder. I mean, they have the better setup. They have vision control here. They can get the Spire online. They will not have, of course, Flash Impale, but I think this is the best scenario Hanwha Life Esports was ever going to get.
Yeah. They're going to have Predator and Impale available, and they are getting a lot of vision around this area. So you can see, well, that's another one, and On Fleek does not have Impale just yet, so that's going to be the end of him. Just trying to clear a ward right in front of a lot of engage. So that's going to be the Skarner going down. This should be Elder to the side of Fred Brion. It does look like Hanwha Life want to put up a bit of a desperate fight here. Dudu does not have the Mega Gnar. Another fantastic hook for Delight. He is just not missing on these ones, as, yep, just a bit of desperation. This fight was never going to look even, as Chunny is being chased down by the very fast Lava, who is going to hit the Q. But Chunny will live for now until he's still alive. Actually, until Delight is going to kill him with the hook. And that just might be the end of the game. This will be a full ace to the side of Fred Brion, and they will push the top lane.
Was a much cleaner ride through their advantages than what we saw in the last game, but the lack of an Ahri, the lack of a real pick angle here for Hanwha Life Esports, and the Nami who can't clear vision so frustrating as Hanwha Life. We can just never find any angles to try to get a comeback in this game. The scaling is too good for Frederick Brion. And it all started with that level 2 from Chani that went very badly.
Absolutely. Well, some sad faces thrown out here by Vista, but it's not going to change the fact that they will collect another kill and collect the Nexus as well. So Frederick Brion felt a little bit straightforward for them this time, as did the early game of Game 1, but this time a lot less mistakes and a bit more. They did not have to overextend with this kind of composition, so they did not put themselves into a place really to get caught out.
It's got way better siege. It has, you know, so much more objective control, and there were some big issues in terms of positioning and pick potentials, right? Like the level 2 all-in. Again, it's hard to fault Chani. He's a rookie, right? And he sees an opportunity there, doesn't have vision of where the enemy jungler is, and if he gets that kill and gets ahead, it's actually, everyone praises him, right? But unfortunately, he's walking into a trap. He can't get the kill. Summoners are traded. He dies. That's where the ball starts rolling for Frederick Brion, but there were some mid-game fights, too, where the Skarner just couldn't find value. Topside went very poorly as well, and I mean, Frederick Brion were just kind of winning everywhere. Like, the pick on Dakaris, who did less than nothing this game because of the game state, is just really, it's a sad look, and I hope nobody calls him out for it here because, like I mentioned, we can't criticize Hanwha Life Esports anymore past 20 minutes when the game looks like this.
Yeah, just never really put themselves into a position to fight much this game, so you just end up being poked down and zoned. And that's why the damage numbers look the way that they do. They picked up 1 tower and 1 herald and 2 kills. That was it. So Frederick Brion showing once again that they are going to be better in the early game, and they do push it to that victory. So guys, we are going to take another break and have the carpet space. We'll be right back.
걸게 내가.
나오면 걸어줘.
노틸 불공도 해 그냥 아무나.
걸게. 들어간다. 남이 넘어왔어. 남이 봐. 끝까지 가. 남이 높을 끝까지 가 여기. 너희 끝까지 가봐 그럼. 나 장로 본다. 어차피 게임 못 끝내니까 지금. 미드 가면 끝나. 미드 테레 줄래? 그럼 장로 안 먹는다 나.
루시안 노플. 잡은 듯? 노플.
나 갈게. 끝내러 감. 잡은 듯?
라카랄라 한다.
나 끝까지 따라갈게.
잡아.
어차피 탑라인 있는데. 잡으러 가자.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs Collaborative Carpet Space. This is now Pacifist League of Legends that we have started to play. Chronicler, can you go through the draft before we start talking about how basically nothing happened and then Predabrion won the game?
Yeah, I did. I did, Atlas. Thank you for setting me up so nicely. I really appreciate that. I personally commend our teams for shying away from a life of violence. Although, looking at these drafts, plenty of opportunity. Overall, Predabrion is actually only able to early game put a lot of pressure on the bot side of the map because the other two lanes don't really have any setup or CC or enough damage. Both Silas and Gnar very hard to take down, so it's especially with his attention to bot side, kind of a given that he's going to be bot.
Yeah.
He was. And then the draft for Hanwha Life goes for the classic Lucian Nami into a Zeri that we have seen not work unless you're ruler, and a top side that loves going in, but because of their commitment, they never do.
I was gonna say, their top side loves going in. I don't think that's the case at all. I found out today that in fact you can't flash ult on Skarner until you hit level 13. Let's get into our first replay though, as we will just watch as Predabrion takes all the dragons that they would ever want throughout this early to mid game without any contest whatsoever.
Yeah, it's you might expect more of a but it's free dragons. That's what you're getting. So this is Dragon 1. Right, and we're gonna. It's free dragons. It's not more. It's not less. You set yourself up for soul points. You don't run into anyone.
Nope.
You know, it's a leisurely walk. You take your morning coffee, go get the dragon, and then one more, and then one more. And whilst all of this is happening, allegedly Hanwha Life is doing things on the rest of the map.
No.
And here we get a little bit of. Well, we don't really get action. This goes down.
Well, this is Hanwha basically saying, "Oh, you wanted this dragon." Our apologies.
I'm sorry. We didn't mean to.
Yes.
We'll let it go. Oh, this isn't even part of this. That doesn't matter. They got free dragons. That was the early game. So they set themselves up for Seoul.
Yeah.
So they got.
So Humble Life Esports was able to get a Rift Herald that they did place down in the mid lane, and it promptly did no damage.
No, it got nothing.
No, and I'm pretty sure Unfleek died at that point as well. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, just
Couldn't
like, if
show
we're going to
that.
be like fully serious about this, Humble Life Esports lost tempo in the early stage of the game and never figured out a way to ever get it back in any way, shape, or form, and then lost the game.
And you have the tools. You have one of the best champions for hard forcing fights when you see an opportunity with follow-up CC and a lot of damage. But
Yeah.
Skarner didn't press R until what, like 15 minutes in?
Yeah, I was screaming at the TV. I was screaming at the TV.
He
just
was.
saying, Flash R, we can do it. Flash
Please.
R, can we
Please.
Oh, it didn't happen. Let's have a look at this Baron, as this was Humble Life Esports realizing very late that this Baron was definitely going down. A teleport is then going to come in very, very late, while Vista is also trying to get into some sort of position very late. And it's just the entire theme of the whole game.
This is, in a nutshell, that's the game. Where you're so right that that's all. That's all we got. That's all we have to show you. We can only do so much on this analyst carpet space with sometimes a guy in the TV, although not today.
Yeah.
You know, we need some action. We need something to happen, and I do think if you're a lower tier team, this is a trap that's really easy to fall into, where you keep looking for a great opportunity to come back into the game. And Frederick gave you one last time around. This time around, not so much, but you got to create them yourself. Like, you can't wait till the golden opportunity presents itself. It's not going to happen. You need to try and force something. You need to try and do something, and you might look like they've sandbox and lose sub 20, but it's better than just...
You may as well go down the way you dictated. But it is going to be Umpty that will pick up the player of the game this time around. Felt like Lava also had a very good one. Might be game number one slipping through as well. I thought that he was definitely performing the best on his team at that time. But Umpty's Poppy has been fantastic. He kept control of this game throughout. And just... honestly, the pacifist mentality was there. He'd just knock people away from any fights.
And then he'd get whatever he'd like. As, yeah, this is the cancel, or not the cancel, but the denial that we're talking about. Then starts up the fight here. And again, we just see a complete lack of confidence here from Humble Life Esports very consistently. Sets up here as well. And overall, yeah, I think the Lava votes, as you pointed out, do make sense. I think the Light had an all right game as well.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a lot, and everything that happened, Umpty was there, so...
Yeah, it was definitely a slow one. Let's see whether we can have some more high-octane gameplay as we move into game number 3. Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Carpet Spacers, for that great breakdown. That is exactly what happened. And unfortunately, it wasn't that much. And hopefully game number 2 is a little bit more fun as...
You mean game 3? Game 1 was cancellation of...
I thought that second one was just an exhibition based on the way that it was going. Game 3. Humble Life Esports will choose blue side.
Yeah, well, this is surprising no one. Tesman has made some crazy decisions in his time, but he will not go red side here. I think that, for me, I agree with the desk that the passivity was a bit too much, and there was definitely a lot of opportunities they could have tried to take to, even with Chunny dying early, find something anywhere. But once they lost control, like, you die like Live Sandbox faster, or you die slower. Like, it was just a really rough draft from behind. And I didn't like the Skarner at all. I hope we don't see it again from this squad. Unfortunately, Unfleek's performance on it was not something that I would ever write home about. I'm a commentator. I'll send my opinion through the void to people through the internet. But I would never tell my mom about that game 2 that we just watched.
Yeah, I would want to shield her from that one. But either way, guys, we are jumping into the pick ban here for game number 3. So Rise and Poppy, which was a big issue for Humble Life Esports, the Poppy in game number 2. They are going to take that off the board. And so far, the ban's the same here as game 1. We did have Aphelios and the Wukong next, but this time...
Draven gone. Kalista not going to be available here for Chunny and Vista. With Draven and Kalista gone, Was going to say it's good Zeri angle, but will be the Wukong here for On Fleek instead. And it's still a good Zeri angle. So Henna and Delight will be happy to pick that one up.
It's always a good Zeri angle.
I mean, after what happened last game, this is a shocking decision to me. I'm just going to put it out there. You put your weakest performing player in the previous game on first pick priority Wukong here when Draven's gone, Kallista's gone, Zeri's up. Now you're going to try to play Lucian into Zeri again, is my assumption here.
They could go Sivir.
Okay, thankfully they will, because I just didn't want to watch the same game twice with a slight variation, as I think Sivir are going to be a lot more powerful, a lot more flexible with this Wukong pick here, that even if, you know, there's an early kill on the bottom side of the map, there's power in mid-game fights, not reliant on a Scorpion. Xin Zhao actually really highly prioritized here for Frederick Brian. I don't think this was absolutely necessary by any means. And it might actually cost them a Nautilus pick here. See if that's going to come through. Obviously, might be waiting. Oh, let's see if we want to get the Alistair. That's another angle you could take here as Frederick Brian.
Yeah, Zeri Alistair itself, not the most impressive lane, but very good into Sivir. The Gwen is going to be selected here, so the priority on that pick once again.
Yeah, I actually much prefer grabbing a Gnar here when the Gwen is locked in than getting the Alistair. Alistair just strong into Sivir because of one spell shield interaction, but you don't want to base your whole game around that. Get the Gnar here instead. Sylas taken away from Karis. A lot of good ultimates to steal, namely the Gnar ultimate, but even Crescent Guard, pretty amazing for Sylas if he can get his hands on that one. Was a big thing we used to see back in the Xin Zhao meta of earlier this year. So really strong ban here. I think if you want a free one, you get the Alistair away from Delight, but it's not a very impactful ban in the same sort of way as this Sylas. There it is. We're not going to learn anything from that one, as now you can take away, you know, some of Karis's other champions here that he's very good at, like taking away the Lissandra, I think would be a good call. This is a comp that's going to fight really well around hard engage. Ahri, same sort of situation here. Do like this ban quite a bit.
Yeah, you know, the Taliyah totally ignored, so Ahri a very common response into that. If you're playing into the Wukong specifically, the Taliyah could get some value. It's just a good pick in general. Could be something that Lava's considering, and they will ban it away.
Yeah, good call. So the pool is thinned out significantly, and they will have counter pick. I'll take the Rakan. So this composition has so much setup for the Zeri to be successful here. Doesn't have the same sort of side lane strengths. Tahm Kench, I think a very valid pick here. Makes Gwen so much stronger, can save on Fleek. It's not an oppressive support in lane, but you're laning into Zeri Rakan. I think the only thing I would have maybe liked more would have been Renata. Nautilus also strong at locking Zeri down with the ultimate, but you're going to have to go through so much to actually set that up. And this is not a scenario where you're trying to defend dives, so don't actually like this Nautilus pick as much, actually, as the Tahm Kench or the Renata.
Yeah, there's a couple of not-so-great hook targets right in the front line there with Xin Zhao and Gnar. Specifically, Rakan is, like, decent, depending on if you can, like, 100-0 him, but he's very slippery. Galio is also going to be the follow-up here, so
I feel better about this Nautilus pick now that Galio's here, because you have, obviously, a lot more follow-up, and you can set up for the Nautilus to get in position to maybe threaten the Zeri or to zone her out.
It's a huge takeaway, because Lava's a fantastic Galio player, and Galio Rakan, we've seen this team do that so many times. So
yeah,
just on many different levels, the Galio pick is actually very nice.
This is a much better draft for Hanwha Life Esports than the last one, in my opinion, and I think that it has some really strong mid-game spikes that Hanwha Life Esports, if they play around them, if they're willing to pull the trigger, if they don't play scared, they should be able to actually dictate the pace of this game and prevent Frederick Brion from just walking away with 3 Drakes early, like we've seen them do so many times. But the execution has to be crisp, because Frederick Brion will fight you on those Drakes. They will contest those objectives, and they will look for an early double for Zeri to get the Phantom Dancer online and snowball the game. That could be a very pivotal moment. Galio into the Victor also, you know, fairly risky in terms of what it's going to look like in 5v5 front-to-back team fights. The engages have to be so clean Because otherwise, those health bars just get burned away by all of the consistent damage output that Frederick Brion's comp has.
This guy said, I've been here 5 times. This time they'll win, right?
Well, closest they've been in a while. Bring us to a 3rd game here.
What is going on there on the right side?
You asked the wrong guy.
He's talking about more.
General. Yeah, the general's gonna punch. It's like a One Punch Man reference, I guess. But he's not gonna do any punching in this game.
Looking for the doo-doo carry over here.
Yeah.
Delight.
1,100
assists,
I guess. Yeah. I was like, he hasn't played enough games to have a stat like anything else, right?
Yeah.
I thought maybe for a moment it was 111 days or 1,011 days. 1,100 days. All right, numbers are hard.
1,011.
Yeah, but no.
Big milestone. Either way, guys, we are ready. Let's hop into the Rift here for Game 3. Here we go. Into game number 3. Cars has picked up the Predator, which is more common on the Galio nowadays.
Yeah, I wonder if it will be a Night Harvester build for him this game or the Everfrost. I actually like Night Harvester here in this composition. I think having the additional damage and movement speed is going to be pretty massive to continue to kind of steamroll your way, or steamboat if you're a chronicler, your way through these team fights. Because, you know, otherwise Everfrost is kind of a one and done type of thing. Did you get the target you were looking for? Did you blow them up? Yes or no, kind of is how the flowchart goes. Whereas I think the Night Harvester offers you a little bit more power, and you can play Galio not as a pick champion or sub champion, but just as a straight up tank who does a lot of damage actually with a Night Harvester in this comp, because the Sivir is going to be doing a lot of your damage. You've got Wukong follow up, you've got Gwen follow up, so we'll see what he chooses, but I think that's a really interesting discussion we'll be having later on this game.
A lot of free boots are taken because there's no Hex Flash, and also stopwatches. Maybe that's the reason why we're seeing so many supports go into the stopwatch nowadays, because they go into that tree anyway for the Glacial Augment, and then they're like, well, I can't take Hex Flash, so I guess I'll just take this.
Yeah, I think that you are exactly right about that.
So it's not just the Valdez meta coming to life?
Well, I mean, it is just for, not because they're realizing how smart you are, but it's just because the Valdez meta is the next best choice.
I see.
We'll see if when Hex Flash is re-enabled, if they're still aligned with you. By the way,
I don't know.
Henna on he's 4-1 on this champion, and I mean, I think that is saying a lot about how strong this champion is. You know, Henna has not been our most successful AD carry player this season. I think he is stronger than he shows, but hasn't been his best season, hasn't been his best year. Lava. Want to force a flash out of him.
This is a very rushed kind of gank, and now Unfleek is nearly getting himself into a ton of trouble. Not very sure what he was attempting to do there, but maybe trying to bully Lava a little bit more than he actually had the capability to.
Yeah, pre-6, you're not going to be able to do much here, unfortunately, as the Wukong. And
Vista has this bottom lane wrong. There's no action down here. It's kind of like Game 2. Everybody goes call and you just farm. Supports can do something later.
He traded some damage, gets a dash. Okay.
Whoa.
Look at him go.
Got the dash.
He's trading pretty well. Delight's going to have to drink a pot here pretty soon. We'll have, of course, be able to get some HP back from his level up. Predator used early there. I think I don't really want to fault Hanwha for that exchange, because if you know, if Lava doesn't react very quickly, there's maybe a potential there, but also if he just panics and flashes, you get flash. Or lose too much for it. Like you said, there was a potential follow-up, because Umpty is valuable pre-6 and will actually have that CC with his knock-up. But doesn't end up happening. It's going to be teleport, exchange, or ghost in Lava's case.
Bit of a trade up here on the top side. Morgan getting a very nice trade, and this is as the wave is crashing. Umpty's also spotted on the top side of the map. Karis not level 6. And all of that combined means that Dude's just going to have to walk off this turret. It's very early on. As you can see, Umpty with red buff is certainly very threatening.
Yeah, and this is the power of Xin Zhao into Wukong. Wukong is not going to be able to do anything except defend in a moment like this. Can't really set up dives at this level. And if he's up there on the top side, you feel free in your bottom lane. And if he's not, then you could try to deny some CS. Morgan just doing a great job of pushing this through. And on Fleek is spotted, Delight's like, well, he didn't defend top, so he must be around this area. So it gets you a lot of information, a play like this. From Fred at Breon, really well played. Such a aggressive team in the early game this season compared to seasons past.
Yeah.
Not in terms of kills, but like what they do on the map and how objective control works out for them.
Hey man, they have the highest first blood percentage of any team in the LCK.
In round 2.
In round 2.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of early plays being made by them. So actually, it does look very nice. It's Morgan, once again, is really making this matchup look very one-sided to the Gnar.
And you take trades like that with your Mega Gnar, and then you've got your range advantage, obviously, against the Gwen as you fall out of it. Level 6 is coming up. Unfortunately, doesn't hit that while he has his Mega Gnar, but still, Dudu here really taking some poor exchanges. This is what Gnar can do for you. Umpty comes over again, checks to see if there's any vision, has that control word set up, so Dudu will always have to be nervous, always have to be looking over his shoulder and playing under this turret now. So he has no vision around this area of the map, and his jungler is not nearby.
Dudu gonna stop the turret plate from going down for now. But you can see he doesn't really have much going on. Not even going to hit level 6 on that wave. Mega Gnar coming in here. I don't think Dudu, or rather Morgan, can really force a kill. But Dudu, you know, he's got to put that ward down because if Umpty was here, then he is dead.
Well, and he will just, of course, with this Mega Gnar, secure the minions to get his plate, although...
Oh, he didn't get it.
Yeah. Well, he should have. You know, you and I are correct, but... He was nervous.
Oh, no.
No plate. It's okay.
Unfleek is here, so that means that there is not going to be a play in the top side. And just the needles used to push a lane very fast.
There you go. Utility ultimate.
We
wave clear.
Yeah, it's times like these where we need the fast forward button, you know.
Yeah, we already used our Frederick Breon explanation. We didn't gain any additional knowledge in the break, unfortunately, guys.
Yeah. So there's this new thing in Korea. I don't know if you guys know, but in Korea, we do drink a lot of Americanos for coffee, which is basically just espresso and water with ice, generally.
Yeah.
And so nowadays, instead of just water, they're mixing in iced tea as well. And I tried it recently, but also really, actually, for the first time today. It's actually pretty good.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It really depends on the level of sugar content, but if it's less, it kind of just tastes like bland coffee. But if it's more sugar, then you kind of get that iced tea feel. So, and of course with sugar, it's going to taste better if you're into that kind of thing. If you have a sweet tooth. So, you know, maybe, you know, you guys out there, maybe try it. It's like the new fad.
I personally think that is not for me, I'll just say.
You also don't like ice cream, so.
Yeah, I also don't put sugar in my coffee. I drink only black coffee. I am the most boring person in the world.
Wow, I wasn't going to go there, but.
No, actually, it's me.
Wow, we found it.
Yeah, there it is.
Didn't know he was on the LCK.
Yeah, I mean...
You're a very entertaining person, Wolf. Don't do yourself like that.
I'm the most boring coffee drinker in the world, let's say that, okay? By the way,
you also don't like fruit?
No, I don't like fruit.
It's a couple of sweet things now that you don't like. No. Beginning to see a pattern.
I don't like nuts and brownies, and I don't like pineapple on pizza. But that's all you guys need to know.
Okay.
This is going to be a Herald for plate trade. Delight wants to give solo plate to Henna.
Morgan is getting pretty low here. He's going to knock Dudu in, but not in range of the turret. And now Morgan is very low, and guess who's here on fleek?
He knows, and he has flash.
He does have flash, but not enough to get away from red buff Wukong. Has a nice first blood in the top side here for on fleek.
Flash is traded, but Dudu's going to get a plate here. So, you know, in the exchange here of plate for plate, it's actually going to be multiple going over to Dudu. Hannah, I believe, got one bottom side while this was happening, but okay, yeah, once the Sivir portrait moves, we can confirm, yes, he did pick that one up. But this is a way better trade for Hanwha Life Esports, and they have Herald, of course, to further the gold advantage that they have on the map now, about 900 or so. Actually, it goes up to 1,000 here. And this is once again just Morgan hoping to bait a wallop play here. As you know, he ults him into what he was hoping was going to be turret range. It's not. And On Fleek's there. He knows. He's like, oh, he would not be taking that trade if On Fleek is not there. On Fleek can flash for the second Cyclone, or for the Cyclone knockup. Has 2 Cyclones available. Doesn't need the full exchange. We'll take him out. Does have to expend his flash, but nice tempo advantage. Now, what Frederick Breon get is first Drake. And when I see Frederick Breon getting these Drakes and stacking them up, I get a little bit concerned for Hanwha Life. But with the tempo they have, the gold they have, this composition should allow them to try to contest second Drake, as it's a Sivir who's going to have an early Kraken Slayer, and this composition excels at early game team fighting. So many tools to straight up win it.
They can go on the hunt for kills.
There you
and, well, this is a little play down on the bottom side. It's not going to amount to too much, but still it's going to push the Sivir off the turret and force Chunny to use his heal.
Yeah, the heal by there gets a little golf clap from the crowd.
Yeah.
But,
wait, both of these 80 carries went for heal.
Yeah.
Which I do not think is the way.
I think for
nowadays.
Henna, it's definitely not the way. For Chunny, I think it's okay, because he wants to just spam, you know, his boomerang, his Pax boomerang, ricochet through the waves and try to harass. And if Delight and Henna are trying to trade back, then you know he's going to want that heal because he wants to actually push kill pressure. But for Henna against this Galio, Wukong, I mean, thinking about it, like, it's mostly valuable against Nautilus, actually, because Wukong gets the second Cyclone. Galio, we're going to have a hard time. I still would have liked the cleanse. Plates going down here mid.
I want to see more Ghost.
You wanted Ghost?
Yeah. Ghost is the way nowadays.
That was a curveball. I didn't see that one coming.
As a little bit of a curveball here for Delight, not expecting that one, but again, he is just very slippery. This is the thing about this Rakan, especially Delight's Rakan. He's not going to be locked up. The damage not quite there for Hanwha Life to capitalize on that pick. You either need to 100-0 him, or he's getting away.
Yeah. Still, nice attempt there. No timing of an objective right after that or anything like that, so it doesn't end up being a big pickup here for Hanwha Life Esports. Morgan, be careful, as Dudu here just snips after getting out of turret range. But Morgan's taking a nice trade.
He got a plate, did Dudu,
yeah.
And especially after that kill and the little advantage that he got on the top side. Dudu didn't get the kill himself, but it was a huge tempo advantage. So now he's just taking some very nice trades against Morgan.
Yeah, he's got 1,000 gold in his pocket, the advantage. As, you know, the Dudu angle, I think really for the first time in the series is coming online, where he's just winning lane on his own, essentially. Very hard. Set that kill up the first time, now has 3 plates of gold in his pocket, and he's going to be a very strong side lane champion this game. Morgan is now also just completely pushed around the map. Numpty wants to set up for something here bottom side, but On Fleek is nearby. And unfortunately, they're just going to come up empty-handed. Frederick Breon here, at this stage in time, they have only the Liandry's in terms of items coming through. I do not think they will be able to win this fight straight up if Hanwha Life Esports groups up for it. With the Galio ult on the hunt, Kraken Slayer. See what they end up buying before this happens. But, I mean, it's only really, like I said, Liandry's and Immortal Shield Bow, which on its own is not going to be very great for Henna.
Megan are about to come up here for Morgan, really putting on the pressure. Do not think that you are diving that turret, though. Not against a Gwen who has needles available.
And you do not have teleport, so you're trying to put pressure on it in any way you can so that you can turn this into a 4v4. Otherwise, Dudu just freely teleports into this Drake fight. So he's going to be looking for pressure there, but he's not successfully able to keep Dudu pinned under turret. We'll be able to maybe take that turret away, but Dudu has full freedom now to just walk away and teleport down bottom side. Hanwha Esports have to take this fight.
They're kind of looking for it here, but not committing to it. So that is going to be the second Drake once again to Fred Brion. And what is the soul? Oh, it's Mountain Soul 3 times in a row. As that engage, not really going to do much, but they are going to burst it onto Delight, and a fantastic Crescent guard is going to get Vista into a terrible spot, and Henna's having a bit of a Zeri moment as well. The front line here, double kill for Henna, and the rest of Hanwha Life has to run away, and they're not even going to get away, at least. Chunny will not, able to hand that kill over to Lava. That even looked like it was a little bit of a shutdown as 100 extra gold goes into his pockets, and a huge swing goes in Fred Brion's favor.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Thanks. All right, bye. Oh, sorry, I was just on the phone with the Zeri moment certification office. They confirmed that that is actually, that's the moment. 2
certification?
kills, 2 assists. Yeah.
Great.
I was a little bit on the
That's
edge,
good
so I had to
news,
call
Wolf.
them just to be sure. They wished everybody a good day on the LCK broadcast. They're big fans over there at the Zeri moment certification office.
Yeah.
It's
great news.
They don't get as many in the other regions, so they're always happy to hear from us. But yeah, this is a very poor engage from Vista, unfortunately, but they still are able to say, okay, we're going to do something. We're going to try to look for our moment here. But why not on the Drake? Why not use the Gwen teleport angle here way better, set up for a fight, and actually take a 5v5 where you could use all of your ultimates together in a coordinated fight instead of flashing over the wall with a Nautilus ultimate into a choke point.
Yeah, and waiting for Morgan to just walk down and be there. Yeah, it was a pretty poor decision from the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Fred Brion are going to lap that up, essentially. They're going to take the extra kills on the Zeri, take the extra kill onto Lava. They got a free Drake on top of it. The engage was not clean. And now, I mean, the gold doesn't really mirror it. There are some, lane issues, especially the top lane. Dudu did get a big lead there, a lot of plates for himself up in the top side. So that's why the gold at this moment is still relatively even. But it does not tell the full story of how fed the carries are of Fred Brion.
Yeah, the Hanwha Life Esports draft is so much more reliant on a snowball type game where, I mean, it doesn't have to be that way because obviously there's a lot of engage tools. But when the carry gets this far ahead, so one of them gets this far ahead, and now you have 2, then it becomes way more difficult to just run at Fred Brion in mid-game fights. So if you could have just taken the fight where you're stronger before Zeri gets that second item instead of, unfortunately, taking a poor one that gives it to her, then things could have looked a lot better, right? And that's why we're kind of angry dad frustrated about how Hanwha Life chose to approach this scenario, because now Fred Brion get literally everything they would have ever wanted. Okay, I used the term literally not correctly, but pretty much everything they would have wanted.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, Henna did not also just materialize a Ferrari.
Yeah.
But everything they would have wanted
How do you
at
know
current
that's what
game
he
state.
wanted? Maybe he wants something else. Maybe
Yeah.
he's not super attached to material belongings.
Yeah, you know
don't
what?
know.
That's a good call out, Valdez. I shouldn't actually be assuming the wants and desires of
Maybe
the
he just
carry
wants
player.
a peaceful life out in the woods, in a little log cabin. You don't know.
Yeah.
He is a Giga Chad after all. I mean,
it's true.
He probably just wants to gym, actually.
Yeah.
If we're being honest. And a photo shoot. But, yeah.
That is the way.
That is the way, indeed, of the Giga Chad. We do have a certain situation now in this game where...
Would you call it a Zeri situation?
I mean, you could. It was a Zeri moment. But, yeah, it is a little bit of a Zeri situation as well. Where, it still feels like the Sivir is in parity, but I guarantee you at this point in time that the Zeri is going to do about 600% more than Chunny will do in this next team fight.
Yeah.
Just given the current state of the game and also the items the fact that they're even at this point in time. Like Sivir needs really 3 items, and then you're feeling pretty good. But
the build
Fear
for
not
Lava is amazing in my opinion. I think it's it's not like it's a skillful thing to do. He's just made the smart call, but what it does in this comp is amazing, and he will burn through that Galio and Wukong health bar so easily. They can play a slower, more passive fight and allow Zeri to stack up the damage long term. And if there's a heavy dive, there's disengage. We have already seen great Crescent Guards from Umpty this game, and I think there's reason to believe that will continue. And so as a result, even with Stopwatch available here for Karis, this soul point fight, I mean, you're really trying to put a square peg into a round hole here as Hanwha Life Esports, but you have no choice. And you're going to have to take a hammer out and hope to really nail it in there.
Yeah.
As Dudu has teleport, but looks like he has already made the call. He's going to be pushing topside. There's the ping on the way ping there towards the topside turret. And Hanwha Life Esports will once again decide to do nothing, but given the game state, can you really blame them? I mean, I just think this is...
It sounds familiar, Wolf. I feel like we were saying that a lot in Game 2.
This is why I don't like it when Zeri is in the game, because it feels like it's always about her. If she's losing, it's about her. If she's winning, it's really about her. But, you know, I just want a few more interesting Jinx Aphelios. You know, we were all very bored of that, okay, for a while, but I'm ready for it to come back. I'm ready for a little bit of that, all right? Please.
Yeah, well.
Ban Zeri, guys. Henna's going to be 5-1 on this champion now.
Yeah.
He's not even on a playoff team.
It's true. I love the vision denial here, because if Hanwha Life were considering going for some action, that could have been their moment. But again, as I mentioned in the draft, like, the Light's not really a great target unless you 100 to 0 him. So you're going to be finding issues with hooking a Xin Zhao, a Gnar, or a Rakan. And good luck getting through them to the soft underbelly that is Victor and Zeri in this case.
Umpty looking for a flank angle here. Could have been big if he knocks Vista in. Stopwatch still available, so would have probably lived, but might have, you know, tried to turn, and it could have been a disaster. I just don't like to think about what could have happened if Umpty ends up crescent guarding him away. As Fred at Brion, they don't have to do Baron. They don't have to. They don't need to force it. They have set up vision around the Baron pit. They have 2 control wards there, so they're not afraid of Hanwha Life Esports doing Baron. And they could just be like, well, Zeri's going to get an Infinity Edge. What do you guys think about that? Hanwha Life Esports promptly respond by backing and setting up for now grouping over to try to contest vision, but Fred at Brion are going to be right there, ready to contest. And choke point control here is massive for either of these teams, but unfortunately for Karis, he's just not able to get in there. If he's in that choke point with Flash Taunt available, maybe there's a hope. Like, this composition is not doomed per se in a fight where Hanwha Life Esports gets the jump on Fred at Brion, but if they take 3 Extendo Beams and Death Rays before the fight starts, then they definitely are.
Well, speaking of which, you can engage onto the Nautilus. Sometimes can be very risky, and that's why they just essentially use the charge to slow him down to allow him to get poked, and Umpty immediately backs off. Certainly a smart decision from him, as now it is all about this mid-control, hanging around the objectives, as there's the engage, pretty big, the Wukong and the Galio, but it is mostly onto Umpty. Everybody else is going to flash away, and the re-engage is huge, of course, from the Rakan. Zeri Penta, anyone? Anyone up for some Zeri Penta moments? Because we have... Nope, I'm just going to steal that one away. Never mind. As it is still going to be a very one-sided team fight here in favor of Fred at Brion. It looks like they'll just give that kill over to Lava instead. No need for the Penta, as that one is already given away. Fred at Brion now will go ahead and take the Baron.
This was the best fight I think Hanwha Life Esports was ever going to get as well. And it's a 4-kill going over to Fred at Brion. No Penta, sadly. Not even a Quadra. But, like, you have Wukong, Cyclone, follow-up ult from Karis. But look at the damage and the knock-up here from Delight. Look at Henna's health bar. He's got a shield on top of it. He's so full of health. No one's going to hurt him. I don't even know if he really needed to flash there, but he was like, if I don't flash this, I can't get a Penta. There's 0 chance. So he flashes it. Yeah. Otherwise, he just doesn't even need to use it. He doesn't care because the rest of his team is there to peel for him. And I think it just goes to show this composition, again, from Hanwha Life needs to be at least at an even game state, or it's just going to be disastrous. Because the setup engage there, on paper, was very good, but they just don't have enough damage. They're so far behind. They don't get Delight. Could just, of course, ult them.
Okay, and we're going to try to kill the Gnar here as they are throwing everything into Morgan, who is going to go down. I guess mainly because Henna was not there. And so, actually pretty nice timing because it is only 30 seconds until this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, it's actually really nice timing for them. Morgan doesn't have teleport, doesn't have flash, which would have really helped him out there in the initial exchange. So it's almost like someone on the coaching staff, maybe it was Kesman, said, I need you guys to fight a lot more. And finally we got to the first moment, didn't go so well, but the second time they are looking for any pick they can get, any isolated target. And we'll see a slight dip in the gold graph there.
This looks very suspicious. The setup from Hanwha Life, and Frederibrion will sniff it out. Even the ward being put down there in case Dudu wanted to teleport over the members in the mid lane.
Morgan up in 5, doesn't have teleport, but can of course run down here if they do buy time, but they're just going to push mid instead. I think this is the right call. The 3 Drake advantage buys you that opportunity to just trade Drake for inhibitor. You still have soul point. Now let's not overextend Frederibrion. We'll actually look to try to punish instead here onto On Fleek.
Yeah, shouldn't be able to get on top of On Fleek, but yeah, extreme safety. Probably could have, especially with the damage that they have, probably could have just taken down that inhibitor, but no reason to do that and then extend the game potentially like an extra 5 minutes and then allow, you know, the Sivir to pick up game 1.
Game 1?
allow Chunny to pick up 3-4 items, and then all of a sudden, you know, these team fights not necessarily going to just look like Zeri's, you know, ice skating pawns playtime, and actually have a counterpart on the side of Hanwha Life.
Huge missed opportunity for Riot, to be honest. Zeri on ice. Maybe at Worlds we'll get something.
Yeah. This was a very interesting decision to just teleport right on top of the Wukong.
Well, I mean, the rest of his team is fairly nearby, but as you mentioned, right as this happened, Zeri was not. So they don't actually commit. It's Umpty and Lava who are like, I'm not going in on that. Sorry. I think the idea is I teleport in, buy enough time in the fight, team collapses, and it's a trap. But unfortunately, Hanwha Life Esports just burst him down, and Henna isn't there.
Would you say they burst it?
Yeah, you keep bringing that back up, and I feel it makes me guilty every time I haven't made the pun myself just yet.
It's on every Hanwha Life Esports fan sign. You guys will see it. It's their motto. I would like if every team had a motto, actually, because it's like kind of cheesy, but it's fun at the same time, you know? Nongshim has one as well.
Was it red overall? No, that's, I think,
red against all.
Red against all, that's right.
Thank you, Jisun.
Jisun was on point. I was close, but not quite correct.
I don't know if there are any other teams that have a motto, actually.
There are.
Oh,
Jisung's like, actually every team does have it. They just don't use it as much as Hanwha. But like, T1 is stand as one, I believe? I don't know. They need to use these more. I'm not responsible for knowing all of these. It wasn't on my LCK.
We didn't get a seed with all these mottos. Yeah, no, I mean, now that you mention it, actually, I think it, yeah.
We all know Bro Memento. Hashtag Bro Memento. That's not actually their motto, but it's one of their hashtags. It's one of their hashtags.
Yeah. Hashtag Bro Memento Giga Chad. It's a good one. It's my favorite motto, actually.
It's T1 fighting for T1. We got that confirmed.
Hashtag T1 fighting.
I think T1 have a few, though.
Yeah, there's like ones that they use that aren't official, I guess.
Yeah.
Hashtag We Are Genji. Okay, I mean, come on.
All right. Yeah.
Like,
I'm like, well, that one would.
These are technically their official mottos, but you guys can do better. Okay, like hashtag We Are Genji.
Yeah,
like, we already
KTs?
knew that.
What's KTs though?
We already knew you're Genji. Come on.
I need to know KTs.
Hashtag with LSB.
That's right. I mean, that one's the best one so far. It's like we're with you, Live Sandbox.
It is better than hashtag T1 Fighting and hashtag We Are Genji.
Okay, so there's definitely not one for KT.
Okay. That's, yeah.
They haven't used social media on Twitter in a while. We're talking about hashtags, by the way. Like, it's not like every team puts this on their jerseys, but every team kind of has an official hashtag. And they put their logo up with it and stuff.
Okay.
But what I was going to say when you said every team should have one was, in my experience with leagues where that is the case, they should not. And then these hashtags start coming up and you're starting to realize about that. I was like, yeah. Bursted is very good, though.
Hashtag live evil.
There you go.
Yeah. As Johnny is in a precarious position. He does still have flash, though, and he's just going to heal and on the hunt his way to hunt some safety back towards his base area.
Fred and Brian are just controlling vision here around this Baron because they know that if they have vision here, which, okay, they do finally see this ward. If they have vision here and they have the choke point, there is just absolutely zero chance Honor Life Esports can engage or go over there. And then they could just rotate over here and say, well, I know you're not on Baron because I have a control ward there. This is very boring but very correct gameplay here from Fred and Brian. They're like, yeah, you guys come at us, you'll take extendo beam damage, death ray damage, and as long as no single player gets isolated, Honor Life Esports have to choose which objective they want. Fred and Brian have made their choice. They know which one is more valuable. They don't have to fight necessarily for this. They can force a poor fight for Honor Life. Look at that death ray value. They have to walk through that.
Their turn very strong here with the Meganar nearing completion, but especially the Rakan. Here comes the defensive Galio ultimate. Actually very nice. The backside is getting hounded here by Honor Life Esports, but the Zeri is still alive. Everything else is kind of going to shambles, but that doesn't matter because Henna has full health. And Tunny not really able to get into that back line and do enough damage, as Lava as well is still around here. Actually getting burst down, but not bursted enough. As Lava will survive just barely with that shield. And both Victor and Zeri still 0 deaths.
Yeah, just barely for Lava there, getting the extra shielding. Will survive with the Lich Bane, third item he's chosen. Has a lot of chase power there, but was turned on. As, like you mentioned, this fight is very poor for Frederick Brion. But Henna is level 16, he has a GA, and he's in a choke point, and he's untouched. So even though the rest of this fight is very poor, look at Umpty, he does basically nothing in this fight. Dudo is zoned out, Morgan gets his Narbar. It's stopwatches really that actually turn this around and win it. What Frederick Brion, they have more money.
What could go wrong going all in onto a Gwen that has a Galio on her team? In a tiny little choke point. They saw blood in the water, they have a Rakan, and they decided to do it. And as you were kind of mentioning, I think their lead is really what won them that fight.
I mean, it's hard for us to be like, oh, Frederick Brion, this fight was so poor when they're this far ahead and they're still going to win the game anyways. But game one, a lesson to be learned there is, once again, Honor Life trying to set up for this fight. Down the Galio ult, really tough to actually force this one without it, and they just didn't have enough space to work with there on respawn coming over. We'll push a wave into this turret, but that's all they're going to get. Baron goes over to Frederick Brion. They have Mountain Soul. And I think this game is going to go a little bit longer because there's no moment where Frederick Brion could just end the game here with his composition. They have good siege, but it's not like they could just walk down and all in on Honor Life and take down the Nexus turret. So we might actually have one more fight here on this Elder Drake.
Yeah, and it's the Frederick Brion way.
But these two 4, 0, and 7 carries is kind of hilarious how they have the exact same scoreline, no deaths like you mentioned. They are ahead right now, but there's still a way if you fight like Frederick Brion did in the last fight, your target selection is poor, there's a small chance Honor Life Esports win it. So I usually don't like to do this as a commentator, there's always a chance, but game one, I mean,
it's never over.
Game one, over. They came back and they did win. So
the teleport ward is behind them. Taking a look at Frederick Brion's vision and their 10,000 gold lead. Doesn't look like we have the teleport happening here from Karish just yet. And here we go. As I say that, it begins.
All right, he does not have flash. So we'll, of course, have to have a really long flank angle here. They're looking to try to punish Frederick Brion on the push, just like game one. But this inhibitor is basically free, and I don't think he can actually engage in scene. And the time it takes for him to get here is going to take so long that Frederick Brion should just be able to link up with Morgan in the mid lane. He's going to get that inhibitor this time without dying. you have to imagine, I'm getting real flashbacks from game 1, but it's just not going to happen. He gets the inhibitor, and he can just group up with the rest of his team now.
Yeah. And, you know, we did see it once, the Wukong and Galio engage, but doesn't seem like they feel confident enough to do it again. As Delight just trying to tank it up here. Frederibrion with the utmost safety. They will finally push into the second inhibitor. Will they take it is the question. Umpty's like, come on, guys, I want to engage.
Baron, 40 seconds left on it. They might be able to, if they can get Morgan over here with an R-bar, to try to look for an actual team fight here to end it. But they will have so much control over the map regardless.
All right, and they're just going to push mid here. Nice follow flash, or response flash, I should say, from Lava. He does have his own. They're trying to get in the backline, but the peel is just too much. As Zeri will pick up yet another kill there. Nice follow-up engage here from Umpty. This one is over. Frederibrion will just clear up the rest of Hamalife Esports here. As Lava's like, do not end the game. I have a job to do, as he does not have flash. And maybe Hannah can get to him. Nope.
Lich Bane value.
There you go. The laser ends. The follow-up Q will get it done. 5-0 and 10 at the end for Lava. And down goes the Nexus. Frederibrion. They get the job done slowly but surely.
Hate to do it, Valdez, but I have to put down the Zeri vote on the POG
It's
paper.
okay, I forgive you.
I put it.
It's not your fault.
I turned it in. It's irreversible now. I'm not going to read all those hashtags until we have downtime in our next series, Valdez.
Yeah,
we got all of them, but
idea.
we'll get into it later. But look, the Frederibrion series here was a very good look outside of some shaky late game team fights. They basically won all 3 games that they played. Yes, they unfortunately couldn't stick the landing in game 1, but their control of early game objectives was fantastic in all 3 games, led to almost insurmountable advantages. And we saw this team was just way better at setting up their carries for success. Lava and Hannah were given so much room in each and every one of these games to basically go to late game with 3-4 items and do the damage that they're supposed to and designed to in these compositions. And for Hanwha Life, they played the other side. They played the tempo style. They played the early to mid-game style with too much hesitation.
I just saw a sign in the audience that said, "Go Esports." I admire your passion. Thank you. And yes, go Esports. And yeah, I mean, they got the job done. There it is again. Just flashed up behind them. And yeah, nicely done here from Frederibrion. They'll hold on to their pride here. They will not finish 10th place yet. I believe there is still a chance. But
yeah,
at this point, it does feel like Frederibrion are a couple of places ahead of Hanwha Life Esports for now.
They jumped 2 spots ahead. And for Hanwha Life Esports, they have some tough ones coming up. I'm going to look up which ones they are as we have the highlights here. DRX in match 89 and Nomshim in 85. So one of those 2 is not like the other, but I mean, you have to win both, and Frederibrion also have to lose everything for you to get there. So yeah, like you said, it's not decided, but it is very likely to be decided. As this was a really nice turn from Delight. That was the best engage Hanwha had. That was the most decisive call I think they made in games 2 and 3. Game 1, like the fights and turns from Karas on the Ahri were pretty massive. I think the Ahri bans really huge, to be honest, for Frederibrion, because without him on that pick, he just was not able to make an impact really on this Galio in game 3. It's a good call. This was
one of those things where it's like, the needles get insane value. The Galio ultimate hits like 3 of them, and total backline access from Hanwha Life Esports, and still they were not able to get the job done.
Yeah, if it was an even game state, I think Hanwha would probably win that fight, but it was not.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, that's the one thing we'll criticize here for Frederibrion tonight. We won't say it matters going to the playoffs because they're not going there, but if this roster sticks together, we're hoping to see a little bit more cleanliness in those late game fights when the win conditions have already been met. But still, very great early to mid game.
He's like, I'm not going to end the game. Get the kill.
안 되면 그냥 끝낼게.
안 되면 끝낸다.
Morgan's like, actually, I'm gonna end the game. He's like, if you can't get it,
보고 좀
I'm
해보자.
just gonna end it.
나이스. 오케이.
Love is so happy he got it. Nice.
It means that he got one more kill than Henna. So, I suppose that counts for something.
I voted for Zeri because the entire game revolved around her power spike, and she hit it. And
Whoa, really?
She did a lot of damage and a lot of poke, and Untitled Esports were deterred from entering any of those late game objective fights because Extendo Beam exists, and Henna can skate over walls. So, for me, like, it was not about the player, but it was about the champion who had the items. He didn't mess up. I voted
Absolutely. Well, at the end of the day, guys, Fred and Brian do pick up the 2-1 victory here tonight. Let's go over to the analyst carpet space and collaborative chairs and the guy that's on the TV but not today for a breakdown on what they thought about that last game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is indeed Atlas, and Chronicler and Cubby is not here today, but he'll be back next week. We can only hope. Let's get into this game. As Fred and Brian managed to get a draft that I think the two of us were pretty happy with, but I think Harmon Life also managed to get a lot of tools this time around as well.
Yeah, didn't really mind the Harmon Life draft. We see a Zeri opened up by Fred and Brian, and then the response of the Sivir has been pretty even, I'd say. I still think it leans towards Zeri in like a 60-40 way, but it depends on the drafts you can build around it. And that's where Harmon Life falter. I think if you get a Camille here for Dudu, which again is like, can't really blind that, so you need to instead pick up the Nautilus early and then look into a different direction. Then maybe this comp works. But with just the Gwen, like into the Fred and Brian comp, Gwen isn't really going to get a ton of value. The Victor is always going to be a nuisance, and with the amount of movement speed and mobility that they have, actually makes it really hard for the Gwen to get a ton done. So as a result, you have a comp that kind of wants to go in aggressively, has a lot of dive, and then there's also a Gwen slapped on top of it. And I think that not having a reliable form of CC from the top side really hurt them in the later stages of the fight, as we're going to see in the replays. Fred and Brian, it's a Zeri comp. I didn't love the composition overall, but it was pretty all right. A lot of comfort for the players, enough CC, and really could do a lot of things. And if he ever gets a late, then you're always going to be a big friend.
Yeah, and they definitely did manage to get there. It was, there was some happy times. I liked the fact that Harmon Life Esports were far more aggressive this time around. That, I definitely want to hand to them. Unfortunately, as we're going to highlight right now, as we jump into our first replay here, sometimes just don't work out, and sometimes Vista hooks a wall, and it just, things don't really happen the way you want.
Yeah, and overall, like, I know we make a lot of jokes about certified Zeri moments, but this one feels more so just a colossal misexecution from Harmon Life, where they collapse into a choke point, miss the initial CC on the Zeri, so the first CC gets used by Henna, and then Umti gets a really big sweep as well as they try to collapse on him instead. So overall, from that point on, with a scaling comp that is insanely powerful, and outside of the Nautilus, kind of a lack of a way of dealing with. We talk about Zeri a lot, which is justified, but also Lava is a huge nuisance that no one really deals with, because getting in range of him after he's fed is basically signing your own death sentence. So from that point onward, it just kind of goes downhill for Hanwha, but at least they tried, and that's a sign of improvement from game number 2.
Yep, and Lava did a whole lot of damage, even though he went for an unorthodox build that seemed to be trying to do multiple things at once. The jack-of-all-trades style of build, you know, your Chaos Storm does a lot of tick damage and things like that, but you also have that Lich Bane for the extra movement speed. We won't go into it. Let's go into our final highlight here, as this was the desperation attempt from Hanwha to try and make something happen.
And they sums are available for Henna, so they opt to hard engage into Lava instead. But Lava has both sums. Also love the Ghost. I'm really happy we keep seeing this summoner, because it does actually have a lot of value, especially in situations like this. And what ends up happening is they kite back. Both the damage dealers are completely fine, and there's not really anything that Hanwha Life can do at this point in time with the comp that they have. Execution just doesn't really come together. You really need to land your CC chains well, and they weren't really able to do that at all this entire game. And against both Zeri, and against the Victor with Ghost and Flash, like that's just not going to be enough. So I think deserved win here for Fred Brian overall.
Yeah.
Execution, definitely slow pace. They had a little scary moment at near the end of the game, but they already were so far ahead that it didn't matter.
But, you know, Fred Brian fans, they just want to get more value. Of course, Fred Brian throwing away game one so that we could get as much of them as we possibly could today. Let's bring up our POG and see who's going to get it. Lava, man in the mid lane, 5-0 and 10. The LoL King feeling like he was back this series. Actually had 3 fantastic games.
Yeah, Lava, really the highlight for Brion in game number 1, even though they lost on the Lissandra. And it's taken him a while, but it's easy to forget that this was a top half mid laner in spring within the LCK. And we're seeing some moments of that. Definitely a really nice performance on the Victor here. Just really good movement, actually weaving in and out. Again, I'm loving the Ghost. I think that a champion like Victor, that in long fights, if he can just stay alive, really utilizes the movement speed well to weave in and out of the effective range of his laser. Yeah, as we mentioned, I think the build was rather funny, where he started off with the double mask and then opted into the Lich Bane, which is actually, I think, good into a short-range composition. It's just that you'd always want to try and maximize the amount of damage that you're able to get as
12 out of 13. All right, so the one Zeri moment authenticator is going to come through. Of course, shout out to Wolf for that one. I'm actually very surprised that it is this unanimously lava-based.
I was thinking some Delight votes. That was the one I was kind of on the fence about, because I think Delight had a really clean game in the Rakan as well, able to really escape death as many times as you'd love to do in the good games.
Yeah, absolutely. However, I think that, you know, Hannah did do his job fantastically well. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it over to Ji-sun, who has some players alongside for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Lava from Freddy Brion. A very enthusiastic fan out there supporting Freddy Brion. They made it back to Low Park, sending us a lot of love. I mean, even without looking at that fan sign, I kind of realized that it's them again, because the chant was even more energetic. Now, congratulations on the win. How do you feel, Umti? Well, to be honest, game number 1 should have been a lot more cleaner. So Edgar was definitely very unhappy about the game number 1 outcome. We had a lot of feedbacks, and yeah, I was like, yeah, I should really step up for the upcoming games and even matches for our fans. Same, I was looking for some 2-0 victory today, but still very relieved that we got a victory in the end. Game number 1, yeah, Freddy Brion had a fantastic comp, great gameplay. However, well, the opponent came back after being about 10k gold behind. However, game number 2, Freddy Brion looked even more solid. So what did you guys discuss after the first game victory? So basically what we talked about is about, you know, don't get overextended, you know, just take fights whenever you are in a good spot. So, game 2, looking at the comp, you guys were able to have a very strong late game, but the early power was a little bit too weak compared to the opponents. So game number 2, in the beginning, you went down to the bottom lane very early on. I mean, I always trust my mid and AD carry, and also looking at the lane situation, I was like, yeah, this is the perfect angle to go for a level 2 gank on the bottom lane. So after you got the kill secured, you were able to create a gap between you and Skarner. I was not like trying to accelerate the lead, you know, by getting the kill. I was more like, I would like to help my teammates scale with my ganks, and then I spotted Skarner in the jungle with my ward, so I was able to kind of chase him, which ended up Skarner not able to play the game. With this win, Freddy Brion was able to overcome the game 3 jinx of Bro. Were you aware of this too? No idea. I had no idea. But I think it's not about the jinx itself. We just lost too many times. Because we were losing every time, we were having those kind of a weird jinx, which doesn't really, which is not a thing, you know. It's just us losing so many times, and we always lost the game 3. So today, we were really mad after losing game 1. So we were enraged after dropping that huge lead. So we were really, we were really hungry for the win. And Lava, your Victor this summer is undefeated 3-0 so far. The opponent took Wukong Galio comp, which means they can actually attack you early on in the game. Because we won game 2 on Victor, and then the comp looked really good. And game number 3, you went for the first strike and ghost, but game number 2, you took teleport. Game number 2, the opponent didn't have any tool or champion that can actually chase me, but game 3 there were a lot of good chase, especially the Silver with her ult, so I wanted to take Ghost in order to survive. So yeah, and also about the build, game 2 you went for the crown, but then you switched to Leandri's. You feel a lot more safe with the crown, but Leandri is really good when the enemies are building a lot of HP items. So looking at the champs and the item build of the opponent, I decided to go for Leandri's for game 3. Freddy Brian definitely stepped up so much starting from the middle of the second round robin. It's a bummer that it started off and started kicking in a little bit too late. How are players feeling about the current status? We also know that our round 1 form and round 2 form is really, really different. So we also even joked about, I want to go back to round 1 with this current form. So if I can turn back time, I would definitely play better. I mean, it's our fault, It's only Lava saying that, He always says, I wish I could go back to first round robin, with this form. But what really matters is, how you end the split, I really want to end the split on a good note. Yeah, and we were so impressed by the stats of Freddy Brion actually, because you were the actually first blood percentage leader of the LCK Summer second round robin. I mean, it's not only me, Of course, I participate in a lot of first bloods, but also other teammates are always there to follow up to get kills in level 1 even early, But I'm not sure about the trick stacks. Somehow we are just getting so many dragons, but I don't really care about the numbers and records. I think this is a proof that Freddy Brion is definitely getting stronger and stronger heading into the end of the regular split. And last week, it's just around the corner. So you'll be facing against Genji and Leap Sandbox next week. To be perfectly honest, everyone knows Genji is so strong. It's gonna be a very tough opponent. However, at the end of the first round, I said we were the first team to actually win Genji around Herald. Now it's time to win other fights, not only the Herald fight, but others in order to maybe make it happen. I mean, just gave us a great speech, so I don't know what to say, but I think both Genji and Leap Sandbox are a very strong team, so I hope we can end the split on a good note by performing really well in the next week's matches. Lastly, we have so many fans supporting Freddy Brion out here. Any words for the fans out here? I mean, just like other days, Thank you for all the support, all the energetic chants, and I hope you keep supporting us. This will be the end of the interview of the Freddy Brion POGs, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. Great to hear from both Umpty and Lava there. And Umpty, of course, always so incredibly eloquent, having his brilliant speech making Lava feel a little bit bad about it. Very, very cute.
They're so easy to love, this entire team. You can't help but fall in love with Freddy Brion. They are just too wholesome.
They are the cutest, Gigached. Let's bring up the standings and see what this has done. No surprises, it just moves Fred Brion just a little bit further ahead from Hanwha Life Esports, of course. Still a few matches to go, so theoretically Hanwha has a chance to not finish dead last, but it's looking pretty likely, and now we've got an absolute banger of a game. It is not going to be in too long of time as well, because of course that was a rather long series, so KT versus Live Sandbox will be coming up right after the break.
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
야, 헨리. 뭐 고민 있어? 제가 지금 전공 라인을 어디로 갈지 고민이 돼서. 아니 동진아, 당연히 원딜을 해야지. 너 주인공 되기 싫어? 너가 캐리하려면 데미지 나오는 원딜 라인을 가야 해. 데미지로 팀원들 다 이렇게 지켜줘야지. 어? 주인공 해야 될 거 아니야, 원딜. 원딜? 야, 서포트! 뭐해! 룰루 내 옆에만 있으라고! 야, 나 대신 앞에서 대신 맞아주고 쉴드 써주라고! 아, 진짜 원딜 위주로 하면 게임 이기는데 왜 그걸 몰라? 왜? 이런 롤할 못해! 진짜 게임 너무 못하는 것 같아요! 이기적인 새끼들! 안 해, 원딜! 야, 원딜이 뭐냐, 원딜이? 탑으로 와, 탑으로! 무직하고, 묵직하고, 묵묵하게 1인분 하잖아! 탑? 합류하라고? 응, 안 해. 로밍 오라고? 응, 안 가. 바텀펠 타라고? 응, 복귀펠. 응. 아, 탑신봉자 새끼들. 안 가. 나같이 착한 성격은 정글에 가야 되는 거 아닐까? 그게 맞지 않을까? 아, 안 돼. 이건 아니야. 아, 이건 아니야. 정글 아니야. 그렇다면 미드?
야 완전 환영이지. 너같이 못하는 애들이 미드에 많아져야 내가 캐리하거든. 에?
최선 새끼. 도대체 멀쩡한 라인이 없어. 어디로 가야 되는 거야? 아. 여보세요? 아.
자, 오늘 주제 달아보기 전에 팬 애칭 후보가 몇 개 있어. 그래서 짜잔.
두딱, 실딱, 골딱, 닭딱? 살짝이들?
애칭 한자들 어때요? 질병 게임 하는 한자들이잖아.
제일 귀여운 거는 살짝이들.
살짝이?
살짝이.
남자들은 너무 우리가 인정하는 것 같아. 이 게임이 이게 뭔가 문제가 있다라는 거를.
나는 근데 솔직히 마음에 드는 거 없어. 아니 나도 그냥 팬들의 기대를 지금 하고 싶다.
얘가 했던 그 네루미들도 괜찮지 않나?
내룸이.
아이, 그거는.
그거 왜 안 돼요, 네루미? 라이엇은 그쪽이랑 싸우면 지나게 먹어.
오늘 왜 이렇게 맨날 싸우는 거야?
그럼 뭐 할짝이?
살짝이로 갑시다.
팔짱이를 안녕하면서 넘어갈까요?
뭐 카메라 보면서 하면 되나요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 할짝이 안녕. 자, 그래서 오늘의 주제는 라인별 성격 유형인데 유저들의 성격, 성향에 따라 가는 라인이 달라진다고 생각해?
어떻게 보면 요즘 유행하는 뭐 MBTI 있잖아. 그것처럼 라인도 그 MBTI 따라서 좀 가는 느낌? 원딜은 데미지 잘 뽑고 싶은 사람, 캐리하고 싶은 사람.
탑은 일단은 1대1 좋아하고 뭐 승부욕 강하고 게임을 지더라도 상대 탑을 이기면 살짝 만족하는 듯한 느낌?
아니 근데 그런 게임 할 거면 철권하러 같이 그래.
근데 철거는 내가 이겨도 알아봐 주는 사람은 상대방 뿐이잖아. 롤은 이제 내가 상대를 이기면 거기서 날 빼면 9명이니까 날 봐라.
원딜은 그건 맞는 것 같아. 자기 주관이 뚜렷한 사람들이 요새 원딜을 가. 그냥 자기가 영웅이 되고 싶다 이거야. 그냥 막 무조건 자기 라인 오라고 1렙부터 2렙부터 그냥 동비 땅방방 찍으면서.
동진아,
갑자기
넌 또 너무 단편적인 면만 보고 있어. 아니 이 원딜이라는 라인은 우아한 나비 같은 느낌인 거야. 한없이 약간 애벌레였다가 단대기의 그 과정을 거쳐서
디라인이라고.
나는 근데 계속 듣는데 나는 이게 성격에 따라서 나뉘는 거에 대해서 잘 모르겠거든. 왜냐면 난 혈액형이랑 MBTI 이런 걸 안 믿어가지고.
너 무슨 형이야? 무슨 형이야?
난 내가 탑 가거나 내가 원딜 가도 그냥 다 비슷한 느낌으로 하거든. 어떤 성격이기 때문에 그 라인을 같다라고 정의하기 좀 힘들지 않나.
그러면 각각 라인이 이렇게 다르시잖아요. 그러면 본인이 게임할 때 성향 혹은 뭐 본인의 성격 이런 걸 좀 듣고 싶어요.
난 근데 웬만하면 나랑 같은 팀에 있던 사람들 다 인정할 것 같아. 나로 만난다 탑을 되게 좋아하지 않을까 애들이?
근데 좋아하는 건 모르겠는데 자원을 많이 안 먹긴 해.
자원을 안 먹고
나도 굉장히 이타적인 원딜이다. 11을 당해. 11을 얼마나 이타적이야. 궁을 써서 내 데미지가 올라가는 게 아닌 파티원들이 더 빠르게 접근할 수 있고 딜을 잘 넣을 수 있게.
부정하지 마. 부정하지 마. 너 그냥 11을 좋아서 하는 거고. 너 예전에 11을 했어? 안 했잖아.
예전에 했잖아. 뭔 소리야.
전 시즌부터 11을 했어.
계속했어.
아 그럼 어떡해. 어떻게 볼까? 내기.
오케이.
지금 여러분들 각자 라인별 성향에 대해서 말씀을 하고 계신데
네.
그거를 한 번에 정리를 해주실 전문가님을 게스트로 초청했습니다. 전문가님 들어와주세요. 전문가님 들어와주세요.
뭐야 진짜요? 진짜 닥터.
벌써부터 긴장되는데? 너는 이제 끝났다 이제.
저희 이런 거 입고 있어도 되나요?
아 저는 그 롤을 되게 좋아하는 그리고 엘바닥터스 그 애청자 중에 한 명인 작가 전문의 박종석입니다.
아니 그럼 롤도 많이 하시나요?
예전에 굉장히 많이 했었고 지금도 뭐 매주 한 3시간 정도는 하고. 그럼 원장님 LCK도 그럼 자주 보시겠네요? 저 거의 다 봅니다. 되나요? 저는 지금은 브론즈고요. 서폿으로 골드 1까지. 부실볼에서는 서폿이 되게 올리기 쉽잖아요.
오늘 이제 메인 주제가 라인별로 성격에 어떤 차이가 있는가? 정신과적 그 관점으로 봤을 때 있나요? 차이가?
있는 것 같아요. 확실히 좀 다른 것 같아요.
아 이거 너무 좋아. 저 너무 궁금한 게 많아요. 롤에 너무 이상한 사람들이 많거든요.
그러면 혹시 저희 4명 중에 누가 제일 이상해 보이나요? 굉장히 중요한 게 나는 무조건 너라 생각하거든. 근데 우리 둘 중에 한 명은 맞는데 아니야. 나는 목이 아파서 조용히 하고 있었던 거야.
HTP 검사라는 게 있어요. 집, 나무, 사람 그려보는 검사예요. 한 5분 정도 시간을 드릴 테니까 그려보시면 성격에 대해서 유추할 수 있는 단서나 클루가 나올 것 같아요.
걔 아주 호화로운 집을 그려줘야겠구만.
나오네.
얘랑 나 지금 벌벌 떨고 있는 거 알아? 큰일 났다.
그러시면 이게 탑 라인 가시는 샤이니. 이게 보시면은
긴장되는데?
집이라는 거는 과거를 상징해요. 백그라운드, 나의 배경, 나의 과거. 나무는 나의 미래를 의미합니다. 사람은 현재, 프레젠트. 과거, 현재, 미래가 다 있는 거죠. 그래서 내가 과거에 치중하는 사람인지, 오늘 현재에 치중하는 사람인지, 아니면 내 미래나 이상의 중심을 가진 사람인지 이걸 보면 알 수가 있어요.
집이 제일 크니까 과거에 집착하는 스타일이네요.
F형제 크게 이 정도 비율이면 집이 큰 편은 아니에요. 아주 밸런스가 잡혀있어요. 이 정도면. 언덕에 있다는 게 좀 특이한 부분인데 이 언덕 위에 과거, 현재, 미래가 다 같이 있어요. 이거는 밸런스랑 통합적 사고를 굉장히 중요하게 생각한다는 사람입니다.
밸런스 축구형이다.
롤플레이도 좀 그렇긴 하거든.
아니 끝나지 않았어요.
무서워.
이게 오늘 현재 있는데 이건 뭘까요?
신뢰한 것 같아가지고 그렇습니다.
보통 이런 애완동물, 그 반려견 같은 게 들어가는 경우는 자기 보조자나 부캐에 대한 욕망이에요. 외롭다는 거죠.
사이 같이 살고 싶어? 요즘 같이 살려고 봐.
저 강아지가 나나?
탑라이너 분들도 두 가지 형이 있어요. 나 정글도 필요 없다. 내가 혼자 다 한다. 뭐 이런 분들이 계신 반면에 계속 정글 찾는 분들 있잖아요. 어딨어 빨리 와. 뭐 이런 분들.
정글 찾는다.
되게 여러 가지 어떤 재밌는 그림이라고 생각합니다. 다음 그림으로 넘어갈까요?
예, 아주 좋았습니다. 나 무서워. 이것도 위험한데?
보시면 특징적으로 상면님 그림과는 좀 다른 게 집이 되게 커요.
그렇네요.
집이 되게 커요. 이런 경우에는 과거에 좀 집착하고 있는.
영진아!
내가 좋았구나.
과거의 영광에서 빠져나오라고!
큐리스트가 좋았지. 내가 해줄게.
사실 정글 라이너들의 장점 중에 하나가 내가 멀티플레이를 잘하고 많은 일을 빠르게 한꺼번에 수행할 수 있다. 이런 사람들이 정글 라인 많이 가요. 근데 문제는 단점이 본인이 생각하기에 본인만 그렇게 느낄 수가 있어요.
근데 이거 정말 날카로워.
이 그림 자체에선 다른 거는 뭐 특별한 게 없어 보여요. 뭐 굳이 얘기하자면 굴뚝이 없는 것 정도? 굴뚝이 없다는 건 무슨 의미냐면 불안감이나 애정결핍 이런 게 보이진 않는다.
근데 그렇다 치기에는 과거를 또 그리워하고 있거든.
네, 맞아요. 그러니까 이 사람은 다른 사람이 지금 필요하다기보다는 과거에 멋있었던 자기가
아직도 LCK 뛰고 싶은 거냐고.
아니 좀 매서운데 근데.
이거 감출 수가 없네.
여기까지 할까요?
다음 거 보죠. 이제
재미로만 들어주시면 됩니다. 민성님
문제가 많아 보이는데.
되게 흥미로워요. 집도 평범하지가 않고 나무도 평범하지가 않아요. 사람이 그나마 평범한데 우선 집부터 얘기할까요? 이거 약간 무슨 슈퍼마리오에 나오는
네네.
판타지.
좀
버섯 같은 느낌인데 만화에 나오는 어떤 그런 느낌이잖아요. 이 사람의 어떤 유아기적 성향을
정신이 애다. 그래 보이긴 해.
개인적인 감정은 없어요. 그리고 어떻게 보면은 이 크기가 되게 중요한데 나무가 집이나 사람보다 훨씬 크잖아요.
네.
그러니까 이 그림의 주인공은 나무예요. 이상과 미래에 되게 집중한다는 거죠.
이거 좋은 말 아닌가요?
네, 좋은 말이죠.
역시.
미드라이너랑 잘 어울리는 성격인가요?
미드라이너들이 자기가 엄청 강해요. 다 자기가
그건 맞아.
책임감도 높은 라인이지만 주인공 되고 싶어하고 캐릭병 있고 단점은 못하면 다른 팀의 영웅이 될 수 있다.
어쨌든 영웅은 영웅이네요.
이렇게 생각한다니까? 자기 듣고 싶은 대로 들어. 형우님 그림.
집 나무 사람이 더 찍었네.
사실 보면 좀 정신이 없어요. 제일 어떻게 보면 통일되지 않은 그림이에요. 그리고 그리고 가지가 되게 많아요. 나뭇가지가 사람한테 뻗는 손이에요. 나무에 가지가 이렇게 많다는 거는 다른 사람한테 많이 의지하고 싶다는 거거든요.
말로 하지 그랬어.
이게 원딜 맞네. 원딜 중에 이런 사람들이 있어요. 내가 뭐 3데스로 시작해도 내가 쿼드라플 따면 되지.
끝까지 플레이하지 나는.
네.
난 던진 적 없어.
이 사람들이 멘탈이 좋은 이유가 자기가 죽어도 자기 책임이라는 생각 별로 안 해요. 나머지 4명이 못했다.
탑이 트랙을 못하죠.
서폿은 지금 없었는데 보통
서폿이
서폿은 어떤지
없어가지고.
살짝만.
서폿은 욕먹는 거 두려워하는 사람들.
오.
회피성, 네, 의존성.
진짜 정확하다.
맞는 말이긴 해.
제가 막 가끔 서포트로 갈 때 약간 그런 느낌으로 가거든요.
네.
욕먹기 싫어가지고.
서포트 장점은 없나요?
서폿 장점. 아유, 되게 인격자죠. 네.
근데 이거 나도 이건 맞는 것 같아.
배려장이고.
배려심
네.
넘치고.
그리고 저는 제가 항상 응원을 해요. 다른 사람들 싸우고 있을 때, 뭐 형님들 싸우지 마세요. 뭐 우리 잘해봐요.
그 속마음도 그러신가요?
아니요, 나는
야누스 가면 아니냐고.
인내심 있게 참는 거야, 참는 거야.
라인별로 성격 유형이 진짜 있긴 하네.
너 아빠 없다며.
너무 설득력 있잖아.
저희 코너 속 코너로 룰을 하다 보면 이해 안 가는 사람들이 되게 많잖아요. 그래서 저희가 그 상황들을 좀 몇 개 가져왔는데 그거 보시면서 같이 한번 얘기 나눠보시죠.
일단 이 사람은 굉장히 이기적인 사람이에요. 자기가 솔킬 따인 것도 결국엔 내 문제가 아니고 팀에 대한 문제인 거예요.
그게 박상면 씨의 자기소개였군요. 난 좀 그런 느낌인 것 같아. 케어해달라는 거지. 응애. 나 해줘. 나 이제 혼자서 걸어갈 힘이 없다.
맞는 것 같은데?
사실은 자기가 하기 싫으면 그냥 알트 F4하고 나가면 되거든. 근데 이렇게 치는 거는 나한테 뭔가를 해달라는 뜻이야.
관심이 좀 있어야 했고.
이것도 이제 자기소개 같은 거.
어떤가요? 저희 심리 분석.
예, 굉장히 흥미롭게 들었고. 네 분 얘기를 다 조합하면은 제 생각이랑 거의 비슷해요. 저희도 좀 여기 이쪽 분야에서는 좀 알아주는 것 같아요. 얘는 자신감이 없는 거예요. 딱 보니까 안 되겠거든. 그러니까 징징거리기 시작하는 거예요. 근성이 있는 탑솔로다. 그래서 그냥 바로 탈타고 지금 복수할 생각을 하지. 그러니까 얘는 근성이 없어. 그러면은 채팅 안 치고 한 15데스, 20데스 그냥 묵묵히 하는 애들이 더 무섭던데 그런 애들은 무슨 심리인가요? 두 가지겠죠. 게임을 너무 못하거나 아니면 딴짓을 하고 있다거나. 너도 한 20데스 넘게 옛날에 북미 됐으니까 뭐.
나 67데스. 근데 정확히 내가 그때 내가 딱 그 기분이야. 게임에서 영웅이 어떤 식으로든지 간에 되고 싶으니까 그냥 찍어본 적이 있지.
정말 유아기적 사고에 그러니까 이런 흑백 논리를 가진 사람들이 있어요. 나는 전교 1등을 못할 거면 그 전교 꼴등을 하겠다. 완벽주의자들이 가끔 이런 경우가 있어요. 오히려 완벽? 네, 완벽주의자들은 안 될 게임에 별로 에너지 낭비 안 하거든요. 네. 그냥 아무리 해도 이 사람한테 안 될 것 같고 내가 이미 처음 기분이 안 좋은 상태로 시작하면 자기는 하고 싶지가 않은 거죠. 그러니까 예민한 완벽주의자들이 이런 성향을 보이기도 합니다.
근데 이거 진짜 자주 본 장면인데. 진짜 많지.
나는 부캐다. 가로치고 사실 본 게임 진짜 지면 큰일 나.
근데 이것도 좀 그런 심리인 것 같아. 그냥 방어기지 않을까? 사실 아무것도 없는데 뭐라도 있어 보이는 것처럼 얘기하고.
맞는 것 같은데? 자기가 실수 자기가 죽은 건데 깔끔하게 인정하는 게 아니고 그 잘못도 그냥 남한테 그냥 전가시키면서 나는 괜찮았는데 너네 때문에 내가 죽었어. 부캐 드립을 치는 순간 자기 자신도 자기 부끄러운 걸 알아요. 말씀하신 대로 방어 기제고 거기다 대고 뭐 우리가 뭐 아무 얘기를 안 해도 내가 지금 실수 똥사질러 놓고 남 탓하고 있구나. 자기 스스로 다 알고 있습니다. 진짜 많이 봤어. 내가 생각했을 때 일단 걔가 너무 싫어. 이겨주기도 싫고 같이 게임하기도 싫어. 그러니까 얘한테 긍정적인 효과를 난 주기 싫은 거지.
그런 거 같아. 모두한테 알아달라 이거지. 내가 나의 억울함을 알아달라. 플러스 나는 다짜기가 싫어. 시간 아깝고 내 점수 날리고 싶지 않아. 너네가 알아서 우리 둘의 트롤을 받든지 알아서 하라는 거지.
나는 근데 이런 애들 만나잖아. 웬만하면 내가 다치에 이런 애들 나오면.
저는 다치 해주는 것도 너무 그 사람들 의도대로 드는 것 같아서 너무 기분이 나빠.
그치.
다치 해주는 거.
그게 되니까 계속 그러는 거야.
그니까.
되게 저는 좀 놀랐어요. 그 네 분 얘기하시는 거 보고 아 진짜 혓바닥 토스 수준이 높구나. 심리학 쪽에 진짜 공부를 하신 게 아닐까 생각할 정도로 내공이 높으시구나.
사실 롤이 심리학 게임이에요.
헬리오스님 얘기에 가장 공감했던 게 불안감을 담고 있지 못해서 계속 얘기를 하는 거거든요. 자기가 또 질까봐 가만히 있지는 못하겠고 자기가 어떤 스위치를 누르기는 싫고 다른 사람한테 계속 자기 일을 대신해달라고 유도하는 거예요.
팬분들이 남겨주신 질문들이 있는데 답변을 좀 들어볼게요.
트롤 만나거나 멘탈 털렸을 때 대처법이나 멘탈 관리법이 있으면 알려주세요, 선생님들. 진짜 우물에서 안 나온 사람이라거나 진짜 폐장로들 있으면은 요새 좋은 기능 있잖아요, 알차단. 그런 사람한테는 관심 안 주는 게 제일 밥 안 주는 게 관중들한테는 제일 좋은 방법입니다. 특정 챔프를 좋아하는 사람은 성격이 비슷하다? 그런 사람들 있잖아요. 나는 뭐 애니비아 장인이다, 뭐 야수 장인이다. 이런 사람들은 과몰입하는 사람들. 나는 이걸로 되게 멋있어지고 싶다.
그 말은 좀 정확해. 내가 이걸로 유명해지고 싶다. 내가 애니메아로 남들보다 잘하는 거 보여주겠다. 이것 때문에 난 애니메아만 계속 한 건 있어.
너는 도리를 좋아해?
그런 거 아니지.
선생님 오늘 오셔가지고 라인별 성격 유형에 대해가지고 좀 얘기를 해봤는데 어떠셨나요? 저는 되게 즐겁고 좋았습니다. 혓바닥 서스 멤버분들이 게임에 대해서 깊은 심리학적 이해를 하고 있다는 게 그러니까 뭐 제가 오늘 한 얘기들을 시청자분들도 거의 한 70%는 재미로만 들어주시고
좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
네, 오늘 라인별 성격 유형에 대해 가지고 이야기를 해봤는데 여러분 또 궁금한 주제가 있으면 댓글 달아주셨으면 감사하겠습니다. 혓바 닥터스
수고하셨습니다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you ready?
자 이번 파이널. 자 젠지와 팀원의
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK for the second match of the night, and this one should be very, very close. KT Rolster versus Liv Sandbox, two teams that are not quite number 1 and number 2, but they are a close third, I would say, at this point in time, especially with Damwon Kia's recent fall. Should be a close one, Wolf.
Yeah, it is really exciting to see these two teams collide because both have looked very strong, although there have been some minor hiccups along the way. So I think form of who shows up better tonight is really going to be the deciding factor here, more than drafts or how the Zeri is going to go, for example. I think it's really just going to be about who came tonight in good condition.
Yeah, and as you guys can see, the standings behind us, it is going to be Liv Sandbox and KT neck and neck right here. And you'll note that if KT wins with a 2-0, I believe they would overtake Liv Sandbox because it would be +7 to +6 in that case. If it is the 2-1 victory to KT, then Liv Sandbox will still be ahead by 1 game, but very close between these two teams.
They both have pretty tough opponents next as well, but we'll get into that later on. As this is the battle of 4th and 3rd, Summers KT versus the dreamy Liv Sandbox. And KT, first playoffs in 3 years, but what seed will they walk into that playoff with is the real question we are all waiting to find out. The same, of course, true for Liv Sandbox, as both of these teams looked very weak in spring. First few weeks of summer, we weren't sure. Looked like somewhat promising, but we didn't want to trust just yet. But now, like you said, these teams are top 4 teams here in the LCK, and it's very exciting to see them collide here in a tense matchup that means so much for those seeds.
Liv Sandbox reverse swept in both matches in round 1. And I believe that should be talking about summer round 1 and spring round 1 because there is only 1 match between these two in round 1.
I think the implication is that they had big comebacks in their game wins, as you can see with the gold graph there. So we're losing, but then came back in the end. And I think that that is the story of Aiming coming online a little bit later on in the season than Prince. But both of these players are so similar in terms of their late game power. And this will be the first time Vikla versus Closer does occur, because last time we did see Arya in the mid lane.
Yeah, this time it is the 2003 born mid laners. Last time we had a graph, or a point of the match like this, it was the 1997 supports, but that was a different match. And Silas, Ahri, Azir, most played by both players. Where will these picks end up? Saw kind of an interesting meta within the first match today, but I think it'll be very different here in the second match.
Yeah, the first blood here much higher for KT. First Drake much higher for, well, slightly higher here for Liv Sandbox. Both of these teams having fairly different priorities here in terms of the map. But I think that this data is really kind of inconclusive as to what's going to happen this game. It's going to be really about where the compositions lie. But I think one thing you could draw a conclusion of here is how closely matched these two teams are just in general right now in terms of early objectives. Liv Sandbox having a slight edge, but first blood gold in KT's side.
Yeah, KDA is pretty high so far in round 2, which is cool to see. The lowest first turret percentage for KT, which is kind of interesting, even though they have seen a lot of success as of recent times. And yeah, we're just about ready to show our teams and see, what's going on here. I believe that Prince should still be playing from home. Hope he's feeling a bit better. But here is KT in the full flesh. Everybody down here at Lal Park.
It's been such a real transformation for KT Rolster this year. They are miles ahead of where they were the last 2 years, 2020, 2021. And every single player on this roster had a part to play. Rascal on the top side, solo kill machine, doesn't lead to anything in spring. Cuz developing as a player, growing as a player, learning to play more around bottom side in the meta that calls for it here, playing less on aggressive carry early game junglers, but playing more tempo based. Vikla solidifies his position as the mid laner for this roster over rookie Arya, who couldn't hold it together through some tough matches there. Vikla also had some struggles in the laning phase, but he's come online. And at the end of the day, it's aiming and life, the big duo that KT was able to get in this roster. They committed so much to their bottom duo in terms of getting this roster into a super team this year, and finally, it's paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like everything is running on all cylinders here for KT Rolster, aiming, just carrying a lot. I like that Rascal is also coming back here as let us now take a look at the other side of the rift. No cardboard cutout today. It's all serious today. No Prince will be standing with them for this one.
Is that a 3D printed Prince by any chance on the shoulder? I think, oh no, it's not. It's just a piece of paper put on. Okay. I thought it was actually 3D printed at first, and I was really excited. I still think it's very cool. The implication here, I think that Prince is riding on the shoulders of Kyle there in the bottom lane. And, I do like it. It's creative, it's unique, it's different than what we saw before. I don't know if it'll sit very well in the chair on stage, but we will find out how it looks.
Yeah.
This Sandbox, another team that... Okay.
Fell down. Yeah. Got to fix that. Maybe you can attach it to the chair now.
All right. The closer's got his back. But this is a team that has also stuck the landing this season. A team that, with Summit last year in summer, we were thinking, okay, this could be the season of Sandbox, and then it all fell flat in the end. Not to be the case this time. This Sandbox never disappointed. They never had a consistent dip here at the end of the season. And where they started around Prince, we end the season the same way. This matchup is just so exciting because of that 80 carry matchup between Prince and Aiming that we've drawn so many comparisons of this season. It is our key player matchup here as well. We spent so much time talking about how these two players are so similarly important for their team. Look at damage percentage. Aiming much higher, but Prince still up at top 4 at 30% of his team's damage. He's had a much stronger time in the laning phase and in the early game than Aiming has, but Aiming is a bigger carry for his team. But we didn't see this matchup really come true in the first round robin. It was Prince who ended up carrying in the end. We saw, I believe it was even his Kaisa that he was playing back then more than anything else. But now, these two teams, as they've grown and evolved, we get the final and best version of them towards the end of the second round robin. And you ask anybody in round one if they were excited for this matchup, most people would be like, I'm not that hyped. This time, it's a lot of people's match of the week.
Yeah. And Prince has found a spot on the chair. He's there on top of the head of the chair, and he will be there with his arm raised the entire time. I hope he doesn't get too tired. This top matchup is very interesting, by the way, because not because it's going to be like really close or anything, just because I feel like these two players could not be more different. Rascal very much a solo lane dominator in past seasons, getting solo kill top by far, almost breaking records. And he's up against Dove, who is kind of the rock. He sits there, he plays the tank, and he gets 20 CS behind, doesn't care, and he waits until team fights.
The biggest difference between these two players in terms of the champions they play and where they find success is that Rascal has Gwen as his most played at 11 games. He's just over 50% on it, whereas Dove, 1-4. He's only played 5 games of the champion, hasn't found that much success, and we are seeing Live Sandbox move away from that pick for him, going back towards tank side, playing a little bit more passive, sitting under turret, weak side, like you were alluding to. So there is a chance that we see one of these two teams play around top side, whether it's the dominant Rascal lead where he gets the counter pick for the Gwen and goes for the Akali. If that's picked up, if that's prioritized for Dove, they try to play around that. Or it could be that they're looking for ganks as Dove gets pushed in under turret, because the movement away from 3v3 bottom side has been quite massive here over this last week of professional play in the LCK. So that matchup you mentioned is going to be very important potentially if one of these teams wants to make that their anchor.
KT on blue side. They have side selection this time around. And I'm trying to take a look at the last time these teams came. We did have the reverse sweep, of course, as was mentioned in our points of the match. But just trying to find...
It was early, if I remember correctly. I mean, Arya was playing, as was mentioned, so probably in the first 2 weeks. I did not actually have the stat in front of me myself, but I'll leave it to you, Valdez, because you're the one who brought it up. You're going to have to find
this
it now.
one says it was a 2-0 from Liv.
That's what I'm saying, but
KT.
yeah, the stats, the stat there I think was incorrect usage of reverse sweep. I think they meant both games were a comeback win for Prince in the late game team fight where he pops off. We just see Poppy banned here, taking that one away right off the bat, taking away the closer's Vi, so you can see where KT's focal point is in this draft so far.
Yeah, Krako has been huge for this team, just in terms of, especially when he's on, he's really on. He's making a lot of plays for the team, and taking him off of very proactive picks in the jungle is definitely going to be a good spot, especially from the blue side.
Lucian going to be taken away here too. Where Zeri lands is going to be such a pivotal part of the game plan for both of these AD carries, as Kalista is banned. I think KT are fishing for it, for sure.
Yeah.
Aphelios is still a great option here, but it's been a much stronger pick for aiming than it has been for Prince. So both of their top two on that one. It will be the Ahri that gets prioritized first pick here for KT Rolster on blue side. This has been rising up in popularity. We talked about the mini meta with it that happened in our previous series. It was only played one of those games, but it was a game-turning champion for Hanwha Life. But this priority with the Zeri open is kind of unheard of.
Yeah,
Silas
it's very
open as well.
interesting. Yeah, the silence is going to come through here, absolutely. It is closer, after all. He loves Silas. And these two teams are just scared to play Zeri with Sivir available. That's my read. So Liv Sandbox is going to go ahead and pick Sivir. And now KT can pick something else. I mean, you don't have to go for Zeri, but I think it's still a great option here.
Yeah, I think that KT felt like they wanted to have a little bit more ability to fight around mid to late game objectives with some pick potential. Ahri is a great, strong response to melee engage, obviously, because she could just simply charm them. I think it's going to be the Zeri or the Aphelios. Will be the Zeri. Is finally locked in here. And I don't think they necessarily need to grab Alistar right now. Trundle's still available. I think a jungle pick would be warranted here for the same reasons we mentioned in the last series. Is yes, Alistar has that spell shield interaction, but not a great pick with the Zeri. Not a strong duo here. Doesn't feel amazing. If you're going to get it, though, you're going to get it now, or it will 100% be banned away. Now, the Lulu trades back a lot of damage in lane and gives this lane a little bit more sticking power, and we have seen it with a very bad win rate here. It's 9 out of the 24 picks, 37.5, but still has a lot of power with the Glitter Lance in the 2v2.
Yeah. Renata Glask going to be a nice option as well. Just a lot of lane presence, but also a game-changing ultimate potential, and Kyle has been looking good on that so far.
Yeah, he's got a massive win rate on it, 5-2 this season. Same for Life, actually. And we'll see where these bans go now, because obviously the jungle is going to be the focal point, I think, for KT, as you want to make sure this Zeri Lulu lane is not going to be repeatedly dove. And see the Gwen comes out here for a targeted ban towards Rascal. Like I mentioned, he's played it way more. And we're going to see those tanks taken away from Dove. Wouldn't be surprised if we even see a Sejuani ban here. Does increase Trundle's power, of course, if that is going to be the case.
There's just so much available. Like the Nara's available, the Gragas is still available. Dove is like sitting pretty. He's like, whatever you want to give me, I'm fine. There have been so much focus into the jungle and the bottom lane that just a lot is left available. And this is looking like a Gnar angle potentially. Sejuani will be banned.
Sejuani Ornn taken away does feel like a place here where I think you grab a jungle and you wait and see as Live Sandbox right now. They disagree. They will just take the Gnar. Gangplank in KT's composition feels very weak. I don't think it's a good pick here because it's already a very fragile composition. Doesn't have a front line or a tank.
Is that for Rascal?
Could be. Well, we won't know until this final pick is locked away.
Nope.
Nope. Well, there's one more tank in the wheelhouse, but they're not going to pick it. It looks like here. I mean, I think Gangplank is so greedy, and yeah, it is going to be a Lee Sin pick. All right. Well, they weren't sure about it until they locked it in. But
Production was zooming in on Cuz. I'm like, yeah, we're on the same page here. Like, they're picking for Cuz here, right?
I think it's a very risky pick, but the Lee Sin is going to have a lot more money than a jungle Lee Sin will, of course, and it's Rascal, so we generally trust in the Lee Sin top side. We've seen it a few times this season. Kingen pulled it off earlier on. But it has been Rascal who was playing it after it kind of expired, after it was nerfed a few times, and solo lane Lee Sin wasn't very strong on the top side of the map. Rascal said, no, yes, it is. And he is our best top lane Lee Sin player in the LCK and is going to have this champion to play into what is considered a counter matchup for the Gnar. Do like the Skarner round out of this draft here. Ari Viego, a very strong mid duo. But I don't think this game is going to be about that lane more than it's going to be about the top side where they're trying to control that. And for the draft here for Live Sandbox, really going to try to find power in the mid game with this Sivir pick. And it's not going to be easy. Now that the Gnar has to deal with this Lee Sin, you have to manage your Gnar bar. I do lean towards pretty heavily KT Rolster's draft here with Rascal on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. The Skarner, not so sure about. Kroko, I think, is going to be a bit muted on a pick like that. And the bottom lane should just be trading, so just like we kind of saw in a recent series with Genji versus DK, it was a lot about that top lane. So let's see if they can make it about it here in this game as well. I think KT would love to.
Yeah. I think that with the Zeri Lulu, you're fairly self-sufficient here as KT Rolster. And if you just focus on the top side of the map, you can pull the enemy jungler there where he's going to be trying to stem the bleeding if Rascal can get the advantages he wants to. So unfortunately, the Sivir lane is just going to be a farm lane. She'll, of course, spike with Kraken Slayer earlier and will have some power in those mid-game fights. But at Zeri, you're just sitting and farming. You're playing around the Lee Sin top side. Love this approach from KT.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have seen the compositions and the draft. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 1 right now.
Here we are.
There was some interesting sounds during that fan cheer. I think it was Lulu.
Yes. I also was confused at first, and I thought there was some infighting in the chanting, and then we saw the Lulu spam there on the screen. She appeared.
Life never going to miss an opportunity.
He's also doing googly eye skin, so he knows what he's in for. Okay.
Yeah. It's just some quality trolling to begin.
Will be a red buff start here for Cuz. Won't be pathing top side for a little while here in this game. As level 1, just going to be a trade down here bottom side. Not going to be a lot of power in this Renata until level 2. Try and do what they can to harass here with Glitterlance, get that control of the bush.
Yeah.
And Rascal, he is just going to be looking for action right away.
Note that in this bot matchup in this game, we will have an Ignite actually given both ways. Life takes a big chunk and aiming now kind of on the run here. He will rejoin as everybody low now in the lane. What I wanted to mention is that nobody went for Hex Flash Hex Flash champions in this series, in this first game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, you know, Kalista was banned. We don't have any, you know, Fate's Call angles here, and this is not going to be a lane that's looking to dominate or win all-ins. But I think that aiming and life pushing the level 2 advantage here really gives them a lot of extra freedom in this lane. Of course, Ignite's traded, but it's a heal-less lane. So if heal is up for Prince, if he didn't take Ghost, I think he might actually be able to all-in turn back there and even maybe can force a kill with the flashes. But since he ran Ghost instead, you know, this is the angle for it. Yeah. This is LCK all time.
I was saying yeah about the Ghost, by the way.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Rascal.
Yeah, almost half of the wins in this matchup are his. And it was a kind of, okay, hold that thought. And we'll have Cuz down here. Aggressive trading looking for Kyle. And not going to amount to anything, just going to be that path bottom side for the Viego, trying to use this extra prio they forced. See if he can get an advantage. Will, of course, scout out the pathing of Kroko. Drops a ward across the other side. And, yeah, so far so good for the Zeri. We'll get an early back here.
So far so good for the Ahri as well. Closer having a rough time farming here. Looks like Vikla is really putting on the pressure. They both win for minion dematerializer, just for this lane control, so that Ahri can clear waves a little bit easier. Top lane so far, Dove, I feel like, has been handling the aggression very well himself. So that's looking good. This is going to be our first visit towards the top side, but it looks like Kroko's just full clearing into Scuttle Crabbing. Nice for him that he can pick up a Scuttle Crab, because if he really wanted to, could have tried to force the issue to double Scuttle, but not going to be the case in this game.
Yeah. Just going to play it a little bit more passively and see that the early back here just leads to early boots and a second longsword here for aiming. Not going to be pushing into a massive lead or anything like that. And of course, the back will be matched by Prince. And return to lane. During this interim, Life is going to be harassing closer in mid. And they just have Perma Prio set up in this early game. Rascal, he just wants to all in all the time. This is how he plays this matchup. This is how you have to play the matchup.
Yeah.
If you lose tempo, the range advantage that Gnar has, of course, will just stack up on you. You have to be trading constantly.
Absolutely, you got to be in there. You got to be life stealing off the minions with your W.
Yeah.
Rascal's a master at this matchup, so it's going to be having a pretty fun time as this game comes along.
That was the nerf that pushed Lee Sin out of the solo lane, with the exception of this matchup that only Rascal and Kian are opting into right now. So he's played 17 games of it, the Lee Sin in the top lane.
In goes the Silas, and everybody seems to be here, both junglers, just going to butt heads in the side brush. And that just means that nobody's really getting ganked here. Cuz right in the right spot to make sure that the closer couldn't really put on the aggression any further. As Vikla gets extremely low, is probably going to have to flash away from this one. He's trying to hit level 6 as Cuz comes in. He's minion dematerializing, and he hits 6, but Kroko is right here, and the Spirit Rush is stolen, but closer cannot quite close the gap. But there is the stun onto Cuz, but they're under turret now, and that is not going to be a kill either way.
Okay, Rascal here also going to be hit. His opponent's going to hit 6 first.
Yeah, Rascal going to have to flash away from that one, and Dove is winning in a 1v1 in the top side. Up a level as Rascal hits 6, though. That's a lot of damage. The kickback is perfect. Dove has a flash. He elects not to use it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rascal's top Lee Sin. Oh, Dove doesn't use his flash, as you say. And Rascal turns this one around. Valdez looking very good for KT's early game right now with the Zeri comp into the Sivir. I mean, they are winning the bottom side, they are winning the top side, and there was an even exchange, let's say, in mid lane.
Rascal's looking for more. Kroko is trying to hold this wave. We do have the Gnar coming up. The Q will miss. And now Rascal's like, well, I got to push this because Kroko just put it in a bad spot. Meanwhile, Cuz is like, oh, you know, we just had a crazy trade mid. Kroko's top, I see that. Free dragon for me.
Yep, free dragon, free scuttle. And The bottom side of the map has been so warped by the Lulu poke and the early level advantage that was picked up from Zeri that it's really hard to catch up. As this fight, as you mentioned, you pointed it out perfectly. Vikla is hoping for 6 here for a Spirit Rush. He's holding his Charm, gets it up here. Charm's closer, but Cuz isn't here in time. Wants to get 6, doesn't know Kroko is over here necessarily, but he also doesn't know the timing of Closer stealing his ultimate away as he gets level 6 first, but only for just a moment. Flash has to be expended here. It's, you know, a trade of the Viego Flash for the Sylas Flash, but still they survive as this is when the Narbar has expired. He misses the wallop, of course, because Rascal can, of course, just go through him with the Sonic Wave.
Dove has to flash there.
Yeah, he has to or he dies.
Rascal has the damage, and if you know the calculation, like, okay, Dove's not really a top laner. I don't even know if he's ever played this matchup, right? But he needs to flash. He needs to know that if the kick goes off on him back towards the middle of the lane, he's dead.
Life with a big roam.
I mean, he's got flash now. Maybe this is what he was saving for as the Q is going to go wide. Actually, a very nice sidestep there by Dove. While he was slowed down by the glitter lance. So
and the timing of this is amazing because Life roams topside. Prince is taking a back timing here. You have control of the top side. You're winning mid lane. You're grabbing a plate for your Ahri. You're getting Rift Herald here. And this is playing around the top side of the map like we were talking about. KT weren't sure in the draft that they really wanted to go down this path. They were hovering. Are we going to do something else? Are we going to play GP? Try to win the matchup just organically there? Or are we going to go all in on this? They make the call to push the Lee Sin topside. The lead is immaculate. Now he's freezing this wave away from Dove, who's flashless, as you mentioned, saved it for the second gank. But it's a Herald. It is very big spikes across the map here for KT.
Yeah.
And Sivir down 12 CS.
They are steamboating them right now.
Oh, yeah.
If I could quote my good friend Chronicler. It's not close. KT are winning everything, as you're kind of highlighting, and it's just coming from great play from them overall. Like, the fact that Life is not just accepting, oh, I'm just an Enchanter Lulu support, I'm going to sit bot and do nothing while my AD carry farms, and he's actually getting proactive and ganking as Lulu is insane.
Yeah, this ward here is going to get an insane amount of value, too, as Rascal will just keep pulling this wave back towards his turret. Kroko not going to be able to find a gank through the brush there. Did, of course, have Flash Impale as an option with his Predator boots. Not anymore, as Rascal's going to show the respect with the vision he has. This is now a 20 CS lead. Of course, these waves are going to eventually crash through, but aiming is destroying this lane. And I didn't think it was going to be this one side. I thought it was going to be a lot more even. But it's just nasty. He's getting plates here, plate in mid, and the Rift Herald has not been placed. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like, I thought this was going to be, you know, a lot riskier of a pick here, this Lee Sin. But he is dominating. It's just an individual outperformance in all 3 lanes here. And it's not that the Sylas can't actually hold his own in the mid lane. It's not that Sivir Renata just loses to Zeri and Lulu, but if you play it this well, if you play it this early, get that brush control, trade well, and get that tempo advantage, I guess you do lose this hard.
Yeah. No, the players are playing it really well in the lanes here from KT. Certainly some lane dominance coming out from them. In the top lane, especially early on, Lee Sin has execution power early in the game, whereas Gnar does not have a lot of tankiness early in the game. So especially when he's mini Gnar, it's kind of like, I hope I don't get Sonic Waved. Otherwise, I might be dead. And Rascal has made that clear. As Kroko is here, Wild Growth will come in. The damage not quite there for Life. They'll finally take him down. As aiming is shelling in, but it's Noon Quiver Zeri, so it's not quite had his moment just yet. So nice little play there from Kroko.
Yeah.
Finds an angle.
Very nicely done. Meanwhile, over here again, he has Flash, kick back up.
Yep, this is the thing. He hops back in. He's got red buff. Or, no, that wasn't actually red buff.
Yeah. Just, he's got a Iron Spike whip and a pot, a refillable pot.
There you go.
And down here, this is just a really good play from Kroko. They identify, okay, Lulu's in the brush. Going to get an Impale. First damage is there. Fortunately, like you said, aiming doesn't have enough damage here. Causes very late. Sylas rotating down, Ahri not there. So proactive play from Kroko goes uncontested here. So a big trade back here for Liv Sandbox. Sivir picks up a kill. Has this Kraken Slayer for the second Drake fight.
Oh! He's just playing with his food now. That's what I was talking about this top lane. I'm like, this is not very close when it comes to the individual ability of these two players to play out a lane. And Rascal is just dunking on him again and again and again.
Yeah, you just play around topside, I guess, early, and then just let him sit up there and win it over and over and over. And now he's going to get another plate up here topside. 2 are already down. He's getting these solo, and the power of the Rift Herald bottom side here is massive, too, for the draft that KT have. Closer does have the Ahri Spirit Rush once again. This is not a fight you want to force necessarily as KT. Rascal does not have the ability to join in.
He's just farming it out. He's taking the Krugs. As, yeah, really nice trade coming in here from Closer. He's got Spirit Rush. I think that Vikla is dead. Flashes in on him. As, meanwhile, we do have a nice little rotation coming on in as they really want to get this down. The Flash Glitterlance should be enough, as they will hand that one over to Cuz. So at least there is a response, but not before Closer does put on a nice show.
Yeah, and it does, of course, end up being a Cloud Drake going over to the side of Live Sandbox in all of this. So a little bit of extra control going over. And KT end up losing the Ahri, but at the end of the day, you know, Rascal gets further and further ahead. This is going to start to become a huge problem for Dove, because this is the kind of matchup where if you get an early kill, it's pretty over for the Gnar. You know, you have to play passive, you have to sit under turret. You get 2 early kills and an early Gore Drinker, and you are just going to be dove on kick cooldown. Rascal didn't even use his flash for the last kill, so still has it available. Yeah.
Meganar comes in and Dove is hopping away, so that's kind of how you know.
Yeah.
Let's just listen in.
Dodges the wall up so beautifully here. And, I mean, goes under turret, kicks him, Sonic Wave, got him.
The second he gets in there and he lands a Q, he's like, yep, got him.
Yeah. This was just really well played from Closer, has the Spirit Rush for the chase, gets him over the wall with a flash.
Also calls it.
Yeah, we know what happens after that, but still a really nice mechanical play for him, which helps relieve that pressure on the Drake. So they tie up the Drakes 1-1, which is really important. They don't win a team fight around it, but they still are able to stop KT Rolster from just slowing this game down so much with the 2 Drake lead they could have had there if they had a straight-up 5v5.
Yeah. Now we do have KT hanging around here in mid. This is because we do have a second Rift Herald that it looks like they want to potentially fight over. As I say that, everybody's just going bot. And Rascal is single-handedly just up in the top side once again. He's going to take down this entire turret. And Dove,
he can't defend it. And
yeah,
Croco just now has his chem tank online, went for Predator, but he cannot actually help Dove unless he has ultimate, and even still, his impact is going to be so low. He is a champion who's basically an ult bot. That's what he does.
Careful, Dove.
Yeah.
You don't want to poke that bear.
Yeah, if Rascal's at half health and he comes up, that's a different story. But
yeah, also Skarner, you know, he's got Flash, Predator. You don't know exactly where he is, even though he does have that control ward in that top tribe rush.
Croco was trying to find value elsewhere, but he's been unsuccessful so far. Vikla.
Once again, Vikla is having trouble with this. He's going to go over the wall. This time, Closer is going to push him away. Up a level in that lane is Closer.
Yeah, Vikla's had to spend a lot of time elsewhere, despite winning the lane. I don't know. I could try to turn an L sound into winning. I'm like, that just doesn't work. Winning the lane in the early parts, now losing control of these side lanes and skirmishes. So once again, Rascal, he has Flash, he has Safeguard. Even if Croco decides to Predator, try to Flash Impale him, there's so many counterplays available for Rascal, and he can kick away, he can Safeguard away. So many different ways this goes wrong for Live Sandbox unless they have all the CC. Is aiming once again.
Oh, he's still going to get hooked. Even with the Wild Growth, the Berserk comes in, and aiming is doing a lot of damage, but he will eventually be taken out. As here's Rascal. A perfectly timed Spell Shield is going to deny the kick, as Prince will not be kicked in. As now Cuz is going to have to buffer that Heartbreaker to get out. Live Sandbox with a comeback here in the mid lane.
Yeah, really big strike back here in the mid lane, and Rascal's spell shielded kick is really huge. Prince blocking that one makes it so that KT cannot turn this because, you know, aiming did a decent amount of damage there, but there is a lot of follow-up CC. If somebody gets kicked in, you have the knockups there, then it's a disaster. As we're going to watch Krocko make this play happen, of course. Flashes forward. Despite aiming, flashing himself, he still does end up getting caught by the Impale. Wild Growth attempting to keep him alive here long enough for Cuz to come over. And Rascal, the spell shield is just so amazing.
Yeah, perfectly timed. Even Cuz can't do anything. And it was very predictable, the play pattern from aiming. You're Zeri, you want to have control of this lane. You push forward, you're going to look for an extendo beam. And Krocko read it. The timing was perfect. He's right there. Another flash play. This is a Skarner that knows how to make those plays.
Now, KT really should not take a page out of the Live Sandbox book and just give this Drake up. I don't think this is a fight worth taking.
Uh-oh, Cuz going to be caught there by Closer, who does take a significant amount of damage back as he goes in for the trade. Cuz gets very low, though, and that is the jungler of KT. So immediately, Live Sandbox going to start up this objective.
Yeah, Rascal is Lee Sin, but he doesn't have Smite.
Oh, Cuz didn't back. He's coming back here. Has the Heartbreaker. He's got his team obviously setting up very aggressively for this. Cuz just going to walk back in, but that's not enough. Nice Gnar into the wall here from Dove into Impale. And Vikla actually survived for a very long period of time, but not long enough, and Stuff is going to survive. But huge kick comes in from Rascal, who's going 1v4 in the back line, as everybody else is fighting on the top side. Closer as well, going solo against multiple. Unfortunately, Life can't do anything, and KT force a fight. Live Sandbox will benefit big.
And I, you know, just replace Bernie Sanders' face with me because I am once again asking why we are taking this fight for third Drake against Kraken Slayer Sivir, a setup for the Impale here on this Skarner. Meganar, and look, this fight is closer than it has any right to be totally honest. Vikla surviving here and getting maximum amounts of damage there. But Zeri is not online. There's so much CC here. And Rascal is extremely fed, but he's a melee champion against a spiking comp here of Live Sandbox. As KT, just let it go. And that was what I was asking for before that. Cuz is at low health, you have no setup, you have no vision.
No jungler.
No jungler, like
basically.
You don't need to force this fight. In fact, it is wrong to do so. And now you've given Live Sandbox the fight they were so desperate to take, they were so worried they weren't ever going to have. Yeah. Is a fight where Sivir actually gets to pop off with Kraken Slayer. Now Phantom Dancer is done. And the gold shows that KT is ahead, but they are absolutely not in this game anymore.
The insane amount of engage that Live Sandbox have as well just means that you can always punish this. Rascal, no flash, no hop to a ward. He is incredibly fed as he has the Wild Growth on him as well. In comes the teleport from Closer, but he's not really going in for that one, as here comes the Smite onto Rascal. They are looking for more as the Zeri aiming on the left side is trying to shell into these tanky members and cannot get through the health bars. Meanwhile, Prince has got a huge front line, as aiming is not going to go down, and Live Sandbox will win another trade.
I mean, you were on one item. If you had your Phantom Dancer, maybe there's a world where you can actually carry this fight, but unfortunately you don't have it. And KT are playing around the fact that Rascal is extremely fed. As you mentioned, same way they were hoping to take that miracle fight on the Drake, and the same way they were trying to turn that fight in mid that was spell shielded by Prince. 3 fights in a row, they're saying Rascal has so much money, he's way tankier than normal, he's saying he has Sterax here, and so we can actually force these fights into our favor. We can actually bait something, then turn with a kick. Look at how long he survives. Life is there for him. This is a set play. This is not Rascal getting caught. This is KT intentionally trying to use Wild Growth to turn a fight so that aiming has free reign here on the backside. But he's sitting on an Immortal Shield Bow and half of that Phantom Dancer. He doesn't have the damage. He's just tickling them. You're fighting into the spike of this Sivir right now. You're fighting into a better setup for Live Sandbox because you're trying to bait a play. And 2 in a row here, they're just donating gold at this point.
Yeah, and take a look at the Sivir now. On 2.5 items, basically 3, because that Lord Dominix is about to be finished. And that is a big problem. It's most damage dealt because Prince is always being put into a fight where he's got a huge front line, and just Live Sandbox are setting them up better for him. So Yeah, I mean, the Zeri moment is not here. It is the Sivir moment. It is the Prince moment. And I would also say it's the closer moment. He has really been just insane with his sticking power. And this is part of the reason why I did not expect Sylas to be given over for free to closer when you have blue side, and the first pick, Ahri, is doing nothing. Now, you can say whatever you want about the draft, but also I just think that Liv Sandbox are playing it well, coming back from behind.
I think Liv Sandbox are ready to leap at the chance to take these fights and to say, oh, K2, you're actually going to fight this. That's exactly what we want, you know, and I think this is not a draft issue, but it becomes one, obviously, when the Sylas starts to get this fed, the Sivir starts to get this fed, and then you start to look at the pieces of Liv Sandbox's draft, which is vastly outscaling where it's supposed to be right now, especially considering the early game where all 3 lanes were won from KT. And the way this Lee Sin was utilized or attempted to be utilized by KT has backfired in such a way that Liv Sandbox have free reign in this game again, which I think they probably thought they'd never see, but they have played out every moment so perfectly because Rascal almost made those plays work, right? If the spell shield from Sivir isn't perfect, if the turn isn't great there from Liv Sandbox, then maybe the plays do work.
It's just like that. That's the power of a Skarner from ahead, who's looking for angles, who has his team right there to back him up. And so they're just going to say, okay, well, they're all on the bottom side. Let's go for this Baron. But immediately pings are coming down. There is no vision from the side of Liv Sandbox. They might not even assume this is happening, but they might just want to get vision. But now,
not enough damage. And look who's doing Dragon. It's Dove, who has teleport, can use Dragon to build a Narbar up. Liv Sandbox 100% prepared for this scenario. They put specifically Dove on this. Closer has teleport to control the bottom side, can keep Rascal there, can interrupt his teleport. They put Dove on the Dragon. And Liv Sandbox are like, yeah, I dare you to try it. We will match you. We will double teleport in, and you guys will get wiped and the game will end. So they have to leave. And Liv Sandbox, without a contest, without a fight, are able to take that third Drake soul point in their hands now. Man, this big game has been played so well from Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, outside of the early laning phase where, to be honest, I mean, it was looking all KT, right? They were winning top. Mid was going even at that time, and bot was being won. Like 20 CS ahead for Zeri plus 2 plates without a Rift Herald. Like, it was looking all up for KT until a couple of fights.
Yeah, it's
just turned around.
It's really quite a strange game because we see this really unique matchup where Rascal gets fed and ahead, and the rules of this meta are broken because of it. And KT really tried to bend the laws of, okay, our Lee Sin is so fed that Zeri actually beats Sivir in these mid-game fights, but they were not right. Like, they were too proud of the lead they had topside, and some of those setup plays, like the wild growth attempt from Rascal, was really well planned, but just too far behind now. Closer.
The ganking Zeri is the scariest, but who's ganking who? I mean, Closer is incredibly fed right now. You're getting yourself into a bad spot. Aiming's going to be impaled, and he just ults. He's fighting front to back, but he eventually does get taken out. That's the one way you can take down the Zeri, as in goes Closer again. This guy is a madman on a mission. As in they go, they're going to take out 4 of them. They do not take down Cuz, but it does not matter. It's Baron for Liv Sandbox.
Remember what we were talking about last series? You know, Chronicle said you can just sit back and lose, or you can lose on your own terms.
Yeah.
And KT are losing on their own terms now as they look for a gank here. Zeri almost gets her chance to pop off. She has the Immortal Shield Bow. She survives the initial burst. And this is a fight that, again, KT are trying to bait so hard. Teleport comes through. Watch aiming here. Shield Bow's popped early. He gets dragged through. And then he's caught by the Renata ultimate. Man, he just barely goes down. But, I mean, he doesn't have the items to fight back properly. The idea is good. It's just, you're too far behind at this point. Liv Sandbox have really well and truly run away with this. I think that we are at a position now where KT coming back at this game is nearly impossible. They will get one more team fight here, but they're going to have to defend Baron buff for 2.5 minutes here before that soul spawns.
This almost feels like the game that they played against the Vayne, right? With on the Vayne where the Sivir was like 10-0 and 8 by the end of it. It's like, well, I mean, you had some options, but now you don't, because now Prince is about to hit his IE. I mean, I would be surprised if he doesn't have the money for it at this point in time at 26 minutes into the game. So, and it's not just him. I feel like Closer has had more of an impact in this one, to be quite honest. He's who I would vote for POG, but it's hard to argue against 5-0 and 7 Sivir as well. So KT, it does feel like they have been quieted down. You know, they came in really loud. They were winning all the lanes, and then Liv Sandbox like put a finger to their lips. They're like, shh.
Yeah.
It's okay. Like, we'll take you home. This is going to be our game. Sorry.
I think that so many of what sets apart, you know, we always say T1 and Gen G are on a different tier than the rest of our teams, and these two teams are fighting to be the one at the top of the next tier, right? They're fighting to be third place. I think what separates T1 and Gen G is they know the windows in their composition so well, and I think KT were on the edge of some amazing stuff happening with Rascal on this release, and they were on the edge of breaking the game basically with how fed he was and the fights they were trying to set up with his kicks. Like, I think a lot of people criticize KT in this game for taking these crazy fights that don't make sense, but when you watch them, you're like, wow, they actually almost pulled it off even though everything went wrong. And you know, we start to realize KT's thought process, I think, might be ahead of its time, so to speak, in this game. But the moments where they chose to fight were the risks they took at the worst possible moments for Liv Sandbox's comp, because the way they lost those fights just empowered Liv Sandbox's comp to an insane level, and Liv Sandbox would not mess it up. They were not going to screw up those fights. They were not going to screw up those skirmishes. Liv Sandbox had Prince on Sivir. He hit his spell shield. He was not going to make a mistake. And
yeah.
I think that KT are running into an opponent that is so strong that they just barely couldn't cross the line there.
Yeah, I think both these teams prepared really well for each other as well. This is such an important match for both of them that it looks great for Liv Sandbox. Here comes an insanely fast Scorpion as, yes, the Wild Growth comes in and the Zeri aiming is trying to pop up, but look at the ricochet damage. It's just insane now. As everybody groups up for it, not much else they could have done there. They were trying desperately to save aiming. But now the Zeri's dead and the game is over. Liv Sandbox are going to take this here in 30 minutes.
Kyle with so many fantastic ults and handshakes this game. He is sitting at nearly 100% kill contribution here as Liv Sandbox are going to push to end.
Yeah, Close is getting in there. Dub will have one last final moment. Rascal's like, I was fed at one point, but he goes down too as Kyle puts up the FPX. Not sure about that. As down will go the Nexus. Liv Sandbox will take it at 29.5. An extremely dominant, over-the-top swing from Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this a one-sided game because I think it was literally on a knife's edge. And KT had so much control until they didn't. And Liv Sandbox played out those moments so perfectly in the mid game. They were the stronger team. They would not be caught off guard. And you could tell these guys are pretty hyped, you know? It was a game that felt unwinnable. And then KT made some really aggressive calls and they turned it around, but that was an amazing game. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, the last parts of it, once KT's back was broken, felt painful. And yes, Sivir was starting to pop off. And yes, the top dive that Zeri was trying to set up that gank didn't work out. But
there he is.
I love it. He's there in the crowd. When you look at the camera shot, it's actually quite beautiful. He's there with his fans.
Yeah.
He's at home carrying this game. And KT's their draft was so good. They took the risk. They bought into the Rascal, into Gnar, Lee Sin matchup, and it worked. But the mid-game fights they took, they forced. That's where the game fell away from them. And you could see it in the graph.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, I said it during the game that I would give Closer the POG. I think it's just because that was the biggest gap that Liv Sandbox had over KT in this one. Like, his Silas was just beautiful to watch. But not only him, like, Crocker was doing a great job. Even Dove in the team fights providing an awesome front line. And Prince, obviously, insane mechanics. Spell shields the kick. Carries every single fight. Just a great comeback win here for Liv Sandbox. And that really sets the tone for this series. We'll see if KT can come back in Game 2, or will Liv Sandbox continue with this flow. But first, guys, we will have a break. We'll be back.
아래쪽 10개 아래쪽 10개 아래쪽 10개 야 제리 제리 나이스 암레 봐봐 더블 나 탔어 야 바텀 라인으로 게임 끝내자 이거 리신 바텀 라인 게임 끝내자 가줄게 오케이
아 좋네.
야 꼬리맛 들리냐? 분내 게임만 분낸다고?
나 분노 상태니까.
오케이 달달하잖아 이 한번 쓸게
나 리신 들어오는 거 정도는 공 봐줄게 이거.
더블 줄 테니까 나는 더블 줄게 살러선 줬다 리신 볼게 리신 야 음파 조심
나도 오케이.
맞을게 음파 한대 맞을게 내 꼬리맛 좀 봐라
아니 이 게임을 이렇게 분다고? 그렇고 이거 뭔가요?
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was one heck of a display of mechanics between Liv Sandbox and KT, and it started very, very early, Chronicler. Let's go through the draft first.
Yeah, very quickly, because there's a ton to dive into in terms of actual game highlights. Super fun game between KT and Liv Sandbox, really reinvigorating after what was a low-intensity game.
No need to remind.
Yeah,
Continue.
in the previous game. What we had was a very early priority on the most comfortable pick for Vikla rather, in the Ahri. He's been very outspoken, loves that pick. Big thing, of course, for KT, barring that we get the trade for the Sivir and the Zeri that we've seen a ton of times at this point, is Lee Sin for Rascal. You were calling for it, and we got it. And in isolation, really good idea, because Dove is by far the weakest part of this roster, is the one that often goes down, and we know how much Rascal loves solo kills. On the flip side, we also got a Skarner, which, again, if you watch the previous series, you might be thinking, Skarner, not that good, but...
It works if you can make it work with your first few ultimates. Let's get into our first highlight here, because we do want to really show you guys why Rascal is so scary when he gets his hands on the Lee Sin.
Like, everything about this is amazing, right? He survives the all-in from Dove, then goes back in, hits his Q, walks through the stun, and is thus able to take down the Gnar with perfect timing here.
This next one's my absolute all-time favorite, with the safeguard out of the way of the predicted Gnar ultimate underneath the turret. Oh, it's just so cool.
On the ward that already was there, and then waits out bone plating here as well to make sure that he gets the maximum amount of damage possible, and then kick last second Q, makes it a little easier. And I think this is a really good strategy, because taking down Dove is, in my opinion, the most reliable way, because he is by far the member on Liv Sandbox that goes down in lane, doesn't always take the best of trades. So I love the idea behind this from KT.
No, it was actually a really great start from KT. Unfortunately, this is exactly how Liv Sandbox plays every single one of their games. They fall behind in gold almost every single time, and then plays like this happen to bring them back in, almost like clockwork, Chronicle. I don't know how it happens.
Because Sandbox actually looks for plays, which is something that was missing. Just want to highlight what we had happened there, which is Rascal comes in, like, attempting a flank, and Prince spell shields the moment that the wind-up animation begins. Does it? It's not just a, oh, Lee's coming, no, he waits until he's rooted, then presses the spell shield, which makes sure that he actually lives there, which I'm loving it. I think that the problem for KT was that if you try to move a Lee with a lane lead into team fights, especially into Skarner, Renata, and Silas, it becomes really hard to actually play out.
Yeah, and I think they wanted to win a few of these skirmishes instead of having them go so severely in Liv Sandbox's favor, due to the fact that Croco was just getting ult after ult after ult. You saw exactly what he wanted to do. He was just snatch up the Zeri, take her where he wants her to go. And we're going to have a look at our final highlight here, which is exactly that happening, and KT doing everything to try and stop it, and it just does not work out.
Also, Closer deserving a shout out for, again, being a just incredibly consistent player on a couple of key champions now. He was really one of the weak points of Sandbox Spring, just not looking good at all. And it's just the whole team. The whole team makes it come together. Kyle had a great game on the Renata, a couple of key ultimates, followed up very nicely. The Sivir Skarner synergy between the Onni Hunt. It was just the whole package from Sandbox. KT gave a very good early effort, but they were not as decisive in the game.
Yeah, they just didn't manage to make it work, but I think it was a beautiful highlight of how good both of these teams are at the moment, especially with a whole lot of individual talent. Top side of the map definitely going KT's favor in the isolated 1v1. Outside of that, it's just Liv Sandbox, their skirmishing prowess being absolutely incredible. And Chronicler, the ridiculous thing about this is that we haven't even spoken about the Sivir that didn't die once all game and did a bajillion damage as well. Prince might even get POG, and we haven't even really said his name. Let's have a look at the POG now, see whether we look like we've got some egg on our face due to the fact that it could be Prince. But I think that it's going to be Crocker. Here we go, 2-1 and 11. The Skarner does come through with it, and the Impales were brilliant.
Every day when you can vote for Croco is a good day for me, Atlas. And really, I wouldn't mind a split vote. I would have been fine with Prince getting it. Even you mentioned the Kyle vote. I think that was a big brainer as well.
I mean, I just think everyone played really well outside of Dove in the laning phase.
Yeah, which you know, we know that at this point, that's gonna happen. And it's the combination. It's the assistance he gets from the Andy Hans, from the Shirelias, the backup from the rest of his team. Every time he goes for an Impale, immediate Boomerang Blade, immediate ultimate from KL to make sure, and yeah, closer as well. Well, it's just, it's perfect.
I mean, media obviously voting for some boom boom damage there as well, but one of them going over to closer, which I think his Silas play was absolutely fantastic. We actually missed out in a few of the highlights just because there was so many amazing moments in that game. And let's just hope that game number 2 is exactly the same. So let's throw it back to Valdez and Wolf to take you through it.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, there were a lot of things that were done right by a bunch of the members there on the side of Live Sandbox. So that's kind of a scary picture there of Croco.
Yeah, it was both jerseys.
Okay, so there's 2 of them, and they just split them down the middle and put them back together in the wrong order. Kind of scary, but maybe representing what Croco was on Skarner in game number 1, which was an incredible threat at multiple different times. And yes, you know, multiple votes for closer, some for Prince even, for doing the boom boom, and even, you know, just for fantastic positioning and a great spell shield at the exact right time. It's just a lot of positive things to say about Live Sandbox, and now that's 3 wins in a row against strong teams this week from them. Let's see if KT can pull it back.
Frustrating thing for KT is you won't get a second draft like that. You know, you had this lead in the top lane you'll never have again. Not in this matchup anyways. Maybe you can find another angle. But playing around the Lee Sin and trying to find those mid-game fights is not going to be available anymore. You will have to probably play a more tank versus tank-oriented top matchup instead. We saw the Scion being hovered, which would have given them a more front-to-back team fight to play around aiming. Could have also seen Gangplank up there. I wasn't a big fan of that pick because I thought the draft was very squishy if they went that way, and they wouldn't have had a lot of agency top side. Now, as we head into the second draft, I wouldn't even mind if we see the Ahri first pick again, even though for KT you could argue the impact Vikla made was the smallest, just because the game and the draft will look very different. The Ahri is still a very flexible pick. But that's the thing about KT is now you're down a game. This is your last blue side that you're going to get in this series if you win this game. And that surprise Lee Sin, that really sick draft, you only get one of those in the best of 3, and you won't get it again.
Same sides here. Let's see if anything changes in the bans. The Lucian was next for Live Sandbox, but a moment of hesitation from them. Perhaps something else will be banned.
Well, I think it's still a strong ban here.
Lucian.
Just thinking about what they're going to do next.
Yeah.
And I don't think banning Ahri is the solution. But remember, Vikla could also just pivot to the Silas first pick that he's done in so many drafts, countless drafts on blue side. It has been his most played champion. He's 5-1 on it, was mentioned in the points of the match. So
I think it's that or you ban it here, because closer looks so strong on that. So they're going to ban away the Sivir, which means maybe even a first pick Zeri threat.
Yeah, I think that banning the Sivir here is essentially saying, if you ban the Zeri, we grab Silas. Otherwise, Kalista also open. And this is another pick that has been so strong in the second half of the season. It was a very low win rate and it was very heavily criticized pick in the first half. You can see some of that is still actually left over here in this 45% you see on screen, sub 50. But in the hands of a strong bottom 2v2, and this is life's bread and butter, is being the support for a Kalista, it feels really frustrating sometimes. Now, I think as Live Sandbox, this is a Silas angle. Wukong, a very strong pick to go with it. But you can shut down the Gnar too. Like, this is a kind of a no-brainer. Now, the AD carry angle is going to be pretty tough to figure out from here for Live Sandbox, but at least you could lock down these 2 high-tier champions. Or...
yeah, I don't
the
really
whole
know.
studio goes silent.
I don't know about taking Ahri and giving Silas to Vikla with Spirit Rush and Cyclone. Not to mention 3 other ults. Now, you can go Renata Glask and wait and see.
Now, this is a huge big brain play from Live Sandbox because Hex Flash is disabled. The Amumu pick here, the set pick, we've seen Life do so much with this, much weaker in this draft with the Hex Flash being disabled. So Renata is definitely, I think, what KT were hoping to get. I think this was a pretty smart move from Liv Sandbox as a result. It may cost them the Silas, though, and I think that's the best way to punish here as KT, saying, okay, yeah, you really hurt the strong 2v2 we were looking for, but you will be punished by the fact that we have Silas. You can't pick Gnar here anymore, so we'll probably have a pretty strong top side of the map as well.
Silas 27-10. In the LCK, it is the highest win rate of any champion that has been picked over, I don't know, let's say 8 times. And has been incredibly dominant. It also kind of says, well, Dove, go ahead and pick Gnar if you'd like to, but I don't think that will be the answer here. A lot of Dove's champions, though, have great ultimates that Silas would love.
Yeah, it's true. Aphelios is going to be the 80 carry choice here for Prince. We've talked about this one quite a bit. His win rate is nowhere near the perfect win rate that Aiming has, but he's played it about twice as much. Very a comfort pick for him, and when he first came onto the scene, it was Ezreal and Aphelios that he was famous for in the first iteration of Liv Sandbox. For bans here now, you're targeting away tanks for topside. I don't think you're going to try to figure out what Life is playing with this Kalista because it's Life. He might play Set, even with no Hex Flash. He might play a Mumu. He might play Jarvan. So
play anything.
You really just don't. I mean, Sejuani, he could play that too. So this is a great ban.
Yeah.
But you really just want to put the focus on Rascal here topside, because they're going to be playing strong around bottom half of the map. You don't want Rascal to be able to just sit up there and farm it out for free. Like the Ahri ban here too. Even into the Silas can be very strong against this low range comp that KT have put together. And it might just be an Ornn angle here. I think it gives them a lot of power around the early objectives. They'll take away the Gnar instead because they can't pick it themselves.
Yeah. Technically, although we have seen some teams try.
It has
try
not
and fail.
Yeah, it has not been very good.
Yeah. So they're not going to pick it, so they will ban it. The Ornn is banned as well. I was looking forward to 2 Ornn horns, but that is not going to happen here in this game.
I am really curious what Rascal is trying to play this game with the setup here, Ornn banned away, Gwen, and it feels like, even though you and I hate it, the Jax angle could be a good one in this draft because you're trying to steamroll the early parts so aggressively, but I don't think Rascal's going to do it. It's just going to be looking now that the Gwen is locked in here to look for a counter in this Akali. Now, last time he played this, he got ahead not in the lane itself, but was unable to transfer the power elsewhere on the map. Was not the cleanest game of Akali top we've seen, and this draft for KT becomes so insanely all in on the idea of Akali has to win lane, and we have to win every single mid-game fight, or this draft is absolutely doomed.
And when you said all in, everybody's going ham, right? Everybody's going in. There's no range in this comp. You have Silas to steal away needles, I guess.
I mean, think about how strong Talia is into this, too.
Yeah,
like
insane.
Actually insanity value. And
it's not a good ult for the Silas either.
Yeah,
perfect pick.
When I saw the Aphelios in that third pick spot, at that moment I was very worried about how Liv Sandbox was going to be able to transition out of this draft, because the 2 positions they had are their solo lanes, Closer playing into a Silas and Dove playing into a top matchup he's likely going to have to play blind. And I thought at that moment, like, okay, KT can't lose this draft because 2 weak points for Liv Sandbox. KT have strong sides on their side of the map. However, when you look at how it all comes together here, yeah, Gwen for Dove, that's the one part of the map you're really worried about. But as you mentioned, Talia into Silas feels pretty good. Aphelios scaling angle, great. Wukong in a team fight, amazing. If you don't fall behind as Liv Sandbox too hard, you are just going to be the stronger 5v5 composition always in the later parts of the game. And so I like KT's draft in isolation. I like how they put it together for each individual matchup, but it feels like it is just too reactionary and it doesn't work together cleanly. It is so ham-fisted on that all-in idea of those team fights, and drafts like that in the LCK, you usually don't like, especially in a close matchup like this, because the risk is just so high.
This is more than just a Sinner draft. It is like a Smork draft, you know? Everybody is playing only aggro deck, and everybody can only do damage at melee, essentially, you know, including Kalista, who is the one ranged champion, but very low range and loves to get into the thick of things. Whereas there are a lot of ways to peel on the side of Live Sandbox. So like you were saying, you know, you better get ahead and negate those peel options if you are KT. Otherwise, could be doomed. But let's see if they can push their way into a victory here. Live Sandbox feels very prepared with what they have prepared with their draft. So, guys, looks like we're just about ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. Let's do it. Well,
KT, man, they have really... I don't want to get too deep on
this is
it.
one way to get aggressive.
Yeah.
Try to make a lead for yourself. It's to use your level 1 power. You have Silas and a Mumu. You might as well. Doesn't look like it'll work.
No, sadly not. Won't be at the cost of anything huge here for KT. Sweeper used to gain some extra intel down there on the bottom side, but at a very low cost to KT here, as should be able to get back to the lanes. Knows Rascal's already on his way back up. And it's a Kalista, a Mumu lane, so they're going to have a lot of power. There's nothing they could run into that would be disastrous for them unless Live Sandbox were all grouped up in this bush. We have seen that before,
yeah.
but it's very rare. And what I was going to say before we had this level 1 was KT have just decided, like, they woke up and picked violence today in both games. So, like, you know what? We're actually just going to put Dove down.
Woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
And we're gonna just try to break the game with this Lee Sin lead. It was very Icarus-esque, excuse me, to try to break the comp of Live Sandbox so hard with the lead they had, and then they failed. They got too close to the sun. Here we go.
This is what you do, but handshake first from Kyle. Just essentially says no. Handshake's a trade-off.
Yep. Fitting name, actually, in this matchup.
Now they're trying to get aggressive in here. The Amumu's going to hit the blue buff, and now they're turning this around. Ignite is used on a Krako, though, but first roam comes in from Prince, who is level 1. And that is going to be Live Sandbox saying, no, like, actually, we'd rather not take trades like this, so we tried, but they're just going to give over that blue buff to Cuz.
Yeah, well, KT needed to kill it because it's clearly on Team Sandbox with a block of that bandage toss.
Yeah.
So we'll be punished by KT there. But yeah, the drafting style we've seen from KT shows this immense confidence, you know, and it's not unlike the same style of drafting we saw from Rascal in their previous series that they played against Fredit Breon. Now, this didn't work out for them in all 3 games, but it was a very similar drafting style. See, this is a 5-0. Rascal playing, of course, one of those in that Fredit Breon series. But I do like, in some ways, even though I think this draft is very risky, that KT is showing this amazing level of confidence. It's, ooh, misses the cannon, misses the melee minion there.
Loses the trade, too.
Yeah. Just trying to talk about how the confidence is good. It's a 5-0
Do it, talk about it, we're good.
And Dove is over here just making these trades happen, and Rascal's dropping the ball a little bit. But, yeah, just my final thoughts on this draft pre-team fight is KT are not scared of Live Sandbox, and it's a mentality that might come back to bite them. It did certainly in Game 1. But it's a mentality you're going to have going into those incredible matchups against Titans. Like, it's a very good chance KT will match up against Damwon Kia in the first round of playoffs. And so, you know, as a result, like, keeping that confidence high at the peak of the season is very important.
You take a look at the trade that Prince is able to take. He's got range advantage for some parts of this matchup, of course, but in the 2v2 they do as well. So as long as Kyle and Prince are not getting hard engaged on by bandage tosses, they can actually have a small harass advantage. So a really nice trade taken there by Prince. It's going to make aiming and life immediately back off and show a little bit more respect, at least, in the lane.
And because Amumu does not have the ability to use Hex Flash, the pick is extremely weakened because what you could normally do with Amumu is actually force a flash out of the enemy support early, which they have done, but then follow flash up with Hex Flash.
The life special.
Yeah, exactly. And so then you can control the brush, and you can constantly threaten and keep the enemy pinned under turret. But No's Life and aiming have not committed flashes, have not looked for that all in, because there isn't the backup of a Hex Flash to continue to do so. So that utility being lost actually really hurts the power of this lane, and I love the Kalista pick away. Again, they lost Silas for it. Or sorry,
pick away, right?
Renata pick away into the Kalista, and they lose Silas for it, but I think it's absolutely the right call here for Live Sandbox.
I love that point by you in the draft because it's so true. Like, especially for our LCK teams, where I thought maybe Life would pull out something new. You know, like some kind of other sort of Enchanter-esque support that you could hit with I'm not even going to have a chance to talk about this. We're going in. Life is going to elect to go into this one. A perfect handshake gets him pretty low up against Cuz. His aiming is definitely trying to do damage. They isolate Closer on the top side. There's the follow-up as Life is going to go down, but Krako might pay the price for it as the stolen Berserk comes in from level 6 Silas. Vikla making this trade go in his favor. Double kill now for aiming on the bottom side fight.
KT get the fight they want, and they're playing around this early game Silas so incredibly well. This is a very different type of the same idea we saw in game 1. KT are just like, we are the stronger mechanical team. We are going to force the maximum value out of this composition and fight it hard, early, non-stop. Level 6 hit here for Rascal, meanwhile, looking for the same thing. Will not get it, unfortunately, this time around, and the backflip's going to hit a minion. But this is the type of fighting you want to be taking as KT at this point. Force the Silas into an amazing position here. Isolate Closer, take him out, and continue that fight. Bailout goes down. They're not scared. It's an early game of Aphelios who doesn't have level 6 just yet. And KT just playing the individual player's game so well. And this seems so well prepared and so well discussed with the coaching staff.
Yeah, that's what you got to have if you're going into a match like this, where third place could be on the line, and even, by the way, second place for Live Sandbox, because T1 are not guaranteed to have round 2 of playoffs.
Yeah.
It's actually, there's one team that can deny it, and that is Live Sandbox if they continue to win and T1 takes some losses, right? So,
and interestingly, Live Sandbox do face off against T1 in their match next week, so
that's going to be an insane match. I don't even...
And they have Frederick Brion after that, so taking a 2-0 here, if they beat T1, Live Sandbox could go straight to semis.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
You definitely favor T1 in the matchup, but like Live Sandbox is looking great. So that makes that a really exciting match. As we'll take another look at this.
So KT have full control over this choke point here, and Prince gets a little bit greedy. He has Gravitum, wants to actually turn this fight as Closer comes over, but Closer doesn't have 6. Vikla just 1v1s him, essentially, and blows him up. Obviously has Cuz over there to help. Then this from Life is just insane to me, because he knows he has to flash out and still dies, but buys just enough time for Vikla to once again close the gap here as Liv Sandbox like, ooh, Mumu flashed in. Then they are flashed out, but still is in range, and they turn for just a second, which buys just enough time for Vikla to actually come in there. So a big sacrifice from Life. Doesn't actually get away. It would have been amazing if that flash saves him after he bandage tosses, but KT are just forcing non-stop, and a lot of other teams we wouldn't feel as confident about them running this composition because A, very few teams do, and B, it's very hard to pull off and you have to be super coordinated. Krako is going to come down here.
And he's looking for it. This is level 6 Wukong, and Life is not quite there just yet, but doesn't look like he's going to find the angle, so a little bit of an opportunistic moment there for him, and he's going to stay because he really wants to get value out of this, especially because they're trading over Rift Herald essentially for free to the side of KT. But obviously, if they get the gank and Crescendum is here, then Live Sandbox could trade it back, but they're not going to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, with no Dove in the top side, and Rascal knows this, I think KT read this like a book. They were like, no, well, I guess thanks for the free Herald, you guys have to make a cross-map play. Dove isn't there, so you're not diving the Akali. Where could Krako be? There's only one option. Also, while it's happening, Vikla, who has Flash, is way up in the lane. And he's like, well, you're not coming over here either. I know you have 6. And everyone on KT's side is communicating so extremely well in this moment. Okay, Krako's probably looking for a dive bottom side. Just hold the turret. We got Rift Herald. We win this exchange. They get no plates on the trade. And our comp is way stronger on Rift Herald. They can't fight us there. It's all part of the plan.
Yeah, feels very streamlined for them this time around. No doubt they went to the replay and looked a bit into what went wrong in game number 1 and how they were going to change it here in game number 2. The draft, definitely a little bit questionable, but they're making it work, so we'll see how long this will continue and if they can push it towards a win. Dove, I want to commend him for handling the top lane very well so far. Obviously, Akali, she really needs like at least one item to really become a big threat, but he's sticking up and he's keeping up in CS and everything. Like, things are going well for him up there.
Look at Vikla, though. He is just smashing this lane. It's not an easy lane for Silas to play, and he pushes the wave through, goes up, and he will lose 2 minions here for this trade, but he goes up and checks Scryers because presumably Rascal asked for him as he's trying to push super hard on the top side of the map. Scries that Kroko is on Krugs, and so he knows exactly where he is. Bottom side instantly starts pushing for Drake because they know that Kroko is not on the bottom side of the map. And KT are just communicating so well. I feel like we haven't seen a game of KT Rolster or a series of KT Rolster like this in some time. We always trust the mechanics, but the way this team is working together as a 5-man unit is not something we've been able to say for the last 2 years, I think.
Yeah, I think it's part of their development as not just the aiming will carry us team, you know. Because I'm going to hold that thought because Kroko is here. It is on Vision immediately. The ults and the flash are used by aiming, so they just get out of there. They do have to expend a bunch. Kyle also tries to flash in to get this, but now it means that Liv Sandbox not really in position to stop this Rift Herald crash. So that is going to be more gold over to Vikla.
Yeah, just pulling them away. Don't know about this one, Kroko.
Yeah, he is going to deny any follow-up there, but there is the bandage toss. There is no Curse of the Sand Mummy, but Liv Sandbox, can he really take this trade? I'm not so sure. The bailout is on Kyle, and he's obviously not going to get any takedowns as in goes Vikla. This Silas, a huge threat once again, as that will be the follow-up, and they just never stop. This is what this comp does. When they go in, they have so many ways to follow up. So we do have a bit of a trade up on the top side. Rascal here, going to use his ult. He's looking for the damage. He is going to hit it as he walks towards the turret, but he will survive. Rascal, at least, he picks up his solo kill alongside the rest of his buddies.
Holy moly, Valdez! He just pulls it off. I mean, he puts his hand up as well. He kind of raises his fist in celebration as he pulled it off so perfectly. That is basically an ace across the map here. Liv Sandbox just getting dunked on at every turn. And Vikla has flash. He's got Cyclone stolen. Liv Sandbox trying to fight in a choke point because they know they have Renata's ultimate. The hostile takeover makes them feel safe. They can force a fight here. But it's Kalista. If you lose it, the trade-off is so poor, and there's no real objective to be forcing here. So once again, Kroko out in no man's land, in his own jungle, to be fair.
Cuz going pretty deep for this one, but Kroko reads it well. He's like, nope, 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 I am leaving. And he does get the red buff. Has that upgraded smite, so it's immediately going to secure that one.
Rascal just pushing this wave through. And 2 Drakes the lead here. As this call from Kroko is so greedy because Vikla's over here. They have no mid prio. And Renata's ultimate is completely dodged. Vikla misses the first chains, but he's got flash and he just cyclones it. He doesn't care.
Doesn't hit the Moonlight Vigil either. And I think these fights are just being won through sheer outplays from KT.
Outplays and mechanics, and Life gets another bandage toss. It's Viego. Like, this is the perfect fight for KT.
Let's take a look at this. No needles available for Dove. It doesn't look like he's got a mist either. And the Viego's got his, so in they go. Oh yeah, Vikla's here too. That doesn't seem to be fair. 3v1 as Dove does survive for quite a long period of time, but it is 3v1 at the end of the day. Here comes Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, Kroko trying to make a play happen. Bottom side is not even going to grab a plate. Wants to dive the Kalista. Base call up.
This is TP from the Silas, and right now Vikla is huge, so doesn't even have that first item, but it doesn't seem to matter.
And because of
so much happen.
Because of Dove being down, they're going to get a plate up here top side. Closer uses his ult, but doesn't get the plate mid. They don't get anything bottom side. I mean, they do get Vikla's teleport, but you feel pretty fine as KT here. You're
no
not
flashes.
losing anything.
This wall is going to get so much value. They're waiting for a recall, and they're just not going to go for it.
This is crazy, this game. Like, if this was, if you remove the nameplates and this was like Genji versus
Nice.
or something, we'd be like kind of going, well, this is one thing or another. This is KT versus Sandbox, and KT are just skill checking this team. The most aggressive team in the LCK in terms of fighting in skirmishes, the master of these types of fights. And and he does end up taking them out. And like these follow-up dives, the coordination, the defensive setup. Look at where Kalista and Amumu are on the bottom side of the map during this, preparing for the dive, knowing Wukong isn't here. Vicla's here to make sure that if Wukong is there, the dive goes off without a hitch. He does, of course, just help them secure this. And when the dive comes down with the Hextech portal utilized for Wukong bottom side, they're just ready for it. They're 2 steps ahead of Live Sandbox while also making these incredible mechanical outplays that only these 5 players seem to be confident enough to do right now. The draft was extremely risky, but it's 5K gold ahead now, paying off in dividends.
Yeah, 2,000 of that in the hands of aiming, by the way, down on the bottom side. And besides that, very similar leads for the entire top side of the map. And so that is going to be big. Prince right now is very far away from having a big effect on this game. Generally, Aphelios needs, at least 2-3 items to really begin to shell out those years of damage. And so he's really in a rough spot, only on Gale Force.
Counter dive potentially available here for KT. Teleport comes through in the mid lane for Closer. And yeah, like you say, like the Aphelios is not able to compete. This is going to be sole point. And if Live Sandbox had come over to contest, I think they get wiped out. They lose their turret, they get dove. And Vikla stays mid here, doesn't have teleport, sees the Closer teleported mid, so wants to make sure he doesn't lose anything. But I mean, bounties are up. We are in a very accelerated state. Like, right now we are well and truly riding down the roller coaster, and sometimes we say that in a bad way for this team when it's falling behind, but this is a team that wants to be going full speed, and they certainly are.
It's a fun roller coaster, this one, for KT. The Closer's trying his best to stop this from crashing, but there's not much that he can do. Even Krakos here, but this will get the crash, and it won't get a follow-up one. But that is just fine.
Dove?
It's generally the Sandbox that is the one checking our LCK teams, but in this series, it's actually KT, which is really nice to see. We need to have our LCK teams checked by this amount of aggression in order to compete with some of the differing styles amongst the other regions of the world.
Yeah. It's just so refreshing that KT will say, yeah, there is a better way, but I'm going to do it my way, and I'm going to do it the way that we've prepared this week. Because, as mentioned, they drafted very much like this against Fredit Brion. I think they took the 1-game loss there, and it wasn't a clean series, even in their wins against Fredit Brion. But they took what they learned from that series and are applying it so well here. And this is how you take a regular week of a season like this and say, all right, let's come in with a plan on a patch. End of this patch, by the way, can completely change it up next week. And do one style twice, but iterate on it. Oh my god. Doesn't matter, but...
It was really cool, though. I think the coolest thing about it is the fact that KT are challenging over, what is this, 4th red buff? No, you will not get your 4th red buff.
Yeah.
We will have it, and that's just because of the tempo they're trying to play with. They identify that, okay, we have a bit of a timer. We don't want to go too late with this one and let Aphelios and Gwen and even Talia get online. So let's really try to push the envelope.
Also, Rascal went Night Harvester. I don't think we've mentioned this yet, but in that highlight clip where he was able to solo kill Dove there with the turret, he went to the shop and then was hovering between it and Rocket Belt. We saw that at the very end of the clip. He had no intention of going Riftmaker this game.
Yeah.
And the guy is so ahead. He's playing again around the fact that he is the stronger mechanical top laner. We're talking top 3 versus bottom 3, basically, in terms of solo kills and strong side players.
Yeah.
And he's, as was pointed out by us in the last series, as was pointed out by the desk, like, he's just saying, this is the weak link, I am going to be the strong link, and I'm going to take that advantage and not just play Standard, not just play Akali, I'm going to play Rascal Akali, I'm going to play Night Harvester, and we are going to snowball this. And the snowball is well and truly huge. It's about to hit the finish line at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned the itemization. I was actually on Twitter earlier. I'm not sure who it was, but they were talking about how Rocket Belt is the way for Akalis because they don't necessarily need the ability haste. But I'm not a Akali professional myself, but just a curious discussion.
Yeah, I like the Night Harvester into Gwen because the extra speed is going to be so valuable. It getting around and messing with her mist and stuff like that. Rocket Belt obviously can be similar, but it's on a cooldown, whereas Night Harvester kind of just a passive ability. I think both of them are quite good, and I think we're going to see more of it when especially Akali is picked to own lane and not just be a backline threat, because that's how Akali has been played through most of this meta here in summer. It's just like, all right, can I assassinate the carries? It wasn't necessarily even a top pick. It's only been a counter to Gwen where we're seeing it successfully used as a power play, strong side, top side maneuver. And I'm just so glad, Valdez, we've moved away from we have to win bottom no matter what in every game, even with the Kalista draft, because Rascal's finding another counter matchup. And that's why this draft isn't balanced. But if you can pull it off, who cares? And that's kind of what we saw in game 1, too. Not a balanced draft on top and bottom. But if you can pull off the early game, which they did end up, throwing things away a little bit in the mid game. But the draft works, though.
Yeah, it's just not very LCK because generally we'll just pick stuff that's safe. Like I think Gwen is a really good example of this, where she can carry as the game comes along, but she's never really going to get dunked on in lane unless, this isn't the greatest example, obviously.
Yeah.
But we're all about like the safe picks, stuff that's going to handshake. We love our handshaking here. And I'm not just talking about Renata Glass, I'm talking about the lane matchups.
If Prince was in a better state this game, or Talia was in a better state, you'd still feel okay, actually, as stuff here. But the whole map has gone KT favored, and that's, I think, why this example doesn't work like you say, is Dove's going to look for the flank angle here with the Hextech Gate, but KT have Prio here. It's Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and in they go. Vikla is quote-unquote caught, but I don't think he really cares about that because it's just a bait. He's not going to lose more than half of his health, and two of them are just going to be demolished on the backside of this fight.
This series has got to be the...
That's a... Ooh, he misses the shuriken, but he does have the second part of his ultimate, and the damage is insane, but the Gravitum is going to lock down Rascal for quite a bit of time, as there is the follow-up slow closer. Tries to get him, but he will get out here with the blast cone.
Oh, great mechanical plays on both sides there. Calibrum being available, kind of sneaky. Not going to be able to grab the kill, but still, Summoners down here, 3 of them between those 2 players. And KT just grouping up for Baron now. I mean, they have Hextech Soul, which is insanely good for their composition. We've spent a lot of the time talking about how the gold leads they have and the itemization puts them further ahead in this game. But getting this Hextech Soul is absolutely amazing, as Dove once again trying to find this angle so they can sandwich KT, but who's your target? You don't have anyone you could blow up. Everybody is so survivable. Even the Kalista is impossible to burst. And so, Dove is just a little bit left out to dry here as he tries to come through. KT just walk away from him towards a 4-man unit and just have better sustain, better itemization. Kalista has Immortal Shield Bow. Sylas has his lifesteal.
And now we're in a game where it's about 10,000 gold the lead. Already a Hextech Soul is taken at 22 minutes into the game. Like, the tempo in this one has just been 10 out of 10. Like, we are going basically as fast as you can for KT Rolster. And it has been a clean slope upwards, as we can see with the gold difference graph as well, as Closer is dead. There's no chance for him. He has exhaust, and he's not even going to use that. No point. Dove also caught out here. He's got a bunch of needles, but guess who's got better needles? It is Sylas, generally, although he's going to miss the last half of those ones. Not going to matter, as he will just bonk him on the head with his wallet.
Yep. Some bounty gold going over to Live Sandbox here in the mid lane. Prince will pick up 245, but look at his items, or lack thereof. He is behind the curve. They are behind in every lane, and there aren't even small victories to take anymore. Even if Sylas dies to Dove there, if Dove actually ends up getting that kill, which he did not, you don't care as KT. There's no angle, there's no, I got the Sylas, like now it's our time. You get one fight on Elder, maybe. You probably don't, but like, you're hoping you get one fight on Elder, and like, you're hoping you get to take a fight that will not be in your favor in any way, shape, or form, even if you have Prio, which you won't have. And like, just to be totally frank with everybody, this is the wallet diff here, as Vikla messed up some of those needles, as you mentioned, doesn't matter. Just to be clear, KT's comp doesn't need to be this far ahead to work. This is like the maximum value. We've hit maximum velocity. The speedometer is broken, as it cracks as they hit the end of it. You can't be further ahead than where KT are right now in this draft. They have squeezed out every possible advantage.
It's so early, too, the diffs that have come out here. We did say, you know, you have to be ahead, but not this ahead. And let's see, you know, how they're going to do this because their comp, once again, you know, doesn't have Siege. Either you're diving or you're not here, basically. So with this Baron, they're just trying to use the minions to help push and trying to go 1-3-1, which you can so easily do with Sylas and Akali. It's basically child's play for them. Rascal just going to draw 3 people over, and so the push will come in the top side. They're totally fine with that.
Yep, still 90 seconds left on this Baron buff. And, you know, this composition Siege is middling at best, but it is enough with these minions coming through that they're still going to pick gold off of the map. The biggest win for KT right now is to make sure they have prio on Elder. They don't need to actually kill these structures or get an inhibitor at this stage of the game. If they're given an opportunity, they will take it, as Dove is a level behind Cuz. But at the end of the day, KT are just trying to group up and make sure they have prio. So they're just keeping waves ahead, trying to get some deep vision. And anyone who comes in here to even consider getting a ward up, even consider looking for a pick, is they're looking to punish it.
Heartbreaker, a thing. He still has his flash. Live Sandbox, they're trying.
Yeah, I mean, Heartbreaker is expended, but Cuz knew the whole time he could basically be a living ward here and come over and check out what Live Sandbox is looking to do. And if it's just Kyle trying to clear wards, he dies. He's blown up, he's destroyed. It's a tragedy. As Rascal's just killing minions on the top side, he's about to come over here for a flank. And that's another turret down, top side turret, mid to inner, bottom side. Vikla's looking for the push, he's level 16. He hasn't had to use very many hijack ultimates this game. The early game ones were big. And he will potentially have multiple if the fight goes long enough, which I think he's hoping it doesn't. As this is a 100-0 delete everything. 4 stopwatches and Azonias. Check it out, Valdez. Like, maximum stasis.
And there's even 3 on the side of Live Sandbox who have elected that rather try to come back in items, they will try to come back in stasises.
We will have potentially
loving the itemization today. Very big fan.
Potentially 8 in this team fight.
Yeah. Amumu's building Zhonya's as well. This is like just the support build nowadays for engaged supports at least. I feel like all of them have built it so far.
Okay, here we go. Drake's up at 25. Live Sandbox being threatened in side lanes. Teleports up for Rascal. Life could, of course, just rotate back down with aiming. And they can threaten this inhibitor, too. There's just enough time. Because look at where Sylas is. Vikla can come over and challenge basically by himself 3 members and buy enough time for prio that Live Sandbox just cannot gain. They have to rotate over here to defend their inhibitor, and as a result, will lose control of this Elder Drake. There's pushing lanes in all 3 for KT.
This is, this looks very desperate from Live Sandbox, but they're really trying. As here's Vikla on the right. They don't know exactly where the Viego is as they say, okay, let's just all go in the next gate.
It's not a flank if you're all on the other side, as KT could just say, all right, we'll take the other choke points then.
They're like, let's try to confuse them. Maybe we'll win then. And KT are like, well, I guess we'll just push the lane then?
Yeah, I mean, teleport's still up for Rascal and Vikla, so the longer Live Sandbox spend here, they just set up a 5-point defense. Look at this. While Vikla is also pushing, he can just come in. Oh, there's only a few locations he could teleport to, but this is a war of attrition. KT will win.
Rascal with the thumbs up. He's like, yep, they're trying to do Elder Dragon. That's cute. Vikla with the easy rotation up here. Closer just going to try to come through with the wall, but immediately they are able to isolate Kyle as Prince is actually getting some damage here onto Vikla, but he is just way too tanky right now. Prince is going to go into that stopwatch, and Dove has hit a couple of them, but the answer is loud and swift here from the side of KT. Rascal will come in. They cannot get away from these 2 players, and they cannot get away from Cuz either, as the needles will be stolen, and that will be the end of the game.
Not a whole lot to criticize here for Live Sandbox. They were skill checked early and often, and it's twice now. Rascal's been put on a counter pick for Dove, looking to snowball the lane. This time in the mid game, they had a composition that was better designed to make that happen. Last time they get the Lee Sin ahead, but they're playing a Zeri comp. The follow-up isn't there. This time it's Kalista, Silas, Amumu, and Viego who get several resets in that early fight around Dragon. And the rest of these highlights, these replays, they don't matter because it's all about the early game control. And the focal point for Live Sandbox in Game 3 has to be giving Dove a safe, stable lane champion. I want to see Gragas, I want to see Ornn, maybe even Sion, because if you're allowing this team to counterpick him again, I think it's going to be a big mistake.
Okay.
Well, I know how this ends.
This is going to end with Rascal just killing everybody. And even Dove's getting in there. As, okay, they might be able to kill him. Actually, they will, but the rest of the team will follow in tow as the needles, pretty nice from Dove, but too little too late. As Krako, he's just hitting the Krugs, because that's what you do when you're down this far. As now, they will end the game. And this is with the Elder Drake that they elected to go for. They weren't going to push the 3, they just regrouped. And they are going to make it happen. As down will go this inhibitor. Life's like, please don't forget me. I want to be part of the picture too.
It's just a stopwatch for celebration. Azonius, I should say. Been far and truly past the stopwatch era in this game. No. He has GA Valdez.
Almost got him.
A very one-sided game, and this is the type of game KT wanted in Game 1, but they made some massive draft adjustments in Game 2 to make sure they had a run at them and fight non-stop composition. And I think if Live Sandbox had played more passively around the early game, would have had a more even game state. Now, obviously, the game went way out of control so early that we had about 20 minutes of nothingness while KT were just running around the map murdering people. It was hard to watch if you're a Live Sandbox fan, but they will have blue side advantage going to the third and final game. KT won't be able to have that side selection 3 times in a row. And I think the focal point has to be on Dove champion priority. Where can he be? If Rascal finds a third and separate angle here in this lane to get massively ahead, I think you failed as Live Sandbox.
It's just rough because they've never played that way before. It's always like, yeah, Dove's going to lose lane. And that's okay because no other teams punish it as hard as Rascal will. And now they're going to have to, as you're saying, you know, they need to find another answer. They might need to switch it up because if that's going to happen again, and it wasn't even just him, but it was certainly part of the reason. A really nice early fight from the side of KT as well to make it heavily in their favor. 1 tower and 4 kills for Live Sandbox.
This is the closest series we've watched in a while where all the games are also somewhat one-sided and there's a massive lead for one team. It's the closest one-sidedness we've ever seen.
Yep, and it has been very fun to watch as Live Sandbox back to the drawing board, and we are going to go back to a break in the carpet space.
오케이 노플이야 형.
앞에도 노플이야.
소식이야 소식해.
가면 앞에도 노플. 가줄게요. 뭘 와줘. 앞에.
봐주자.
나가리 쪽 와줘. 달려왔어. 나도 왔어. 가고 있어.
가줘.
넣을게. 하나만 궁 써줘. 고엔부터 고엔.
오케이.
고엔. 3라인스로 끝났어. 왼쪽 제가 쫓아갈게요.
야, 다 맺게.
가자.
나이스.
1라운드 대결을 저희가 시작을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이름하여 겹바 닥 투스 이어 말하기
키! 그렇습니다. 리그 오브 레전드와 관련된 단어를 저희 MC가 먼저 말을 하면 선수들은 3초 안에 뒤에 이어질 단어를 말하면 됩니다.
자리 그래서 편하게 지금. 네. 자, 광동 프레스는 그대로 갑니까?
자, 그대로.
아, 오케이.
선택권이 먼저 할지 나중에 할지를 정할 수가 있거든요. 저기 먼저. 저
오케이.
먼저 하겠다. 자, 그러면은 지금부터 DRX부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 이거
네.
챔피언 스킬이에요. 화려한
등장.
정답. 처음으로 맞췄어요. 자, 공허
해요.
공허증인가? 자, 광동 갑니다.
해롱
방울.
땡! 앙
하나, 둘, 셋.
땡! 계열병 너랑
나랑.
땡! 쌍권총
발사. 땡!
시공간 이동 땡! 사건의
땡! 도와줘.
땡!
좀 어렵네 이거.
어떡하죠? 계속 할까요?
리그 오브 레전드 아이템명입니다. 정확하게 공식 영어로 답변해 주셔야 돼요. 가보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
여신의
눈물 정답
방출의
팡이
땡!
아닙니다.
네.
팡이 아닙니다.
자, 방출의 정답. 쓸데없이
지팡이
정답. 사라진
양피지?
정답. 거인의
허리띠?
정답.
오 이거 바로 갈 수 있겠는데요?
네, 자, 신록의
장적?
정답.
한 번에 끝났습니다. 광동 프리스 첫 번째 카테고리 아이템 퀴즈는 광동 프리스가 승리를 가져가면서 1등으로 앞서 나오게 됐고
네, 자, 두 번째 퀴즈로는 저희가 이제 인물 관련된 걸 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
이거는 좀 이제 다소 쉬울 수 있기 때문에 저희가 왕복으로
자, DRX부터 가도록 할게요. 문제 주세요.
하나 둘셋
정답.
하나 둘셋
앰비션.
뭐야? 유명 아니야?
전데요? 네.
네.
건이 형이야?
아,
자, 아직도 정답 모르겠어요?
역변을.
바로 광동으로 가보도록 할게요.
광동 첫 번째 문제 주세요.
하나 둘셋
해마랑.
정답. 하나 둘셋
데뷔.
정답.
하나 둘
고릴라.
정답.
정답.
네,
정답입니다.
내용입니다.
네. 테디.
마타.
정답.
하나 둘셋
울프.
정답.
렌즈.
정답.
페이트.
야마토 캐노.
정답. 오 이제 두 번밖에 안
두
남았어요.
남았어요.
자 엘립.
칙.
정답. 자 아저씨 다 이제 마지막 긴 선수만 맞히면 또 승리하는 거예요. 하나 둘셋
허수기 대표님.
정답입니다. 아 감독이 다시 한번 인물 퀴즈까지 승리를 가져가면서 2대 0으로 승리를 가져갑니다. 자 이렇게 해서 오늘 첫 번째 이어 말하기는 광동 프리스가 승리했습니다. 축하합니다.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of it. Can I conquer you here? They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a KT victory. It felt like things finally went the way KT wanted them to at the start of game number 1, this time really managing to see it through.
Yeah, and as is customary for Live Sandbox, they win fast, they lose fast, so thank you for that one.
Hextech Gates as well helping out.
Oh yeah, make sure you take those into the enemy base. So talking about draft, Kalista first pick here has been something that at the beginning of the split we kind of scoffed at. Now, we're believers, we've seen it work so many times and it's very clear why. And it was actually you who pointed out that it's mostly the 3v3 and the 4v4 that I think are the difference maker here, because even though Rascal got a really nice counter pick on Dove, and in this game it did end up mattering more than the previous one. The difference was that in terms of CC and like overall setup, it was really hard for him to play the game out. This time around on the Akali, not nearly as much trouble. You know, there's no TFs, there's no Skarness to ruin your day. So I think that part of it was nice, but it was mostly the fact that Liv Sandbox had an early game draft that was considerably weaker, especially for Closer, who, as you also highlighted when we were watching it, I had faith in him in Taliyah. You didn't. You were right. His Taliyah did not look very good, and that was a big part of what I think could have given Liv Sandbox some power, but instead it was KT winning early as expected, but they weren't just winning. They were murdering. Like, they were stomping them, and because of that, it was 2 early game skirmishes, and then the game was over.
Yeah, it looked a little bit LPL-esque as well, the way a lot of these skirmishes were going. Of course, they love their Viego a little bit more than we do, Cuz showing that he also loves the Viego a heck of a lot. Let's get into our first highlight here, as honestly, it felt like KT kind of just won the game in 2 skirmishes, this being one of them.
So the bottom side of this, I think, is actually being played very confidently. I don't think you should take this as Sandbox by any means, but I think they're playing out well. But the problem is that with Closer getting booped on top side, you start the reset train, right? So Viego gets a reset, we see Vikla is also able to get an ultimate, and as a result, like, you get monstrously far behind very early on here, after the Drake is already gone. So it's very Liv Sandbox to go for that hard. But unless your Taliyah is actually with the rest of the group, doesn't get split up and gets value out of the E, I think that skirmish is really hard to win, and not one that you should take, especially into Taliyah or into Kalista Viego, who, if you get 1 kill, you fully die. It's something we've seen Sandbox do before, so it's no surprise that they fall for the trap here again.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's not exactly like we're, you know, concerned about Liv Sandbox at all, because they played this game an exactly Liv Sandbox way. And I think that, like, to your point about the Taliyah, I don't think it's any slight against Closer. I just think that when he has agency, when he has access to skill expression on champions that are a lot more dashy, a lot more flashy, then he looks a whole lot better. Of course, this was a guy renowned for his Aurelia and things like that. But let's have a look at our second highlight here and see how KT really put the last few nails in this one.
This is where the game ends, 11 minutes in, because Kael with a rare big miss on his ultimate there, and from that point on, fight's basically done. They managed to drag it out for a little bit, but the chasing potential is there, because again, like, these type of skirmishes into Sylas, Kalista, and Viego is just the worst of times. And from this point on, I gotta commend it to KT as well. As mentioned, I thought that with this comp, you're always gonna have an advantage, but the mid game should at the very least be on somewhat even footing, but it wasn't the case. They got all the turrets, they got all the objectives, they stacked the early Drakes, and then from that point onward, the game really wasn't playable for Sandbox due to their own fault, and KT very nicely executing on some early skirmishes. So I thought it was a great game. I liked one more because it was more back and forth. And I hope we have 3 looks a little bit more like that one, because now Sandbox will go over to blue side.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be finally time for Sandbox to be on the blue side. But let's check out who our POG is going to be. Vikla picks it up on the Sylas. I'm somewhat surprised, but he did play a fantastic game, 4-0 and 11 on the pick. I think my vote might have gone over to Cuz, but I don't have one. And let's have a look at some of these plays. And I'm going to focus a little bit more on what Vikla did, as he assassinates Closer on this one, and that was definitely a big part of it.
Yeah, I think Vikla, it's something that makes this player really fun to watch, is that he isn't afraid to be aggressive. And he might look silly at times doing it, but I guarantee you, if you're in this team, you're way happier with a player that, like, goes a little bit overboard sometimes than one that doesn't really bring a lot. And I think his willingness to just throw his body into the enemy is something that is very, very well utilized. As I think the topside votes make a lot of sense. It was a very nice game with the angle for Roscoe as well. The one big brain support vote for life, which I like it. I'm on board.
I'm okay with the life vote. I thought that Cuz had a fantastic game, but I don't have a vote over here, and Vikla did have a fantastic one as well. Let's see who's going to be able to pick it up, though, as we move to game number 3.
Thank you, Carpet Astronauts, for that wonderful breakdown. KT kind of just created a giant hammer and smacked them over the head with it, and that was game 2. So now we have game 3. This should be Liv Sandbox on the blue side.
Yep, she's got 3 Vikla cards. Whoa.
And she
Said
did it 4 times. So
I don't know what the 4th card is. We'll find out next time we see her. But I voted for the Akali, not because the game was about the Akali, but the fact that he had such control in pinning of Dove down that game meant that I think the one way back in would have been maybe side laning or Gwen team fighting well, and the attention for Liv Sandbox had to be bottom side because Dove was unsalvageable top side. So in retrospect, I think I was voting more about the state of the game around top side than for Rascal, but he set it up on an individual level. And let's see now that Liv Sandbox has blue side for the first time in this final game where Dove goes, because so much of these games have been decided by the leads that Rascal has and what KT tries to do with it. Obviously, this time much more about that skirmish bottom side that was mentioned, those 2 that really ended the game that Liv Sandbox probably shouldn't have opted into. The series feels so much like it is just a 110% mechanics-based game, skill checking all the way. I said before the series I think it was going to be who has the better condition, who performs better on the day, not necessarily about the drafts, but KT in the early game have looked better in games 1 and 2. Couldn't stick the landing in 1. We'll see what happens here in the final.
They are on the red side, though, and I'm curious to see how Liv Sandbox are going to handle some of the aggressive picks. I think that Silas absolutely needs to be addressed. You know, like Viego can be handled. Callista drafts, you can even ban that as well. That's going to be banned by KT, so we're not going to see that. But I think you absolutely have to try to get Silas. Like, I totally agree with the guys on the desk where, like, Closer's just a Silas-type champion, and a Kali-type champion, you know?
Yeah, he played behind Faker on T1 and only played Assassins, essentially, whereas Faker was playing more control mages. The times he was subbed in, they did play the Aurelias, right, and the more aggressive picks, the Zoes, those types of champions. Like you said, more Assassin-based, and I think he's really broadened his playstyle a lot this year, actually, but still, stronger on those types, as this is really saying we are looking for a Zeri first pick. Twitch gone. Now the Yuumi, obviously not as much, but
yeah, Sivir also available, but I mean, could still go for it.
I mean, Lucian is also up here. I hope it doesn't come down to that on a selfish level, but a lot to consider. Obviously, Gnar also a strong potential first pick in the Wukong, which is finally removed here. So Zeri, probably the angle here for Liv Sandbox if they're brave enough to lock it in. Sivir also could be a strong first pick here, saying, I dare you to play Zeri into this. Now this I did not see coming. You know, I was talking about what's Dove going to play. This isn't what he's going to play, but
I mean,
probably.
He's done it before, and it is going to be locked in.
Okay, and Silas is banned, so this feels like a pretty strong Azir pick for, you know, the scaling angle. It doesn't reveal too much in your draft. You have a lot of power around mid and late game with this, you know, engage option that has scaling damage. Lucian here, which I think is so interesting considering the Aphelios is still an angle you could back up to. The Sivir is a strong pick. You can have control. You can remove a Zeri with. You could still have power with Sivir, even if they don't opt into the Zeri. And this is a stronger angle here as Gwen locked in for Rascal. So what does Dove end up playing into this? Because I can tell you guys right now, it's more likely to be the Azir than it is to be the Akali. I do not think he will ever be bold enough to make that call.
Zeri seems to be the answer here. Not too surprised by this. I think a lot of teams are saying, well, we're going to take the Sivir first, and we're happy about the matchup in the Zeri. And then the other team is like, well, Zeri's still really strong, so we're just going to play it anyway. And that is going to be the case here. Zeri will come in.
Renata is still up. The Nautilus has been a more common pairing with the Zeri in drafts like this where you don't have a strong mid lane and you're looking to just scale. But also, you know, the angle of the Alistar is there. Now, Lulu is the one that we see most commonly these days into the Sivir, but I think it is one of Kyle's worst champions. He's 0-2 on it, and the games he has played of it haven't looked great. It's also a very low win rate champion in general. I am really concerned about Live Sandbox with this Lulu pick because you need more than just Lulu Zeri. The Lulu will have to pair well with a jungler or a top champion that you're looking to engage with. Otherwise, this pick just isn't worth it. It's going to give you a little bit more survivability and maybe some lane pressure bottom side, but we need to see what the jungle is going to be before we can trust that this is going to be pulled off.
Talia, very interesting. Vikla playing a game of Ahri, which is banned, a game of Sylas, which is also banned. So now he is going to go down to the Talia, which, you know, in the middle of the season we were like, oh man, this Talia pick's so strong, but it definitely kind of fell off a bit here in terms of priority. We still see it a bunch, but yeah, to see Vikla come out, who's kind of similar in my mind to Closer in terms of the types of champions he likes to play.
Live Sandbox should ban Renekton because the Talia is a flexible pick that could be used in the jungle, and it doesn't matter what Dove plays. We don't know what it's going to be just yet, but I guarantee you don't want to be running into that power that is around the top side, as we will see the Nautilus ban. Strong for engage, obviously, into the Zeri Lulu in 2v2s, but mostly just an ult button to lock her down so she can't escape in fights. But it's Rascal, right? It's Renekton. I think this is something that Live Sandbox should consider as a possible. Oh, the Gwen is locked in. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I was thinking Talia Renekton in my brain.
Hey, we could get Gwen in the jungle again.
No, that's not. Well, you can't have two jungle flexes.
And Talia mid, and then Rascal plays Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It's not going to happen. I brain farted on this one.
It's okay. You never know.
All right. It's
Rakan.
I wonder what Rascal will end up playing here, though. He's going to save it for counter pick, and okay. Shen?
Cho'Gath?
Watch him just lock something boring in.
Sure. Blitzcrank?
My Blitzcrank seems very strong here, but I think Leona, if you're going to go this way, you want to go Leona or Amumu because it's so tanky, and Zeri is going to not be able to do a whole lot against this damage-wise, so you have Engage, you have the follow-up damage, the Kraken Slayer Spike, and I mean, I think it's definitely stronger. Blitzcrank would have been more fun and definitely deadlier, but a higher risk champion that isn't going to be as valuable or sticky in team fights.
Yeah.
And now Rascal gets counterpick. This is the most pivotal moment for me in this draft is what Dove is playing blind here. Tanks banned away Sejuani and Ornn.
Well, there is the Gwen.
Oh, right. I don't know why I'm just brain farting.
It's game 6. It's game 6.
It is game 6 after 6 games yesterday.
Yeah. Nara's going to be played. And what is going to be the final pick here in the jungle for Kroko? It's really the question.
Yeah.
Poppy's still available.
And Poppy going to be a lot of power down on the bottom side of the map here. Defensively, won't be very aggressive unless we see a large, massive amount of control. But into Sivir, Amumu, not going to be that strong. And will, I think, have some problems. Okay. Oh. Hold on. Let's not get ourselves until this lock-in gets hit.
Way too much magic damage in this
card
to go for Karthus here.
Why not Bel'Veth if you want to go down that path? I think this is very bold for KT, and it puts a lot of pressure on Cuz to perform. It'll just be Diego. See, this is why we wait. And I will remember that Gwen is being played topside this time. There's no flexibility for that champion.
No flex on the jungle? No Viego top.
So the Gnar into Gwen matchup is going to be one that can go both ways. We've seen it so often go the Gnar's way if the Gnar can bait out some bad Gwen trades, but if you mess it up, the Gwen can win out. She's going to take Ghost this time around, not the Ignite, so we'll have some really strong chasing power there. There's hard engage in this composition for KT around the mid game. Sivir gets ahead, Talia gets ahead, Viego gets ahead just like last game. You've got the Gwen side lane angle, but Live Sandbox have by far the better late game team fighting composition. And I was wondering where the wild growth angle was going to be in terms of a jungle pick. But Poppy, you know, she's going to be fine with it. She's going to be able to get some extra survivability with the wild growth, but it's mostly just about keeping Zeri alive. And when you have a composition that front to back so well and scales so well later on, I think the Lulu actually ends up being okay here.
Yeah, absolutely. And she actually had Rascal with the heart on her mask, which is very interesting. That says, if you lose today, let's die together. As, let's see, he has come in from the army, so he's hoping for a win.
Yeah. And this is talking about Live Sandbox or KT Rolster rather, and going to Worlds.
Still a possibility.
Yeah, a very strong one at that.
Yeah.
So one of these two teams looking to be the front runners for that fourth and final spot. We'll break that down a little bit more as it gets closer. We've still got a playoffs to settle though, and where these teams are going third and fourth is what this match is all about.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are ready. Let's jump onto the rift for game number 3.
There it is, the Gwen I couldn't see. I can see her now. I'm cured. Thanks, Valdez.
She's in the brush.
I was just so pivoting on. Okay.
Krako is probably going to have to flash here. The Ignite is in, and yeah, looks like he's got an Nimbus Cloak as well, so he's out, but ooh, now that's a Poppy without Hex Flash and without Flash.
Yeah, taking that away is pretty massive for this early game for Krako. It means that aiming and life feel a lot more powerful in the bottom side. Same, of course, to be said of Rascal, but Flash kind of required to make bottom side plays happen. Excuse me. As the Poppy here. And yeah, I was so focused on where the counter pick was going to be for Rascal in this draft that I kind of just tricked myself into believing that it was still going to be the R5 Renekton. It was coming.
Happens to the best of us.
And, you know, this matchup is, of the three,
it could actually, not to interrupt you, it could have been Renekton for mid, you know?
Yeah, still possible.
You know, not for Rascal, but for Vikla.
Yeah.
I don't think that would have been a great idea, but, you know, they could have done it.
Yeah.
There was an angle somewhere.
But of the three matchups that Dove has played tonight, this is the fairest of the three. And, you know, some people would call Gwen a hard counter to Nara. I think in this meta, not really.
And this is part of the reason why you picked the Amumu in the bottom side, by the way, instead of the Leona. It's just the huge amount of threat you have for hard trades. Leona can do it as well, but Amumu's got a little bit better range.
Yeah,
so.
he has basically 2 longer Zenith Blades. He doesn't have a stun, but he doesn't have the stun button, but his Bandage Toss is a stun. So
yeah. He's not quite as tanky, but yeah. It's part of the reason why you would go for it over the Leona. Although I did like the Leona idea. You've got really nice range with the Solar Flare for team fights as well, but they elected not to go into that one. Life looked great on the Amumu in the last game.
Yeah, and so far, Prince and Kyle dealing with that first Amumu engaged very well. Ignite is gone. They've got a heal in this lane. They feel very good about continuing to trade and harass here. Just going to slowly push this wave in, trying to deny as much CS as possible. So do see some vertical jungling coming through from Cuz. We'll see if they decide to play mostly top side here. Once again, trying to shut this Gnar out of the game. Because Gnar has Hop. He's ranged. He's not going to be beaten by Gwen the same way that Lee Sin can beat Gnar, because Rascal is a great Lee Sin player, and obviously Sonic Wave allows you to consistently get on top of the Gnar, whereas Gwen is melee.
Boy. They see Krako and they're like, what do we do now?
Cancel!
Yeah.
Abort!
Hit the exit button out of the plane as here we go. They're going to go for a bit of a skirmish, but this is looking good for Krako, who is going to start it up. Cuz flashes away, and now everybody's going to be slowed up into this fight. Kruz getting really low. They're trying to end this one as Flash comes in from Dove, but they can't quite get the kill onto the Viego. As meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Ignite was used onto Kyle.
Yeah.
It's like a strong trade here for aiming and life, but Prince trying to make it better.
Yeah, Prince puts aiming down super low. It's more important for the AD carry to have the health in this scenario, because the AD carry could stay and farm.
Krako's gone mad. He is an angry Croc. And he might be punished for it here, as the rocks will come out in his stead. First blood is given over to Vikla. That is so painful for the Live Sandbox jungler.
Yeah, now this is Vikla under so much pressure, barely has mana. Closer has set this gank up by pushing this wave through. He's got complete control. And then Kroko makes a bit of a whoopsie there, takes too many turret shots, and Kroko's like, no, I'm the guy who goes in all the time. You guys can't take my identity away from me in these first 2 games, because you can't do it to me. And then he ends up giving over a kill here to Vikla, so it has the opposite effect of what is intended here, the setup for that gank in mid. Rascal survives topside here. We'll lose control of this game for just, or rather this lane for just a moment. But still, massive lead now in the mid lane for KT Rolster. So we're going to go back to this moment from his first-person view. Shove here does not actually knock him into turret, but he flashes the charge perfectly, which causes him to take an extra turret shot. I mean, he's between 2 turrets.
이거 미드 커버 좀 바로.
And he's like, yeah, cover me mid, by the way. They're coming.
That was one thing. At least Closer was able to get ahead in CS because Vikla had to back after the trade, so. It wasn't like he just was gifted a free kill and like nothing happened, right? So at least Live Sandbox can say that. Maybe they can say to themselves, oh, that was worth. As a stun does come in into a follow-up stun, Closer goes through the rocks back, trying to get his shield, but it doesn't quite work out. But Kroko's here again, and he's looking to make up for the last trade as he's not going to stick around. The Comet will hit the Viego on the back as Kyle now taking a page out of life from game 1. Stun comes in, and the ganking Lulu this time won't have much effect.
Yeah, it's really nice attempt there from Vikla and Cuz to look for the gank out to Closer. They grab his flash away, which is a lot of power taken from this Azir in terms of what he could do aggressively. Obviously, he still has his own peeling Emperor's Divide. But the rocks on the ground so annoying when you're trying to shuffle out of these exchanges where you're far up in the lane. So I really like the idea for this gank. Doesn't end up leading to any kills on either side. But still a lot of pressure relieved for Vikla, who's, as you mentioned, significantly behind in farm. That first blood kill going into his pocket, though, is going to more than make up for it at the moment.
Yeah. Feeling pretty good about that, as Owner is the one Viego who has won into the Poppy. So good for him so far that he has been able to make that work. We'll see if Cuz can join him on that very exclusive list.
Kroko hovering bottom side here. Flash back up. How much respect aiming. There's no wild growth follow-up or anything like that. Zeri's still not here. Prince just showing up now. Just giving you guys the play-by-play on what's about to happen.
Yeah, there's a back ping in the bottom river and a lot of warning pings as well. So seems like they have somewhat of an idea. Aiming does have Ghost, Flash, and the spell Shield.
Someone have to use those and has to farm this cannon. Here we go. Or do we? He's really pushing the issue.
They seem to know, but they're still in the brush. They're still there. And it might be Life who has to check it, but even he's like, oh, I don't know.
I mean, if they just surf around the bottom side of this lane, on the right side, I don't...
They're still here. There it is. The ward does come out off of cooldown, and very nice. As Rascal is looking for this one. No ultimate available for Dove. Looking to land the last of the needles, trying to get that trade under the turret. The wallop was very close to hitting Rascal there, as he's really trying to push the envelope here in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll lose some minions, in fact, for this aggressive follow onto Dove. It'll just be a trade here on the top side. Dove's flash coming back up soon. Rascal has to expend Ghost.
Doesn't look like he has it, or maybe he's waiting for... No, he doesn't have it, as there is the sweep coming out from Closer. Again, he does not have his flash from that earlier trade. But no seismic shove means that Closer will get away.
Yep. Azir having his own self-peel with the Emperor's Divide is pretty massive, despite the flash pickup earlier like we were talking about. Bottom side here, Aiming was looking for a faster rotation to the Heralds. This is going to be Sivir pushing turret here while also controlling the Drake. Cuz is on that. So trading for bottom control of the map instead of top. This is so tense. And KT will walk away with this Drake, hiding it out so Lulu can't get in there on the other side. So it's a Herald for the first Ocean Drake. Will be the Mountain coming up next year. So possibility of Infernal or the Hextech Soul. If it's Cloud, you won't feel as strongly about getting this first Drake, but chances are in your favor of it being a pretty nice soul here.
Yeah, and Cloud's still pretty good, but as you're mentioning, I think he'd rather the other two.
Yeah, I mean, all three are very solid, but two of the three are pretty big.
Yeah. Cuz is doing a fantastic job of farming, by the way.
Yeah.
He has been kind of everywhere, and I think the fact that Krako kind of went for the early play, and Cuz hasn't really looked for too many plays in the lanes, has kind of led to that, because now he's 22 CS ahead.
And the camping bottom side, which I think is what the early play you're referring to, was so long, and he spent so much time.
Mid-dive, you know,
yeah.
and the fact that he died and all this stuff.
Exactly, and those two things really stacking up, whereas Cuz has just been able to herbivore, as Atlas likes to call it, and the stability that KT have right now as Kraken Slayer is about to come up for aiming is quite high, and they're in position to look for a very strong second Drake fight. As aiming is just not going to take any risks this game, as the Herald will get dropped. It's going to be a lot of money. Split plate gold, of course, for Prince here, but so much value out of this Herald compared to just one Elemental at this moment in time. Feels amazing. And does put a lot of pressure on aiming to take that second Drake fight swimmingly once that Kraken Slayer is online. So KT 1,000 gold behind now. Yes, Viego ahead in the jungle, but Gwen's even top side. Zeri's ahead bottom side against the Sivir. And so KT, they're not out of this by any means, but they will need to bring the tempo of this game up, will need to force some fights. Continue the Drake lead that they have right now. Extend that.
Vikla has been very liberal with his use of the seismic shove as Flash comes in and Life is alley-ooped into the turret. He doesn't care. Flash comes out from the Azir, but Closer is just going to be dunked on by Life, who is like, no, you're dead. Just accept it. You're dead. It's over.
Crazy, though, the way that Closer handled that, flashing that second toss. Almost trades him back, but there's follow-up. So he goes down. So Talia with 2 kills in this game. It was mentioned by Atlas, you know, Closer, not the type of player to find success on control mages or slower-paced, you know, mage champions like the Talia. Much more of an assassin type. Once again here on this Azir, falling behind quite significantly. The first time, of course, wasn't his fault. He set up a wave. Krako fails the dive, but this time Vikla gets some help from his friends again and is massively ahead in items. Has that early stopwatch here, halfway through his tier. This is, again, KT setting up for a massive second Drake fight here. They want to turn that into second Herald. And Live Sandbox, otherwise here, doing pretty fine, but that's the one place where you got a big problem. The only 2 kills on the map are in Vikla's hands.
And he's just hanging out. This is going to be a very high DPS Talia, you'd have to imagine.
Okay,
before the end of the game.
As he dodges the first, shove, then he ults here, and Life Bandage Toss misses because of the second one, but he ults again and just casually walks away. It was like, I have 3 of stuns, you can't dodge all of them.
Yeah, exactly. He was really forcing the issue, and he did have to use his flash in the play, but it was absolutely worth it to feed his mid laner. And he's here again. Note that some of the vision is now being set up by Kyle because he's like, well, I guess I gotta keep Closer safe because Life is just gonna keep returning to the spot.
This game, just like the first 2, has been about KT trying to force plays. Defending that first gank, then coming over here being more aggressive. It's not the first time we've seen Life roam this game. Aiming pinned down into his turret, but the bottom side of the map is where KT want to be. It's a cannon wave, so they're trying to actually take this one out. Would actually be huge for them setting up for this Drake. Just need another wave to come through. It's buying KT a lot of time. Weaver's Wall is not up for Vikla. If Live Sandbox take this Drake, it buys them such an insane amount of time that this area is going to feel fantastic with the scaling 5v5 comp they've put together.
We do. So okay. That's one way to make sure that you can try to get this one, but the timing is not correct. So
very early, 10 seconds to go before the Drake even spawns.
And there's no wave, so it's not like they can push the turret. So in both cases, you're not feeling too great as Rascal going heavy on the trade here. There is a Gnar available for Dove. But Rascal is just dancing in and out of that one. He has his teleport, just became unleashed. Not a great ward to go to at this point in time. And Dove just got his back, so we'll see maybe the top laners. Oh no, they're coming in. Rascal's like, no, this is our Drake, please. As he's trying to put up that steadfast presence, and yes, it is going to be Croc who picks up the objective, and he's getting away, actually, as the wall will come up from the Azir. But now Closer in a bit of trouble as he tried to save his Poppy, and he will be going down Cuz to pick up that kill.
Closer has no flash in this moment, and the amount of resources committed here to chase him is pretty massive. KT Rolster should be able to turn this fight. It's technically a fight win because they get a kill, but they lose the Drake into second Herald, which will be a little bit more map control. But I think as Live Sandbox, despite losing the Azir a second time here, I think you feel pretty good about the fact that you got this Drake because you can now prevent KT from snowballing this into a 3 Drake lead, especially when you consider, if you look top left, that it's the Infernal Soul this game around. So Live Sandbox here, still feeling pretty okay about things as long as the Taliyah doesn't get any more of these.
Yeah.
You also grab a turret here for Zeri. It's going to be first turret blood, so she's really keeping ahead of the Sivir this game. And Sivir hasn't had the opportunity so far to really look for a straight-up fight because Live Sandbox just said, we're getting the Drake, we're pressing the eject button. Yes, there was one casualty, but otherwise, mission successful.
There was also the difference of a call, by the way. There was aiming did not go for the call, so Prince has also got that on him. So a little bit extra as, by the way, trying to combo here as in the old days of Taliyah. Life is just everywhere. This little Amumu is so annoying for the side of Live Sandbox as now Live Sandbox trying to get something more, and Life is back, maybe a little bit too over-aggressive there. But, you know, I like his energy. I like the energy.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great setup for them in the last game. Dove was going to be okay, but almost goes down there. But last time when he went for the aggressive Vantage Toss flash out, he had follow-up with a Silas. This time he does not. But still, it's a huge win of a fight here for KT. Second Herald is theirs. And so they both get the Herald, and I think technically really a strong win in this team fight. If we go back to the Drake, this was really cleverly played from the Sandbox. Notice where Closer is here on the edge, has the ability to escape. He's just trying to make sure the rest of his squad gets out of here. And unfortunately, Emperor's Divide isn't enough to save him because the Weaver's Wall comes through. But he had that Emperor's Divide set up to hold the choke point if they decided to chase and wrap around. He dies because of the range that Taliyah has with Weaver's Wall to collapse on you, but I still think the setup was amazing for them. They grabbed the second Drake, and then Kyle just gets owned by Life here. This time he will pay for it, but these are the types of skirmishes and fights that the composition of KT wants to take. They want to force these. Now that one, that one was a little bit suspect.
It's okay, he hit it. He hit the bandage toss. That's all that matters in his mind. He's going Zhonya's again. I cannot blame him.
And the accelerated champion in this game for KT, well, there's two of them, but the main one is the Taliyah. The Viego being accelerated is pretty massive for them in this comp as well. But, you know, we normally talk about Sivir, Kraken Slayer, etc. It's not going so well for her, but I think it might be okay because the Taliyah is so ahead that it's still going to shape some of these mid-game fights in KT's favor potentially here. This game is still on a knife's edge, though. It really is.
Aiming also has Ghost advantage. Prin's kind of forced to go cleanse because you're playing into, I mean, just look at the enemy
everything.
Team. Yeah. So aiming could potentially find just better positioning, and even if you're down on items, you can do more damage if you're there at the right time. So we'll have to wait and see how much value the Ghost gets.
Vikla, they want to shut him down.
Yeah, Croco very fast, very difficult for Vikla to actually get away from this, as Prince and Kyle can't really get in there, though. They're going to knock away the Amumu, as they're very annoyed by that, but Croco is kind of fighting this all alone, as finally Closer's getting in there, getting some damage out of that backline, but Closer burning down, or Croco rather, nearly gets out, as Prince is kiting this very well. Life is going to go back in, as he has a stopwatch, but I think he's just trying to zone for his team, as, yep, everybody's going to get zapped there, as Prince, not a certified moment, but the Zeri already beginning to do some stuff.
And as KT here, just take your W. You got out. You escaped the scenario, and you decide to continue to fight there. And for a moment, even Liv Sandbox was like, whoa, 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 why aren't they leaving? You could see there's a moment here as we watch this once again where Vikla stays, and Croc was like, I don't know, something's not right. Life is here, but Sivir is so far away, Viego isn't here yet, and it's this moment where Croc was like, wait. Like, what? And Liv Sandbox was just trying to kind of kite around. Cuz shows up here, and then it's at this moment KT should be happy when Croco just lives. Let's walk away. Instead, we're chasing, we're looking for the Zeri, we're giving her a choke point full of control. And this was just absurd. I could forgive the last one, but this one,
yeah,
I cannot.
He's taking it too far. The Amumu's off the rails.
I mean, it's 2 kills for the Zeri now.
Somebody put that guy in cuffs. We can't handle this. As the bandage is going to miss this time, and Life is just dead. He has Zhonya's now, it looks like.
Flash coming up.
Oh, man, he's just going to be isolated. This Infernal Drake will be Liv Sandboxes, and they are coming back. Kind of reminds you of Game 1.
Yeah, and the difference being that in Game 1, KT was way further ahead than they were this time around. And Talia isn't able to snowball these types of fights the same way, and you can't avoid every fight. So your comp spikes at a stronger point here. You can't just be like, well, we'll scale later with this. Unfortunately, yes, Talia has a lot of damage later on in the game, but she's ahead now. And you want to make sure the Zeri just can't get a 2-Drake lead here. The problem is taking this fight after you lost control of topside means you're not going to have prio on the Drake, and I'm sure when we go to the replay, you'll see the setup is very poor for KT to actually try to force this one. And once again, Life is on the edge. Flash coming up in about 20, and he just gets caught. And
he's living Life on the edge.
He really is. And he can't be in fights like this. You have to know when to cut your losses as KT because there are still some scaling angles here. There's some side laning that could be done with this Gwen. But giving over more kills to a scaling mid and bot is absolutely not what you want to be doing. Now, luckily for them, neither of those champions pick up the actual kill in this fight. But they grab a consolation prize on top of getting the Drake. That is Liv Sandbox, not KT. They don't get anything out of this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and now Liv Sandbox kind of just sailing very nicely. Like, KT do still have some pieces of the puzzle. You know, the Sivir hasn't died yet, still keeping up in CS. And the Talia and the Viego did get fed, but note that now Cuz is going into a Maw very quickly. Has to deal with some of the magic damage, not just the Azir, by the way. There is extendo beams in this game. And, yeah, I mean, Rascal hasn't really done too much, but he is keeping up in CS, so there are ways, and KT are not that far behind, but already a couple of fights going the way of Liv Sandbox plus Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
It's feeling like the tides are turning.
The tides are certainly turning. And the lead that Cuz had is now somewhat irrelevant. Okay, Prince, will they catch him? Nope, he's Zeri. I don't know why you even asked. That's a Weaver's Wall. Now, at least they're going to get the turret here.
Yeah.
Rotation over from Dove. He has a Narbar. This does need to be respected. And I will just barely get out of here. I'm worried about how this next fight goes for KT because you can't give this one up. And, okay, Croco just making it interesting here.
He does love doing that. He's going to get a nice knock on the wall. His closer has teleport if a fight does break out here. These two teams, you know, they're always checking each other.
Yeah, it's like the more these teams act like each other, the more it's just like, wow, these are just two versions of the same team. They both have a hyper late game scaling AD carry player. They both have aggressive junglers now that Cuz has kind of figured out his identity here. And they're both just going to fight nonstop even when no objectives are up.
Yeah.
But what I was getting into before, I was very scared we were going to have a crazy fight, is how does KT win this next fight when Zeri's on item parity, is soon going to actually be taking a big lead there, and aiming isn't really set up for success. Closer has Banshee's Veil. Well, not anymore. I guess the passive has been deleted, but he has Banshee's Veil. You can't pick him. Zeri is too far away. And Poppy and the Gnar have both started to itemize for magic resistance, knowing the real carry player is Vikla. And Liv Sandbox, because of how the gold is only on one champion, basically, and it's a high magic damage comp like we were talking about in the draft, it's really easy for them to itemize here and just sit back and scale. Even if KT gets the next Drake, you feel pretty good as Liv Sandbox. The problem for KT is they have to get the next Drake, and then Liv Sandbox can choose to fight around it, trade for another objective, push a side lane. They have all the options right now.
Uh-oh. Vikla is immediately going to spot that. And Live Sandbox know they're spotted, so no reason to try to force that. And we have kind of calmed down a little bit. We're waiting for this next Drake, I should say, to come up here. This next Infernal that is about to spawn, as Live Sandbox saying, no, we're not. We're going to do Baron.
Well, this is the thing. As KT, you have to be ready for Drake. And as Live Sandbox, you can start this and then leave. You have so much flexibility. You can force KT to take a fight right now that I don't think KT have the ability to win.
Zay teleport coming in. They are heavily committing to this Baron. Waiting for the turn, though. Meganar is available. Dove has got the angle, but Life hits a 4-man! And Dove is stunned as he comes in! It is perfectly handled from the side of KT. The rocks on the ground. They say thank you for the partial leash here.
Yeah.
And all Live Sandbox, Croco hand on face. I mean, not much they could do about
now
that.
KT don't even have to fight a fair fight on Drake. They don't have to fight a fair fight on Baron. KT are able to identify you're doing Baron, and as Live Sandbox here, you either have to decisively turn, you have Flash on your Azir, you have Shuffle, you have so many engaged tools, you have Keeper's Verdict, you have to aggressively turn or back away. You cannot hold Baron and try to turn. The engage is amazing from Life. Vikla has the follow-up seismic shove, and the Live Sandbox is just tossed into the air along with their advantages in this game, scattered to the wind. Is KT even up the Drakes now and grab an extremely early Baron that was set up for them. Yeah, we're 25 minutes into the game, but it was going to be a long while before KT was winning enough to take this. Live Sandbox, watch how they are cut in half by this ult from Vikla and then decide not to leave and also not to turn. Dove has a Narbar. He's actually the conduit for Life to come in here. Seismic Shove comes through, Life with a massive ultimate, and that's it. In less than a second, this fight is over.
Life engages before Dove can get them against the wall. Vikla puts the rocks on the ground right as Dove decides to come in and try to salvage the fight, because there was a chance, you know, with like a big 5-man Gnar into the wall and Prince still alive, where maybe they could turn it, but not against Talia. Not against any Talia. It doesn't matter if you're fed or not. You get those rocks in the ground, you're getting stunned. Dove could not find an ult even with the Mega Gnar, and of course Life set it up perfectly to start this one. So a big swing in favor of KT. I feel like the game it's not over from this point, especially because Zeri just got naive. So, you know, this Zeri pick, it's going to potentially warp this game. As Croco, he says, you know what? We're Live Sandbox, let's fight. And so does Life, and this time the Gnar into the wall is huge. And guess what? Prince is right here with the Zai. Can he do the damage? He's gonna kill the Amumu, but he cannot kill anybody else. Cuz is going to take him down. Aiming has the front line. And that's another win here for KT.
I cannot believe KT won this fight. It's incredible what they do. And Cuz is on the Viego. He's getting these resets. Aiming. Okay, we're not done yet. Aiming does a decent amount of damage, but Vikla survives. The CC is massive. Dove on the perfect angle to get a Gnar value there. And this is the only way KT can win this game. You have to be fighting, because Extendo Beam and the range and scaling advantage that Live Sandbox has is so massive. Look at Life, once again, setting up for this. Emperor's Divide hits him, but it's a double stun, which buys enough time. Closer is shoved through, and Rascal kites away, and Cuz just gets resets. The carries, Vikla and Aiming in the back line untouched. Closer zoned away. Curse of the Sad Mummy, not the value in the initial part of the fight, but keeps the Azir away enough. And KT can't win these fights unless they're basically just slamming themselves into Live Sandbox in melee range, because in neutral, Prince dictates everything with Extendo Beam. The Sand Soldiers is going to give so much poke with the build that Closer has here with Ludens. He's about to have his Void Staff online. But now KT force another fight on their terms. 2 minutes until the third Drake for either of these teams is going to spawn. We still have a lot more game left. But here's the other part of this. Zeri was spiking at this point in time, obviously has IE, but Sivir, you know, we've talked about this yesterday, the certified Sivir moment.
Yeah.
She's now kind of comfortably gotten through the power trough in this matchup and will do insane amounts of damage herself with the setup CC they have and a fed Viego. I think the biggest dent in Live Sandbox that everyone could see from a mile away is how far behind Croco is. He's not going to be able to make the same impact that Cuz is in these fights, and we haven't seen a great Keeper's Verdict yet.
Yeah, he's been struggling. There were some early that even looked kind of just not on point. You know, even the early one on the bottom side. I think Croco knows it as well. He looked very displeased after the last fight on the Baron, but you know, it's not just him. It's definitely KT are playing this out really well and finding some insane fights. Cuz in that last one was really insane. And yeah, now aiming is going to be online. And guess what? Majai Soul Stealer purchased for Vikla. So that Talia as well. You have so many threats. Not only is Sivir hitting her massive spike here in just a moment with the IE, but you've got a fed Talia, a fed Viego. Gwen exists and hasn't died, and it is Rascal. So
yeah, and aiming takes a lead here. He has LDR and the IE. Yeah. Of course, Prince is going to be buying that next item fairly soon here, but 40 seconds right now before this Drake spawns. KT just looking to group up, maybe push this Gnar away. This is where things get really tough, though, because Prince can just spam his extendo beam.
All right, they're going to try for it. There it is. Slows down life as he is going to take a big chunk.
And without his flash, the engage opportunities for him are way worse going into this fight. Closer still has his Banshee's Veil available.
Banshee's available.
Yes. And here we go.
All right, the poke will begin. And KT, as you mentioned, they would love to just start the fight. Like, if they could start on top of Liv Sandbox, that's ideal. Like, can we just teleport in? Is anyone playing Ryze in this game? No? Okay, let's see how we can do it.
Trying to zone Dove out before his Narbar comes online.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict. Let's see how it goes. Cuz trying to dodge, and it's just going to be canceled. They push him away, and oh man, Steadfast Presence is enough to keep Cuz out of there. It is going to be traded for Dove's life, as Krako has to go in as well. Cannot get out, does not have flash, so a double kill goes to Sivir.
And what does KT get in this interim? It's Baron. I think if there's no Baron up here, you feel pretty good about this as Liv Sandbox, because KT don't have the ability to siege up inhibitors or anything like that super hard. But now KT, they lose the Drake, but they get to go straight to Baron, and that's going to lead to the real inhibitor push. That's going to lead to the real advantages here that KT are looking for. And I don't think that Liv Sandbox are walking away with this soul just yet, because you win the exchange, you win the smite fight, but you're so split up. And as Dove finally is freed from Talia jail, the rest of the team is already kind of trying to kite their way out. So look at Dove. He's up in the front line. He's like, I got my Narbar, guys. I got my Narbar, guys. Wait, where are you? As half of Liv Sandbox is trying to get out of here. Closer's at half health.
Yeah,
they can't save him.
Rascal.
They're zoned by Rascal. The Talia wall setup was good, and they fail to smite the Drake itself, but they win the fight. They get Baron for free. So yes, small win for Liv Sandbox, big win for KT Rolster in terms of map control.
Yeah. We were talking about the builds here for Closer. I liked the Ludens, but the Banshee's very safe, and then going into Void Staff, the only person who's really building MR is Viego. Nobody else really has got much of any. So I would have really liked to see some more damage, or some, you know, because his spike is just going to come later. He's not really chunking people like we've seen other Azirs do.
Yeah, I agree.
And, you know, he can still have a game-changing ultimate. He still is Azir, but I feel like it puts him a little bit behind the 8-ball compared to some of the other carries in this game.
Oh, if you were seeing, you've got to be so careful. He does, of course, have his Narbar. It's going to expire here early. Go looking for a flank angle as Liv Sandbox here, I think, is the worst thing you could do. You have to front to back. You have to do it slowly. And yeah, Gnar will always have to be somewhat on a flank angle to have the value to set up for the front line, to be the front line for that follow-up damage. But when you're going on vision like that, when you're on an angle, KT's turn and collapse and explosive damage is so high because, like you said, Azir, not so much on the high damage. Talia? Yeah.
Yeah. Talia is getting a lot of value out of that Void Staff comparatively, as here comes the push with the Baron buff. And it's, you know, another Keeper's Verdict, not really going to be even thrown out from the side of Krako. He's waiting. He's just waiting to reset it and wait for the perfect moment. He says the push is over. I'll just hold on to that.
Yeah, Talia is level 18, so the ultimate here used to try to siege up this turret, not going to be too big of a loss, of course, because she's going to get it back so soon at this stage of the game. And Vikla just waiting for an opportunity. They could just sit back here, and they're not able to actually secure any of these inhibitors, which is huge for Liv Sandbox, considering that now Rascal's going topside. And Liv Sandbox, if they just weather the storm here, they still have that advantage on Infernal Soul.
This push.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, 30 seconds. And there you go. Mr. Cannon Minion gets the job done in mid. The other lanes are still being pushed. Krako, by the way, we just had some numbers. Krako took the most damage in the game so far, but Cuz was number 2, and he hasn't died once. He has just done so much in terms of skirmishing on this Viego.
Krako, meanwhile, has died 5 times.
Yeah.
So those numbers make sense. And yeah, I thought
he just queued that camp, but like
the wolves didn't come out. They were like, nah, not interested.
Nah.
Yeah, it's like he puts the blue trinket in. He's like, nah, that's not his blue trinket. It's like aiming, like puts the blue trinket. He's like, wait a second, I thought it was his for a second. He's like, wait, I'm pretty sure I hit that. What's
Prince is
going
like,
on?
wait, didn't you just queue that? And it's like, yeah. Whoa.
Everybody's like, what's going on with those wolves? Not too important at the end of the day.
I think either they just spawned or it was like
he like put it between
like
the Merc Wolf and the small wolf.
Yeah, it was like just below the small wolf, but in front of the big one.
Yeah.
Like the actual perfect place to put it to not hit the wolves.
It's very bizarre how that happened, but okay. Baron despawns. There's enough time here for Live Sandbox to actually push these waves out. They got the top wave pushed enough away, and that top inhibitor is up, or the top inhibitor turret is up, so not worried about that at all. They can now fight for neutral here using Extendo Beam. Notice Prince is going to use this to try to slow Life.
Spell shield down. Life misses the flash. Flashes to the right. Has to engage. Because Mummy is now down.
Kyle zoned out here, but I don't know if KT want to actually force this fight.
They seem like they're, for now, just holding their ground. Just trying to push them away with the Talia, with the Sivir. Boomerangs that are thrown out here as Cuz is waiting for it, but runs straight into Steadfast Presence as Dove. Got to be careful about that. He's got Meganar, though. No more rocks on the ground. Again, look at this. Rascal's just mid as we have a flip here, and it is going to be to the side of Live Sandbox. They get Infernal Soul.
TP coming through straight into the middle of this fight.
Yeah, and Dove is going to be isolated. Rascal wants to continue this, but Closer gets a big separation. Can they escape is the question. As Glitter lands actually huge, and the Keeper's Verdict also huge. And look at this. Closer's doing some huge poke damage himself. Vikla on the backside, keeping it alive.
Flashing over the Sundist turret isn't going to last forever here, and it looks like Talias is going to push mid. She does have her Weaver's Wall coming up soon.
Oh, aiming. You overstepped your bounds. You're going to have to flash away from Prince, who does not follow flash. They did not have vision over the wall, but that does mean that now he's going for it. Now he's on the chase. He goes in. He's looking for the autos. He baits them into the fight as we get TP from Closer, and they will turn the fight. Cuz is all alone, and down he should go eventually, right?
Wait.
No way. Okay, he does get taken out.
Okay, but look at the base here of Live Sandbox. There's super minions pushing. There's a big ping to push mid. And we still got 40 seconds on these death timers. Even with all these turrets up, though, Live Sandbox should be able to push through. They've got amazing wave clear. They have all their DPS up here. But man, what a crazy almost turn here as we're going to go back to this fight. But I honestly much rather watch live because that push is going to be a long time coming through.
There
Okay,
you
we
go.
do a picture-in-picture. They just need to buy 40 seconds of time for the respawns. Might just be an inhib for an inhib. But this team fight and that ult from Closer is so massive.
I think they're going to end the game.
I think so.
We got to watch live here.
Yeah.
The game is ending. There's only 10 seconds. Here we go.
7 on aiming.
Yep. Life is going to try to delay. He's got to try to clear the wave, but he's not able to. He's a moo-moo. And Live Sandbox with the Infernal Soul. They're trying to hit the Nexus. They're trying to hit it, and they will. Live Sandbox win in a crazy Game 3. A huge turnaround.
Wow, what a series. Live Sandbox just barely surviving that bottom push, and some of these players are so emotional right now. Krako had a rough early game. He's got his head in his hands, but his team is supporting him because he's able to close it out in the end with help of his friends, and it was not an easy series for Dove. He was punished in the solo lane in both the first 2 games. Third game wasn't easy for him either. And Closer in the mid lane gets crushed by the Talia. Krako gives over so many kills. The lead for the Talia is so massive. And there's a few clutch team fights. Life's ultimate's amazing. But all comes down to one final fight that they just barely take.
And little Prince, he's got a smile on his face back at home. He's also extremely happy, of course. Sad we couldn't have him here, but even wins this series with his team with COVID back at home. As Closer's going to do the lava. That is the The two guns up.
It's such a hard.
Poor Krako. You're
Yeah.
fine. You're fine. It happens.
It's such a hard fought win. It is such an incredibly close game that the lead just kept turning time after time after time. And we have seen this season so many games like this, actually, especially in the second round robin. And I'm loving it because it brings so many aspects of late game League of Legends onto the forefront that we don't see in our region, where we see a lot of one-sided games, frankly. And everybody who watches the LCK knows that most of our games, usually when we go to Soul Point and stuff like that, we have a clear advantageous team. Not in this game. And both of these teams just skill check each other over and over and over again. It was the ultimate test of mechanics. It all comes down to one last fight the Live Sandbox take to end the series. And now, leading into their series against T1 next week, and of course their other last opponent, Fredit Breon, they have a chance to take second place and go to round 2. And they have blue side advantage against T1, by the way, going into that series.
Yeah.
Just an additional part, as we will finally look at this replay one more time. This is Elder Soul going over to Live Sandbox, which gives them an additional amount of damage. It's massive. Dove has
They had
Gnar.
so much trouble with the Talia, by the way.
Look at how much time Dove buys here. They don't have all the flashes to get over the walls. They have to chase. Closer's ult here, I think, is actually game-winning.
Yeah,
Because
watch
he
his damage here as well.
Yeah, he buys enough
Look at
time,
this.
gets Sundisk up, does massive amounts of damage. I almost voted for him just because of this.
Yeah.
Just because of this.
And unfortunately, Aiming and Life, you know, they really wanted to push this issue, especially Aiming, but immediately Prince is like, no, you're not allowed to do this.
And for the first time this series, I think KT are on different pages. You've got the pushing Talia mid. Aiming wants to turn this. Life is trying to go back in, but he's cut off. They're not all on the same page. They get an inhib. Then they're like, okay, we could turn this. Teleport's coming in from Closer at the same time. And unfortunately for KT, with the stopwatch available...
Pretty good.
With the stopwatch available, you can't win this, you can't turn this, and the game is decided exactly in these moments. As then Cuz is like almost able to 1v5 and win this game.
Yeah, he was
1v4.
so fed. And we've seen, if this was released, Viego, 100%, he just like wins the game right here. Game would have already been over actually, but you get my point.
I think every KT fan should be happy with how this series went too, because they had a dominant game 1. Game 2 was even more dominant. Obviously, they could close it out, but this was KT at their finest and Live Sandbox at their finest. I have nothing more to say. It's just
it's
amazing series.
It's really good showing, especially leading into playoffs, where one of these teams almost definitely is going to have to rematch T1 or Gen G in round 2 of playoffs, unless they're on opposite sides of the round 1 and they both lose, which I highly doubt is going to happen.
Yeah. It seems very unlikely. Like, these two are the favorites to win their round 1 match right now, unless something crazy happens between then and now, but... Like,
DRX, you never know.
I mean, DRX and Damwon are the opponents they face. If this is, of course, assuming Live Sandbox doesn't knock T1 down.
Yeah, it's crazy that Live Sandbox and KT are more of a sure thing than Damwon and DRX. At least in our opinion.
It was.
I think the spaceman on the carpet will have different opinions, but
I mean, for me, like, it was crazy until it wasn't, right? They proved their consistency, both of these teams, and yes, it's a Live Sandbox win by the thinnest of margins here, but we have to celebrate the evolution these teams have seen this year. It's unbelievable, the night and day difference with Prince coming into this roster and then KT just figuring out how to play around Rascal, how to play around Cuz.
And Aiming.
Of these 10 players, for me, Cuz is the most improved this season. And honestly, the last few weeks, it's crazy.
Yeah, he's on really fantastic form now. It has been a huge game changer for them. As KT win this fight, by the way, if you missed, just awesome back and forth gameplay. Checking of mechanics back and forth. You know, I said it, Atlas said it. It did feel almost like an LPL series because both these teams just love to fight and they're very confident in themselves. They just win by taking good fights and being in good positions.
I could say at this moment in time, today, I'm happy if either of these teams go to Worlds. I am super happy. We'll see if I eat those words later, but at this moment in time.
Someone's gonna clip it. Sweet. As Prince probably would have died there if he didn't have stopwatch. He absolutely would have died there.
It's crazy how much poison does. I voted for Prince because he wins this last moment, obviously with the extra damage and the stopwatch, and he had a great game in general. But I regret not voting for Closer, to be honest, watching those final moments a second time.
The romance of Live Sandbox is highlighted there, and we certainly had some romantic series, some truly big moments where both teams were gonna send it.
KT lose the game with like 4,000 gold still ahead.
Yeah.
They never lost their lead.
4,500, 4.6 thousand, exactly. And yeah, both the teams got 7 towers. It was so crazy back and forth. We were just, it was great to have this. And I've cast 12 series now, or 12 games in a row now from yesterday and today. So I'm just about ready to hand it over to the carpet space. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, boys, and go and get yourself some well-deserved rest. Yes, let's break down the series. This was, I mean, the most KT that you could possibly get, an absolute roller coaster, and it began in the draft.
Yeah, because I thought Sandbox was going to win, then I thought KT for sure was going to win, and then Sandbox won somehow, after all. So, taking a look at the draft here, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Amumu. Obviously, Amumu into Zeri remains a very strong pick, which we saw in the early laning phase due to the fact that Zeri does effectively no damage to him due to the damage reduction on his E. But overall, I was a little worried at Vikla, as we both were, I think.
Yeah.
On the Talia, which turned out to be unwarranted. The Gwen has been very middling in terms of success as well. And then you look at Liv Sandbox, it's Zeri, right, for Prince. It is the Azir for, well, could have been Duff, but ended up being Closer, where it's the one control mage I think that he actually performs on. Everything else, he's just looked pretty lackluster, but this is the one where even in this game, died a bunch of times, but I think till the end remained very consistent in the DPS output. And then Croco also in a proactive champion. Dalvanar, it's kind of self-explanatory, as we already pointed out.
It's a super standard draft coming through from Liv Sandbox, and it can be played at multiple stages of the game. You can utilize the Poppy for early game ganks towards that bottom side to try and get your Zeri ahead because you're against a Sivir, gives you the ability to do that.
Yeah.
You could see the angles, but KT, they found all of the angles, and life made me a believer in non-Kalista Amumu in the early to mid game.
Yeah, and again, it was such a roller coaster from start to finish. I want to get into the highlight.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's hop into the first highlight here, which is that Baron fight that Life manages to find the exact angle.
This should have been game winning. Like, this should have been Life's POG right there. If you didn't catch it, and we didn't until we replayed it, the spell shield from Closer gets taken by Baron.
Yeah, his Banshees gets taken.
So no Banshees for Closer means that he actually gets hit by the Amumu. He doesn't get the scoop. So, like, that moment in of itself is like, it's so hilarious to watch back, because you're just sitting there like, what took it? Was it like Vikla with a kick?
Yeah.
It was the Baron spit. Baron spit almost calls Sandbox after, like, again, live. That angle and then the flash Amumu ult. Second time today that we've just seen Amumu look monster broken when executed well, and then after that, it's just nothing but smooth sailing for KT.
Yeah, they actually managed to find a whole bunch of these angles as well, and yes, there was a moment where Zeri picks up one kill off the back end, but it was after KT were able to get so many kills onto their carries. I think aiming was absolutely gigantic. Like, going into the late game, it was 5-0-4, 6-item Sivir. Like, I was ready to pack it up and say, wow, KT looking absolutely amazing. Let's see whether they can do better moving into next week, blah, blah, blah. But no, of course, Liv Sandbox, they get a buff. If they are down in gold, they get a buff. Also, KT gets a nerf as people start to believe in them. And so these two things work against each other, and then we get highlights like this.
And even though Croco, his Poppy play was inconsistent, to say the least, going for some very Croco-esque plays, not in the good sense of the word, in the early game. His smites were actually so pivotal. And then this last stand comes through. Keeper's verdict is nice, and as Wolf actually very nicely pointed out, there will be a split call here where Vikla heads towards the mid lane. There's a huge wave crashing, and if you can keep them stuck underneath the turret here, you might be fine. But what happens instead is Prince does what Prince has done for Liv Sandbox basically the entirety of the split, and takes the game into his own hands. When I saw him walk in here into a Gwen, Talia, and a Sivir, I was like, no, it's done. And it was done. Kael with a flash Lulu shield to keep his carry alive, and as a result, in the end, they win the fight.
Yeah.
And they just end the game off of that, which it's mind-blowing.
No, and the polymorph as well on the Talia is like to stop that one auto attack that would have killed Prince and probably extended the game and probably given KT the ability to collect themselves and utilize their wallets. In the end, it didn't matter. They just pushed all the way up the mid lane and they won the game with a 5,000 gold deficit. It was absolutely bonkers. There is no way that KT should have ever lost that game. And I don't know who it was that got excited. It was definitely not me, but someone certainly did. Take a look inside your heart. Did you get excited? Was it you that did it? Anyway, let's have a look at the POG and see who picks it up here for Liv Sandbox. It will be Prince, the gentleman that's just chilling at home. He's ready to just get up off his PC and go take a well-earned rest, I reckon.
Well-earned for sure. Yeah, of course we're going straight to the late game replay. This is all you need.
Yeah, this is his moment.
Yeah, outside of this, I think Prince played a fine game as Eri. You know, nothing too notable, picked up a couple of kills. But then the audacity to just run in here with the utmost confidence in the rest of his team. And the rest of his team also fully committing. And I think that this is the one thing that Liv Sandbox has as a clear edge, because in all three of these games, second one most notably, but even in game number one, it's easy to forget that like KT all around actually looked like a team that was playing a little bit better, as now Prince tied, of course, with Ruler and Zeus. But when it comes to the clutch factor, Sandbox seems to be a team that just can pull wins out of nowhere.
They absolutely can.
That's the tilt proof vote. That's the spite vote right there. I'm loving it.
Yeah, a couple of Croco voters, and of course, when in doubt, vote Croco. I think is a very valid thing to do, and that's absolutely fine. As, oh man, it just. This is the epitome of a KT match, right? Like the ultra roller coaster.
I want a best of 5 between these two teams.
You might get one.
It's likely, right? If they end up being in 4th and 5th place, I guess Liv Sandbox now has a tighter grasp on 3rd place, so maybe that won't end up happening.
No, exactly. It's going to be difficult for Damwon to get ahead of Liv Sandbox here, so we might have to try and bank on them picking up a few extra victories perhaps. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is getting towards time for that interview, so let's throw it over to Ji-sun as she translates the interview with Prince and Croco.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by the paper Prince with Croco. Congratulations, guys. Liv Sandbox picked up the 11th win of the split, solidifying your spot on the 3rd place. But this series was so long. How was the match? I'm still so tired and exhausted. I really need to do better for the interview, but I'm so exhausted. I'm being honest here. And I mean, everyone gets it because game 3 was so long and the entire match was just so extended. Prince is now tied for 1st place on the POG standings. Let's hear from the POG leader, Prince, joining us remotely for the interview. Hello. How are you feeling about the win? I think today, in general, we had a very rough series, but I'm so happy that all my players were concentrating until the very end, and everyone actually predicted KT win. So I'm so happy that we proved something, I think you guys need to work on, reading the meta and, just predictions, You gotta know the game better. And a spicy word from Prince, who all predicted the KT win here. And Prince, you are now a tied POG 1st place, together with Ruler and Zeus. I think I deserve POG for game 3. Obviously, I think I was doing a great job keeping our teammates' mentality strong. How are you feeling right now, Prince? Fever is gone, but still I'm coughing my lungs out. I mean, it's so impressive that you guys are able to still perform so well despite the COVID situation. And we had this small little paper Prince over here. It was really cute. Did you like it? Last time it was a cardboard size, but this time around it was a different one, you know? I was expecting the cardboard Prince, but I think I like the way we changed it too.
어깨가 좀 걸리적거려가지고
I mean,
치워버리고 싶은데
it's a little bit annoying on my shoulder. I want to take it away, but I'll take it because Prince definitely did a great job today. Today we had a very close series between KT Roaster and Lip Sandbox. You guys are third and fourth place teams in the LCK. So what did you focus on heading into this series against KT Roaster? I think KT and Lip Sandbox us share a bit of a similar play style. But I was confident that we are slightly better than them. But today, it didn't really show. But we prepared playing around the bottom side a lot, especially focusing down on aiming. In game number 1, that Skarner was so powerful. Even though you guys are about 10,000 gold behind, you were able to make plays. A lot of people say it's really hard to find setups when you are behind. So what did you kind of focus on in order to turn the game around with that Skarner? I remember Zeri had cleanse, but still cleanse cannot really get away from the ult. So I tried to focus on, that Zeri. And also Lulu was also a great support for that Zeri, so I also used my ult on that Lulu as well. And that Skarner, even though your performance was phenomenal, it was your first Skarner game this summer. To be completely honest, I didn't really practice that, I didn't really play that a lot. Is that all about your talent then? Well, it was easy. And then let's move on to game 3. Prince. KT Roaster locked in Amumu this time around without Kalista. Did you expect that? I didn't expect that Amumu pick. I thought it's gonna be either Leona or other, initiation pick. So I think the game would have been pretty much the same. How was playing against Amumu without Kalista? Well, I mean, they can, put pressure when I don't have cleanse, so I wasn't able to actually play team fights when my cleanse was down. So I think he was doing a decent job. I guess Prince was having a great analysis of the team fight position as well. You guys got another big comeback in game number 3, especially with that Zarya pop off. Were you expecting that kind of a Zeri moment heading into the late game? In fact, Sivir also can carry as much as Zeri can do. But early on, Sivir was able to play better lane matchup. But at the same time, I was like telling my teammates I'm gonna carry the game for you guys in terms of macro and late game play. Speaking of the late game play, let's take a look at this replay where Lip Sandbox was able to close out the game with one team fight. This was the sole fight. Tell me about this team fight. Could you break it down for us? So the opponents were all scattered. So Sivir and then just walked to my face. So I killed her. And then I was chasing them and I hit them. And Kroka also got the steal. About the steal, I not really say that was a great steal. I was not looking for a steal, to be honest. I just used my ability and I got lucky and I got the objective. Leap Sandbox still has a chance of making it into the playoffs round 2, about 1%. And your next opponent is T1. Two teams fighting for the round 2 spot. To be honest, I think that game 3 had about less than 1% probability to win, but we still made it, which means we hope to continue this winning streak and make it straight to round 2 as well. And Prince, I'm just gonna show you guys something. Actions more than words. What was that about? He's a weird guy, you know. I was expecting something weird, but still, that's a big problem. I knew he was weird, but he's showing off all of his weirdness today. Prince proved that action speaks louder than words, but this will be the end of the interview from Prince Krakow from the PUT interview, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
What? What was that? I have no idea. Although, this is off the back of Prince calling every analyst an absolute moron after he just like clutched a game with an 11,000 gold deficit.
Except,
well, not you, of course, because you're a sandbox guy through and through.
yeah, they shouldn't have won the game.
They definitely shouldn't have. Let's go into the standings and try to. But instead of making sense of Prince, Live Sandbox still well and truly in third place, 11 and 5. Theoretically, they could possibly catch up to T1 if things go the right way for them.
Yeah.
But still very, very unlikely.
It's an unlikely scenario, and we will see whether that ends up happening.
It might require Nongshim Red Force to beat T1.
About that, Atlas, I don't think it's very likely, personally. The other match, DRX Kwangdong with DRX Kwangdong is actually interesting.
I mean, it's
because
massive.
This
is the last spot in playoffs.
I think it's the match of the week as well, if I remember correctly. Because if DRX lose that, drop out of playoffs?
Yeah.
Is it happening?
Kwangdong Freaks, their destiny is in their own hands. It's either Teddy or Deft that we're going to get in the playoffs. An absolutely crazy thought. But there is still one more day left of the LCK. We're going to go get as much sleep as we can possibly get. We'll see you back for the final day of the week tomorrow.